before he gets Itachi's eyes, and then the same Sasuke during the 5K summit.
All right, so what was it again? It was 5K Summon Sasuke versus who?
Sasuke before he gets Itachi's eyes.
Oh, so before EMS. That's a good question. And thank you, Naya. Thanks for letting me know that you can't hear the people calling in. That was my fault. It's fixed now. You should be able to hear them now. But going back to that, Sebastian, what do you think? So, 5 Kage Summon Sasuke versus what did you say? Sekitachi or Prime Itachi?
Me?
Yeah.
No, it's Naruto, like Sage
Oh,
mode
versus
Naruto. Yeah,
Naruto. So, 5
no,
Kage
yeah.
Summon.
So Sage mode Naruto, and then pre 5 Kage summit versus Pain.
All right, so this can actually be answered pretty quickly for people that don't look at the minuscule details. Naruto admits he can't beat Sasuke without the Bijou, and that's a blind Sasuke who's weaker than the one that fought in the 5 Kage Summit. That was a blinding Sasuke. So in fact, Naruto would fail to defeat him. He stated it verbatim himself when he saved Sakura from Sasuke killing her, and Kakashi couldn't get there in time. He says, "I can't beat you right now. I would need the Nine Tails to beat you," and that was a blind Sasuke who was half blind and much weaker, I'd argue. So yeah, 5 Kage Summon Sasuke would probably beat Sage Mode Naruto. What do you think, Sebastian?
No, I'm saying that, yeah, I would totally agree.
Hey, thanks for the $10, Sean. Appreciate that, brother. That deserves a. This. Shout out to you, brother. All right, what were you saying, Sebastian? Sorry about that.
No, I was totally
I
agree.
stopped for a second.
Wait. So then, would you say that if 5 Kage summit Sasuke could defeat Pain?
That's a different discussion. I honestly don't think he could because we gotta take into consideration context. So Sage Mode Naruto had all the intel in the world. He had Katsuya on his shoulder. I think that's what the slug's name is, on his shoulder, telling him everything about Pain's arsenal. Pain just went through using a chaotic Shin or Tensei. He had several Pains that were weakened or damaged, and Nagato was slowly draining himself, pushing himself. Even Konan addressed him. He's like, "What are you doing? You're wasting too much chakra." So by the time that Naruto showed up, it was a weakened, fatigued Pain, and even then, Pain still beat him, and that was not at full power. So I would argue Pain at full power probably beats 5 Kage Summon Sasuke as well. I think rationally he has the hacks for it, and I don't think Sasuke has anything to destroy the epicenter of a Chibaku Tensei, even at the 5 Kage Summon. I don't think an Amaterasu would do it. You need something that has an explosive type of effect, kind of like the Edo, Itachi, and Naruto and B that destroyed that Chibaku Tensei. You need that kind of attack. So I would argue no, he wouldn't beat him either. So what do you think, Sebastian?
I do think that he would definitely struggle significantly more. He'd actually probably find out later how to exploit his weakness, but by then it'd already be too late.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but we gotta move on. But I appreciate the questions, brother. They're great questions, though.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Take care, guys.
Take care, bro.
Take care.
All right, so Sean, got your message. I'll bring you in next because you did pay. Also, shout out to you.
Yo, can you guys
Yo, oh yeah, now we hear you. What's up, bro?
finally, dog? I don't know what was going on earlier.
It's probably
My bad.
setting. Yeah, it's probably settings.
Right on. Well, good talking to you guys again.
Yeah, what's
Doing
up,
well,
man?
in general.
So, what question do you have?
First one, this one thematically could make sense for sure. What are you guys' thoughts on Sakumo versus Prime Chio?
Interesting discussion. What do you think, Sebastian? So, Kakashi's dad versus Prime Chio.
Chiho. Fuck.
Kind of
That's a good one.
Scaling,
That's a good one.
I can't think of anything right now.
All right, so this is my take. The best we could do is extrapolate narrative implications made. So Minato stated that the 3 Sannin pale in comparison to Sakumo, right? And you could argue that he meant this in one of two. I would argue that he meant the current Sannin. I guess that's all headcanon speculation, but he was talking about the Sannin, and he did see, before he lost his life, how much stronger that Jiraiya became, Tsunade, Orochimaru, etc. So I would argue he meant the last Sannin that he was aware of, which I would argue for sure are stronger than the Sannin that got fucked up by Hanzo and were spared. So I would argue, so from that scaling, Sakumo is stronger than that. Now it's hard to scale Chio and Hanzo. Obviously they were relative because they had several skirmishes where Chiyo survived, and they seem to respect each other to some degree. So you got to take that into consideration. So now the question is Chiyo above Sakumo? And at her prime, that's a good question. So this is the argument I would use if you're arguing for Sakumo. You could argue Jiraiya was shitting himself when he found out that Pain killed Hanzo, indicating that maybe he still thinks he would have a tough time with him. So that's an argument that can be used, and from that you can extrapolate. Well, if Sakumo is so much superior, and Jiraiya is also still seemingly fearful of Hanzo to this extent, then maybe Prime Chiyo is relative. Again, it's all speculation, but you have to make some kind of qualitative. You can't really use a quantitative analysis. It has to be qualitative. You're gonna have to ask yourself, who has more cards in their deck? Is there more evidence for Chiyo being at this higher caliber or Sakumo? Personally, I lean towards Sakumo. I think saying that you pale in comparison to Sanins that are stronger than the ones that lost to Hanzo gives you something. It doesn't give you much, but I would say Sakumo probably beats Prime Chiyo. Again, you can counter my argument and say, well, Prime Chiyo seemed to want the fade with the White Fang because she attacked Kakashi thinking that was the White Fang. She had no trouble.
Exactly.
No fear.
Yeah.
So that's an argument for Chiyo. It's a very good topic. There's definitely a debate to be had. So it really depends on the arguments that you present, because I honestly think it's pretty neck and neck narratively. But
so, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sebastian, you have anything to add?
It's a tough Nothing one. Really to add.
That's a tough one, yeah, because there's no power scaling feats really. So
yeah, you really can't say for sure. Yeah, Hanzo pretty much dubbed the Sanin who they were at that time, and he was clearly above them. And
oh yeah, definitely.
Chiyo was going toe to toe with him on several occasions, and
exactly. Yeah.
I think the whole puppet matchup with Sakumo, who I would assume is like a taijutsu fighter, primarily. That'd be an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah. If we're breaking down arsenals, yeah, that would be interesting because Chiyo is puppet based, long range, long distance. Sakumo, I would probably argue, probably has a similar arsenal to his son. Mm-hmm. Probably not exactly because Kakashi got an additional power up with the Sharingan, but he probably has similar techniques. He's probably similar.
I mean, we're talking about a guy whose relative strength is compared to the three Sanin.
Yeah, and he pales in comparison to the Sanin. I mean, the Sanin pale in comparison to him. That's a pretty bold statement. You can even argue, well, if you presuppose that he means the Sanin that he remembers, you can even argue that shit. Maybe Sakumo beats Hiruzen. Hiruzen lost to Orochimaru. Yeah, he was fatigued and old, but shit, man. I mean, that guy, if they pale in comparison to him,
I can see that. I can see that, bro.
Maybe he would be Hokage level or beyond that of Hiruzen. Shit, man, that would be a hell of a rabbit hole I can go down, but it's very interesting. You just have to take every piece of information, extrapolate the best argument.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
It's tough.
Cool. All right, well, what are you guys' thoughts on version 2B versus, I think it's the Diva Path?
Oh, the
Tendo,
the main path. Okay, what do you think, Sebastian? Tendo. So the main path of Pain versus version 2 Killer Bee.
I feel like version 2 Killer Bee.
You really think so? You think he has the speed
to catch up?
Yeah, to catch.
I mean,
it's
just like I like to take into factor that he's a very adaptable person. I mean, someone who's can be equivalent in strength to even Naruto's dad, Minato.
Right.
That's pretty quick. I mean, that guy even travels at light speed.
You can't argue. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You can't argue that. So basically, I see what you're saying. You're talking about when he fought Minato and was able to. So this is the argument that you really use if you're extremely pedantic and like overanalyze everything. You're going to say, well, B saved a full speed Raikage from getting shot down by Minato. He was able to intercept that attack, and instead of Raikage getting chopped down, his tentacle got chopped down. So some people say, well, why is he able to do that? If Minato's, is he speed of light? You could argue that. I kind of think, I'm not going to lie, it's all headcanon, but I think it's kind of a plot device. I think it's always implied that the Raikage is the fastest on Earth. I mean, that's stated that he's the fastest when Minato's gone. So I don't agree with the presupposition that B is faster, but what you see is what you see. I mean, that's me using headcanon, so you could argue that, and only a good debater would be able to wiggle their way out of that. If you say, well, it happened in front of our eyes, how are you gonna refute it? well, you'd have to use a rational argument and make a good case for it, because what you see with the naked eye is what you see with the naked eye. But as far as that question, the Diva Path, full power, I think is beyond that of the one that beat Sage Mode Naruto by quite a significant margin. If they're in the Rain Village, it's full powered. I think that guy is a threat. I think his speed is above that of arguably beginning of War KCM Naruto, is evident by the ass whooping that he handed him and B. So I would lean towards the Diva Path being quite a challenge, and probably using his hacks to end it. After some time.
Wasn't that Nagato though at the time?
Yeah, but you could also argue Edos there's what's the word I'm looking for? Nerfed to an arbitrary degree. I would argue they're probably like 90% of what they originally were.
Yeah,
and if it's just the Diva Path, right? If we're talking just the Diva Path alone in the Rain Village, full power, I would argue it's probably stronger than Nagato if he's not using all the other paths. If he's using all the other paths, I'd make a rational argument that he kind of distributes his chakra throughout them to some arbitrary degree, and Diva Path probably has the most because it seemingly seems like the most powerful. I think narratively that's what Kishimoto was going for, but I would argue probably the Diva Path. It's a question, it's a conversation to be had, but I think there's more for Pain, or for the Diva Path specifically.
Yeah, I think I mean that feat you're talking about with B intercepting Minato's attack. I think he did it with like a tentacle from pretty far away.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Pretty far away.
Yeah, that's impressive. So to be fair, if you do review that feat, then shit, B's faster. Then he beats him. Simple as that.
Yeah, I feel it though.
Yeah.
Mm.
So we'll allow one more question because you did donate, so we owe you that. We owe you.
Right on.
Yeah.
I do got DBZ one real quick.
All right, for sure. Sebastian, this is your alley, man.
How about Deborah versus Picon? I think his name is.
Oh shit! Do you remember Picon, Sebastian?
Picon.
What do you think about that? You probably remember better than I do.
Wait, from what anime? I'm sorry.
Dragon Ball Z. So Dabura versus Picon.
Ooh.
Those are characters that I haven't really thought of, but you probably know more than I do.
I actually probably don't actually.
All right, so let me look up Picon. I kind of remember him, but
Because I remember Picon was fighting Super Saiyan 2 Goku, and
right.
Dabura is in comparison to Cell, which is kind of in comparison to Super Saiyan 2.
Even argue yeah. There's so Dabura versus Picon. I need to remember their specific. All right, let's give top of the head answers. What do you think, Sebastian? Just from the top of your head, from what you do remember, who do you think would win? It's a tough one because even I'm kind of hazy on their feats and shit and their lore.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Deborah. I feel like Deborah.
Deborah, I would argue, probably has the better feats. I think he's implied to be a little superior from what I remember. I can recollect. So this isn't like a should be a revered answer, but I'd probably lean towards Deborah. But yeah, those are two guys I really haven't thought of, to be honest. I'm caught up in Super these days. We're all fucking delving into Super Dragon Ball Super.
I feel it, bro. I feel it. I don't blame you one bit for sure.
But maybe we should touch up on our DBZ knowledge, Sebastian, so we can answer those too.
I think Deborah for sure because he's lasted way longer. He's like thousands of years old. What the fuck?
So experience, yeah, might play if their relative experience would play a factor. So yeah.
Yeah, experience helps some and doesn't help others.
Yeah.
Kakuzu.
Yeah. Some people are. There's one guy, Sebastian, that argued that experience is super significant. I was like, well, Hashirama beat Kakuzu. Kakuzu lost to a 13-year-old, or how old was Naruto? Like 15, 16. He lost to like a 16-year-old and he's 1,000 years old. Experience is
experience is a good factor, but it only goes so far. Just to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are good questions, man. For sure.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll let you guys get on with the show, but always a W, man. Appreciate it.
A W. All right. Do you saw who raised their hand first, Sebastian? There's like a couple hands.
Huh?
Did you see who raised their hand first?
No, I actually didn't.
I think it was
Sego was here.
I think Sego. All right. This is the next one. Yo.
All right.
What up?
You think one is leafy? Actually, sorry. First, sorry for the lag.
It's cool. What's your question, man?
One Piece question?
Yeah, it's a One Piece question.
Sebastian, this is you,
Sure.
man.
All right. This is my better. All right. I have two questions. First of all, who wins, Luffy or Naruto?
Sebastian, you probably know more than I do, man. I haven't never seen One Piece, so what do you think?
So to the current manga, uh, if you're going Burn mode Naruto would probably win ultimately because he is just way more experienced and way more knowledgeable and way more hacks than. But it could be debatable. Like honestly, I can't tell you for certain because Luffy's current feat in the manga is stated to have reality bending. Like
Oh shit!
his fruit, yeah, his fruit in general is so broken. Like he was able to run in the air and make a stream of fire. And I shit you not, in the manga too, he was able to grab lightning with his bare hands.
Fuck.
Like no shit
You
given,
think
and
he's a
throw it
threat to
at his enemy.
You think he'd be a threat to Naruto, or what do you think about that?
Uh,
I can't answer this because
he'd
I don't know shit
definitely
about. I
he'd
don't know shit
definitely
about
be a
Luffy.
threat. He'd definitely be a threat because he doesn't take normal physical damage.
Right.
Like sure, he can have like stupidly good strength, but when it becomes apparent that you're made out of rubber and everything you do, especially if he's imbued with hockey, which makes him harder than steel, and he gets the rubber effect,
Yeah. So
anything he does physically might not do as much
do
damage.
you
But
think that his durability would handle like a galaxy level AP like Naruto in Barren mode?
probably not.
Yeah. So that's probably the main question. Do you think he has the speed to like compete?
Speed is competable,
Yeah, it's
but
like debatable. Yeah. That's an interesting question. Yeah, I can't answer that because I'll be talking on my ass. I don't know shit about Luffy, but yeah. You have another question? You said.
You guys down to debate the topic? Like, I want to run one of you on Luffy versus Naruto.
What was that? I think you're kind
Are
of
you
low.
guys down to debate?
Oh
All
nah,
right,
we're not
sorry.
doing
Are
that.
you
Nah.
guys? All right.
You can ask to talk. You can ask another question, but we're not going in like a whole formal ass debate. No.
All right. All right.
Did you have another
My
question?
next question is, yeah. Do you like Do you like niggers?
All right, man. Have fun doing that kind of thing. That was kind of pathetic. That deserves a
Stupid.
and how sad. How sad. All right. Did you see who had their hands up first? I swear to God, if I'm gonna have to edit that part out, man. That fucking little
What about
pathetic
Phantom
little
Ree?
fuck bag had to say that shit. I swear to God, I better not get in trouble for that shit on this fucking stream, bro.
I know it's not even our fault. See that guy? See his Discord? Discord, do something about it. Get him banned for life. Like that.
All right. I don't know who had their hand up first. This guy was been here for a while. Phantom's been here for a while, so him first.
Yeah, I feel bad for that guy. We've been waiting. God.
All right, can you hear me?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Well, first off, hello there, guys. I hope you
What's
guys are having a good day thus far.
Appreciate it. You too.
Yeah.
So my first question was, as I've been rewatching all of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden, one thing that always puzzled me was what happened to the Uzumaki clan.
That's a good question.
Like, it almost seems like they may have been wiped out because they're never mentioned, they're never talked about or anything, but yet their symbol will be up all over the Leaf Village, but yet no one talks about them.
Right. That is a good
There's
question.
very few left.
Yeah. So I guess the best discussion that can be had would be a theoretical one. So Sebastian, what do you think happened to the Uzumaki clan? If you had to like give a theory.
I think they might have been swept under the rug, honestly, because their jutsus were considered pretty powerful if you take into consideration.
Especially their sealing jutsu, yeah. Their Fun jutsu.
Mm-hmm.
This is my
theory. We're talking about people who were able to... Oh, sorry. Well, we're talking about people who were able to seal tailed beasts.
Exactly. Minato learned from them. They're the reason why he was able to seal the Nine Tails in the first place, because of them.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think they may have been wiped out or something, because one thing that was kind of weird, the first Hokage, he was able to trap all the tailed beasts, but yet there's no mention of him having any help with the Uzumakis or anything.
Yeah, correct.
So it's like, does he have a hand to play with it, or...
Right. The way I look at it, if I'm not mistaken, Hashirama had it. Was Hashirama married to a Uzumaki? I'm not sure about that. I might be wrong about that, but my theory would be that this is what my theory would be. It seems from from observational evidence empirically, they seem to be exploited. Take for example Naruto's mom, exploited for her ability to inhibit the Nine Tails because of her chakra reserves. Naruto as well, another example. Nagato exploited for his chakra reserves. So in my estimation, it probably seems that they were exploited and probably distributed amongst the 5 nations and beyond to a point where maybe their bloodline is almost dead because it doesn't seem like they have a place where they all congregate in a center
Yeah,
or
they're so
village.
muddled out through
Yeah,
their
they're so meddled out and
bloodlines.
used and like exploited because of their tough. The people that talk about Uzumaki describe them as tough and having large chakra reserves. So I would say they're probably been very exploited, very used throughout the history of the Shinobi verse, the Naruto verse, and I would argue that there's probably very few and far between these days currently in Boruto. Probably ain't many left, if any, because they're so exploited for their tenacity and their chakra reserves. That's what I would say. But yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
And the other question I was gonna have: what do you think society is gonna be like in another 5 years or even 10 years? From
That's a good
how
question.
much it's progressed in like toxic feminism or social standards, like how everyone has to look good or everything like that on social media, and how it's even affecting all the way down to the school level.
Correct.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm a father myself, and so I look for these things
Oh
to
yeah, definitely.
see how I could deal with it when my son comes to age.
Right.
And it's almost kind of scary
Yeah, I
how
agree.
bad it's getting.
Yeah, Sebastian, this is our avenue. What do you think about this?
I feel, honest to God, like masculinity is dying, and you know
Agreed.
what? It came at a cost because everybody had literally said, masculinity is so toxic. Well, femininity in itself is toxic within a certain measure too, because
Right.
it had made everybody a certain like keen to sensitivity to anything that anything is said. Like you can't even talk about gender without offending somebody in some kind of way.
Agreed. So this is the way I
Yeah,
look at it.
everyone seems to be super sensitive
Agreed.
about everything nowadays.
Yeah, so my estimation from what I see in society is that there's this increasing development of sensitivity and feeling saving is what I call it. People want to save people's feelings instead of looking at the objective reality of their own lives or other people's lives. So I think we're heading down that path, and but the only beneficial thing that I do see is like a red pill community type of growing in society as well. That's very beneficial. Not just red pill, but any guy or anyone with logic that uses logical deduction instead of their own and appeal to emotion is the one fighting back against this apparent indoctrination is what the word I would use. Like a good example, women calling themselves plus size when in reality they're fat bitches. That's just medically termed as obese. That's not something you should be positive about. Why? Because it's detrimental to your physical objective health. That's just an example. Changing the linguistic.
Yeah, it's very bad for their health.
Exactly.
Like I've even known people from school who are overweight and stuff like that, and they'll have problems with their thyroid glands or trouble breathing or trouble doing daily tasks as they'll be overweight. And it's like, I can understand if you have a medical issue where you're physically unable to do something, but if you have none of that and you're physically letting yourself degrade to that degree, you have no right to say, oh, life is so hard for me. You're making it harder for yourself.
Yeah. And to continue on, I feel like society is slowly contorting logical entities into their own appeal to emotion, so it fits their bill. Like our own English language, there are pronouns that are used and that we all presuppose to use for every human in our society, but people are starting to contort that and misuse that to get a self-entitlement, feel special about themselves, having these arbitrary pronouns that no competent human being could predict, and then getting offended when they aren't used because even though it goes against biological fact, they want to be called these arbitrary names, and that's just destroying logical reality. I think society needs to function based on reality, not on our feelings, because feelings are arbitrary and feelings can differ, and that will inevitably create segregation, discrimination. Emotions inevitably will create that. Logic and deduction and law and order is the only way to keep things intact in a society that's growing so rapidly, like modern societies in the West or like the United States or Canada. And the fact that logic is dying, it's creating very confused, and I would say even willfully ignorant people. People know what logical deduction is. People know the truth, but they avoid it to feel special, to feel good about themselves. And
yeah, they'd rather put it under the rug and avoid the harsh reality of what's going on, just to appeal for their own emotions and appeal to their own happiness.
Yep, and someone like Tate, just an example, he's not the holy preacher, but someone like Tate is basically saying, open your eyes, man. You got to look at yourself in the mirror. If you're fat, you're fat. You're broke, you're broke. If you get no girls, you get no girls. That's the reality that you're in, and you have to adjust. Stop pretending that you're a victim of the system, or that the world's out to get you. That's not reality. The best way to improve is to look at yourself as an individual. It starts at an individual level. But to answer your question, 5 to 10 years, I think the sensitivity nonsense is just going to continue to grow unless something monumental happens. Like Tate was really taking a hold, but he got banned everywhere. I think if him or guys similar will continue to rise to this level, I think there would be maybe not a revolutionary change, but a substantial change, and maybe even change the trajectory of where society's headed, to be honest. But right now, it doesn't seem that way. It seems that social media is siding. The social media top-notch guys are siding with this sensitive indoctrination shit. So it's not a good.
Well, one thing that I found interesting with Andrew Tate too was that I don't know if he's a U.S. citizen or not or anything, but one thing that I did find that was highly offensive, no matter what he was saying about how offensive it might have been for some people, the American right is that freedom of speech. And then the fact that all these platforms just suddenly silenced him like that, I was like, they're violating his rights. Literally, the first part of the Constitution, they're violating his rights.
And the argument is, well, they're private companies, they have the right. I'm like, just because someone has the right doesn't make it morally righteous. So I can cuss someone out and call them a piece of shit. It doesn't make me a morally righteous person because I have the right to do it. So I would say what these companies are doing is tyrannical. They're abusing their power. They're definitely siding with a very specific niche that has their own subjective lens. I think that's tyrannical and dangerous because you're only allowing a certain ideology to exist in your realm, which this realm has billions of people at this point. Facebook, Instagram, there's billions of people, and if you're only allowing one ideology to live freely on there, that doesn't allow for public discourse, and that doesn't allow for honestly compromise. The best way to achieve compromise is discourse, and if you're shutting that down, you're going to create a majority of similar liked individuals with only one ideology, because that's the only thing you allow. That's definitely censorship.
Yeah, that lack of diversity is what makes it such a killer, because human beings, we're already very diverse, and that if you're trying to form everyone to one ideal, one vision, without having outside sources to be able to combine as one, and instead of forcing it upon them, you're going to create an even bigger animal that you're not going to be able to fix.
Exactly. And essentially, there's two reasons why discourse is important. One, if you silence one side and only allow the other one to speak, that inevitably invites resentment. There's going to be resentment eventually. If you look at the history of past empires, when people began to be segregated and discriminated against, there was revolts. Now it's different. When the first world problems, the revolts are different. It'll be more so, large groups of people online, but that will inevitably cause resentment. And logically, it doesn't make sense. You want the best possible solution to all these worldwide problems. There needs to be every ideology present to find the best one and find the best solution. It's just nonsensical. It's all to save face for a certain group of people. I don't understand that. I really don't. It's bullshit. So.
Precisely. Yeah. So, yeah, the world is becoming a scarier and scarier place.
Yeah, and the best thing we can do as individuals is be open-minded. Like, if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. I'm not saying compromise. You should never compromise your conviction, but
just agree to disagree.
Yeah, agree to disagree. Or if someone really is right and you're wrong, maybe you'll slightly calibrate your ideology. That's nothing wrong with that. So
because if you're going to change who you identify as, and you're only person that is happy with that result is you, and nobody else is, you can't expect everybody to be like, oh, I'm so happy for you.
You have to take accountability. Exactly. That's the way the world should work. But people don't take accountability anymore. It's always someone else's fault. So, but yeah, those are great questions, man. Appreciate that. And I'm glad you brought up IRL question. We enjoy those too. So,
alrighty. Thank you for having me on here.
Appreciate you, brother.
Peace.
Peace. All right. This guy had his hand up for a while before these dudes.
Let's skip him too.
All right, we'll bring him on. Yo.
All right.
What's going on, man?
Hello, son. Nothing, chilling.
What's going on, kid?
Listen, like, first of all, I want to comment on the fucking Andrew Tate and that guy's pseudo-intellectual, and it's not about, he's basically promoting his brand and all that shit. Like, everything he says is mostly like 90% it's just common sense. Everyone understand that shit.
That's what the
And
world
it's
needs,
not
is
about
common sense.
only delusional people needs that, and
Delusional people need common sense?
It's not about...
That sounds like an
it's not
oxymoron to me.
No.
Delusional
it's,
people.
It's not about fucking... It's not about, like, sensitivity. It's more about, like, respect and all that. Like, drug addict knows that he's in deep shit. Like, he knows that he has to get away from, like, to help himself and, like, literally try to... He knows that he's unhealthy and he knows that his health is going down the path, but, like, also, like, even overweight, like some fat guy or anyone that they know that they are fat, but it has physical and mental
All right, so
illness. It's basically illness.
If Tate only speaks common sense, then why was he banned? If that's all he speaks is just common sense.
Because things he's saying is just aggressive. He's saying in aggressive manner.
Well, that doesn't change the intention. I could say something aggressively or say it softly.
Because when you are on platform that don't belongs to you, yes, you have your channel on that platform. Therefore, you have to follow the rules.
Well, the rules are they're only applying to one side. That seems very, very one-sided.
But you are playing with these their rules when you're playing the game.
You are talking about, cutting guys' dicks off because the feminists, they don't get banned. Why don't they get banned if we have to follow the rules?
I mean,
it seems subjective and it seems unfair to me.
I think it's anecdotal. Like, well, what you're talking about.
It's not anecdotal. I mean, he's the best case. Obviously, we're going to use that anecdote. But that's a commonality amongst all guys that are similar to him.
I mean, he had big influence, like Logan Paul.
That don't get banned. So that's very, very interesting to me. That only one side gets banned and the other side, who talks shit as well, does not get banned. That seems very one-sided and unfair to me. I don't think it's anecdotal. I think it's a commonality, statistically speaking.
No, I understand. Like, there's some cases that's happening, but like
all
the thing
cases.
is that in my
generally.
So, which like, let's say, so you are all about gender? Is it about gender?
You're going on these weird tangents. So, do you have a question? That's the point of the show. So I have a question. You're losing this debate very badly. No, this is not. It's trivial.
I'm losing debate. What debate?
The shit you brought up about Tate.
I was making.
All right, do you have a question or not, bro?
Yeah, I have a question about.
Okay,
do you think, like,
instead of talking out of your ass?
You shut the fuck up. Okay, so.
You're in my shit, bro. So I'm not gonna shut the fuck up. I'm gonna talk all I want to talk. You're in my shit. So ask a question, or I could end it now. Up to you. I'm being merciful.
You think? Okay, shut up. So
no, I'm not gonna shut up. This is my shit. I can tell you to shut the fuck up. So ask a question.
Oh, fucking.
Or get the fuck off, or I could kick you off. So. There's no disrespect here, bro. I run the shit. Remember that.
You just disrespected me for no reason.
You just said
some
shut
shit
up.
about.
I'm not gonna shut up on my show. So ask a fucking question before I just kick your dumb ass off.
No, you said
hurry
I'm
up,
going
bro.
on weird tangents and being respectful and disrespectful and all that shit.
If I'm gonna retaliate when you talk shit. So don't run your mouth.
So
go ahead.
Delusional. We told me that you think Hanzo fight Sasuke beats Sage Mode Naruto. Is that true?
Naruto stated it. How am I delusional?
What did he state?
He stated that I can only beat you with the Bijou. He literally stated that.
No, that's not what he said.
Yeah, it is what he said. He says I can't beat you right now.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No, he said that if they're gonna fight, he has to, like, someone has to die. and he was
He
just
says I
being
need the Bijou,
fair.
bro. That's what he says.
Because he's to save Sasuke. He needs Bijou. He needs to overpower Sasuke.
No, you're
to
trying to change the
save him.
semantics. It's pretty obvious what he said. He said
I'm
I
not
need the Bijou
changing
to beat you.
semantics. It's not obvious. Like
It
it's
is
not
obvious.
It's not state white. It's just
He's explicitly stating it. Explicitly.
Is that he needs Bijou, otherwise someone has to die. And that's
He literally says verbatim in the manga, I'll need the Kyuubi's chakra in order to beat Sasuke. How much more explicit do you need it to be? That's literally what he fucking says in the manga. I need. He doesn't say I might need. He says I fucking need it to beat him. I can't beat him without it. Do you need it any more? Do you need it thrown in your face any more than that? That's what he says. So ask Kishimoto why he made him say it. If you have a problem with what he said.
You are saying you are saying he said he's beating?
No, he said this is what he said. This is what he said verbatim. I'll need the Kyuubi's chakra in order to beat Sasuke.
Can you post the scan? Can you post scan?
I don't have to post shit, man, because we're not debating. You have to accept it or not. Are you done with your questions? Go look it up yourself.
Oh, he's not saying that he's gonna.
He literally said it, bro, verbatim. Accept it. Do you have another question? Do I end the shit now?
Other question is that. Wait. What else? Let me think on another question.
All right. Well, you keep thinking about that. All right, man. That guy's fucking stupid. I'm like, bro, it literally says in the fucking manga who'd win. The fuck? Dumbass motherfucker. All right. Sorry, I got heated because he was running his fucking mouth. You gonna run your fucking mouth? I'm going to fucking retaliate, bro. And I'm not gonna shut the fuck up on my own shit. The fuck? That's like me telling you in your lecture, shut up. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm the lecturer. All right. Did you see who had their hand first, Sebastian?
Nah, I didn't.
All right.
I was enjoying you guys.
I mean, it was an ass whooping. A dumbass. He's like, it's not true. I'm like, it's fucking stated. The fuck you mean? All right.
Then he said delusional. I thought he said something else. I didn't think he said delusional.
He said that Sage Mode Naruto would beat 5 Kage-sama at Sasuke. When he states himself, he can't. The fuck?
I know, if it's stated, then
it's stated, bro. The fuck? All right. I'll answer this guy because the other two guys have asked before, and then I'll go back to them. Yo.
Nigger faggots. Nigger faggots. Nigger faggots. Nigger faggots.
Okay, we're ending that very quickly. He was just
not quickly enough.
Racist ass motherfucker. Get off my shit. Go back to your pathetic life. All right. Who raised their hand first between those guys?
I just don't understand, like, bro.
By the way, the racist guys, man, really? They're pathetic little shit stains that just run their mouth for a little second of attention, but in the end, they're only deemed as pathetic little parasites. That's all they are. You guys are fucking pathetic.
I mean, you lose your account, bro. I don't care. Whatever.
I don't give a fuck. No sweat off my back. All right. I don't know.
You'll be goofy laughing somewhere else.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. All right. This dumbass raised his hand again. You know what? I'll entertain it after these guys.
Which one?
The dumbass I just shat on in the debate. Or it wasn't even a debate, it was a fucking clapping. But, yo. I think he's having audio issues again. Yo.
I don't know, maybe
going once, going twice.
Because his echo thing doesn't even show. I think he's just raising his hand.
It's showing now. Yo. All right, bro. We're gonna move on for the sake of the show, but come back. I'll let you in again. Just fix the. I know you're having issues. It's all good though. All right. Next up. Yo. By the way, folks, hit the like button. God damn it. Especially because I have to shit on these fucking dumbasses that come in here and try to talk shit. We deserve some likes here.
There's some love and some respect.
Yeah. Yo. Is it my side? Is that why they can't speak or something?
No, because I can't hear.
You can speak, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, bro. We'll get back to you. There's other people that have their hands up. All right, this guy right here had his hand up. Oh, shit, what was I about to do? All right, next one up. I enjoy the shit talking though. I enjoy fucking fodder raising these dumbasses. Yo, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay. Sweet. I wanted your opinion on how you think somebody like Kushina would scale in the Naruto community.
Kushina, that's a good question. Kushina, what do you think, Sebastian? What would she scale on the totem pole?
Actually, don't know.
So we got to think about this rationally, right? What we do know is that she was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and you can make this argument as well. She had the full Nine Tails in her, right? Minato had to split it in half for him and Naruto to sustain it. So you can make that argument. Now the only problem is she never even attempted to ever befriend Kurama, right? So if anything, if she did get enraged in some scenario, it would be similar to Naruto in Part 1, when all that would happen is, you know, the Nine Tails would take over. So you could argue that this is a rational argument that she would be stronger than Naruto because she had the full Nine Tails inside of her. She didn't have half of it. So obviously 50% is inferior to 100%, right? So rationally you could deduce that. As far as her as a character, I mean, she doesn't do much, right? She's just the mother, the wife of Minato, known as what was her name? The red pepper of the leaf or some shit like that.
Yeah, they named her that.
But she really doesn't have any feast to show for it. So the only simple rational deduction that can be made is that she has the full Nine Tails. If she were to be enraged, it'd probably be similar to Naruto. It makes sense rationally, and just like every other tailed beast, Jinchuriki. So she would be pretty powerful. I don't think she'd be stronger than KCM Naruto. I would argue there's an argument to be made that KCM Naruto would still be stronger than full Nine Tails enraged Kushina hypothetically. So I would say she would scale. Who could she beat? Maybe a Sonic.
Well, because we do know. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, we do know that even when near death, she was still confident that she'd be able to force the Nine Tails back into herself and kill it. And even with like a very small fraction of her chakra, she was still strong enough to hurt a Naruto who was contending with the Nine Tails.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty impressive. Who do you think's the strongest person she could beat, Sebastian? If she's able to hypothetically use tails like Naruto when he used to get mad. Do you think he can maybe beat a Sanin, like a Orochimaru or something?
I feel maybe a Sunning. Yeah. I don't know if all of them. That's the thing I'm thinking about. Like, would you think, like, I'm gonna put them at Sunning level, like right there. But like, do you think that she would be able to handle like 2 or 1? Because
it's tough. Here's what we do know: if she has a Nine Tails fully, you could argue her enrage mode would be superior to that of Naruto's in Part 1, and superior to that of Naruto when he fought Orochimaru. So her four-tail cloak would be superior to that of Naruto's if you think about it that way and you presuppose that. Her in base is pretty much useless to someone at that level, right? Sani, they would fucking beat her ass. She would have to get enraged to stand a chance. She could probably beat a Sanin. Orochimaru was kind of struggling. Well, that was a sick Orochimaru, to be fair, but she was struggling with Four-Tail Naruto. Jiraiya almost died at the hand of Four-Tail Naruto. Kushina would be stronger than that. I don't know if she beats a Kage. Hiruzen might be able to deal with her. Minato would obviously deal with her, just strengthening her seal. Oh, that's actually an argument for Orochimaru. He would further strengthen the seal inside of her. I would cap her off around Sanin level. I would kind of be hesitant to put her any higher. Again, it's all hypothetical. I mean, we did see Naruto, 6 Tails, 7 Tails compete with a Fatigue Tendo. So you could arguably argue, well, a 6-tail Kushina, who's stronger than a 6-tails Naruto because she has a full 9 tails, will be able to compete with a Fatigue Tendo. But again, that's a Fatigue Tendo, not a full power. So that puts him at an arbitrarily weaker spot on the totem pole. So I would say probably Sanin level, if I had to put my finger on it. It's all theoretical. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Did you have another question? Or?
I'm not there. That's it.
All right. Appreciate your question, brother. All right. This guy had his hand up.
See if this person has an IQ.
Couple guys did. Yo.
Our nigga back his
Oh, God damn it.
Damn, he's got multiple accounts.
Hey, if my dick is that deep down your throat that you have to make several accounts so you can keep gargling my dick in your throat, that's pretty pathetic, bro. You're literally a shit stain that I've scraped off my shoe on the curb several times. That is pretty fucking pathetic, bro. It's pathetic. Okay. All right, this guy had his hand up before these two. Actually, I'll go to these guys first. I'll just go down the line. How about that? Going once, going twice. Okay. Yo. I think he's having the settings issues again. But both of them were, though. Both of them are having settings issues.
Poor people.
All right. Let's move on. Yo. There we go. Now we hear you.
Yeah, that shit tripping today, bro.
Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with Discord these days.
It's all good. Bro, the trolls are coming out today, dog.
It's like pathetic little shit stains.
I know, holy shit.
Compared to the last stream, dog, I was not.
I kind of enjoy it, me shitting on these pathetic little life forms. I'm like, bro, I'm just scraping like, the shit off my shoe every time you guys come in. For entertainment, thank you. Bro. Thanks for the entertainment.
Irrelevant.
Pathetic losers. But, do you have another question? Or a topic or anything?
Yeah, so I'm trying to get his name right. Do you guys remember Tarune? I think it was Shino's older brother.
I think so. Shino's older brother, slightly.
He had like the mask on and shit, and like he fought against. I think he got beat by Sasuke. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that guy. He had the ability to. What was the ability exactly? Was it to absorb ninjutsu, or was that someone else? I'm not sure.
I don't believe so. I think he had like a poison bug type ninjutsu.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, what do you guys think about his capabilities against someone like Hidan?
I think the Akatsuki are another bracket weight class wise. I don't think Sasuke or anyone in Part 1, arguably maybe end of Shippuden, Sasuke and Naruto might be able to compete with an Akatsuki level threat. I mean, their prerequisite to be in the Akatsuki first place is Biju level. All of them are able to capture Tailed Beast because they're at that level and they have to meet that prerequisite to get in the first place. So I would argue, a one-tailed Naruto wouldn't beat someone that can capture a Tailed Beast Jinchuriki. So I would probably argue Tarune, who could even beat Sasuke, and that was even way before the end of Shippuden, would probably get his ass whipped by Hidan. And his hacks alone would be a problem as well. He has the immortality. So Tarune's hacks would be very, very minimal as far as success against someone like Hidan. I don't know
if poison would actually work on someone like Hidan.
Yeah, that would be the question. Yeah, would his poison even work on him? Because he's apparently an immortal. What do you think, Sebastian, about that guy that fought Sasuke in Chunin exams versus Hidan?
He was like an elite, like root member with Danzo. You know.
Yeah.
It's Hidan.
Do you think you think he's on that level, or do you think he doesn't reach that? Like an Akatsuki level threat.
Just fuck. I don't know.
I'd say no,
maybe below, just below. Not enough.
Yeah, from my estimation, I don't think he reaches that caliber. I mean, he was an elite member, but that's arbitrary. We know guys that are fought they're elite members of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, look at Abisu, bro. He was an elite Jonin, right?
Yeah, exactly. And he was fucking ass.
Just because they say elite doesn't mean they're always
I'm
effective.
a Jonin. I'm like, bro, you fucking started drooling over fucking Naruto's sexy jutsu and you're elite.
Hey, Jimmy, more like, are you joking? Yeah, more like, it's a fucking joning joke.
I mean, to be fair, Naruto used that on Kage, but I mean, I think that's more of a gag, bro. But that's a gag thing.
Kage's also a dipshit sometimes.
Yeah, she's fucking retarded, bro. Yeah, she's retarded.
Yeah.
That was why she lost. If she had Amaro's intelligence, she would have ended the show. So, simple as that.
All right. I don't know if you guys have seen Afro Samurai or not.
Afro Samurai. Have you heard of that, Sebastian? Or of that guy?
I've heard of it, but never seen it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. I won't ask that. Okay, how about Prime Hiruzen versus Prime Togurama?
Oh, that's an interesting question. It is stated in the data book that Hiruzen has more potential than his former sensei. That means he probably, at his best, Prime, probably superior to that of Tobirama. People love to use Tobirama's feats against Jubito, but Jubito's power level fluctuates. He was nerfed, and I would even argue as time went on, he began to weaken because of his conviction, right? His resolve was starting to weaken because Naruto was a parallel of his former self. Stable, Jubito's the strongest. That didn't last too long. He was able to get tagged because here's the funny part. He gets tagged by Tobirama, and then later on you see him blitzing Naruto and Sasuke. Like, which is it? So it obviously implies fluctuation. So I would argue Tobirama doesn't scale as high as people think. He's fucking up like a nerfed Jubito, whose power level is constantly fluctuating arbitrarily. So I would argue that doesn't put him on this fucking totem pole, the top of the food chain. He is strong, don't get me wrong, but I think
absolutely.
I think Hiruzen, because of the data books and because of the high likelihood that Jubito's power is fluctuating, probably beats him. The speed would be the most contentious part, right? Because you could probably argue he's faster, especially with Flying Raijin. Hiruzen has hacks to counter things against Tobirama. It'd be interesting.
And he knows a lot of Tobirama's arsenal as well, which would definitely help.
And his knowledge of all, according to Orochimaru, all jutsu within the leaf would help as well. He probably has counters to all of them. He's probably deduced the best counters he can come up with. I would probably argue Hiruzen, Prime Hiruzen. What do you think, Sebastian? Tobirama or Hiruzen?
Hiruzen, all the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just think rationally it makes sense. The data books support that notion. Yeah.
Do you think Prime Hiruzen would be as fast as someone like the 4th Raikage in Prime, or like not even like, you know what I mean?
The closest that we get to see of Prime Hiruzen would probably be during the Ninetales attack. Obviously, we don't know exactly when his prime was, but even then, he was already conceding to Minato in a way. He's like, "Where's Minato?" Implying inferiority. Yeah, but then you could argue that maybe that's not him in his prime. I mean, he had black hair. He didn't have any gray hairs. He had black hair. He looked younger. He didn't look like 20s or 30s, like, but I mean,
true.
But I would argue most likely not. It's probably not so much his speed that was a threat. It was more so his arsenal, probably his hacks
and intelligence.
Yeah. So that would be my take on that. I don't think he was ever as fast as like Minato or the Raikage. So
cool. Right on. Well, that's all I got for now. But yeah,
those are good questions. Actually, there's some brain twisters because they're pretty contentious. So
hell yeah, brother.
All right, bro. Appreciate the questions, man.
Always, man. Peace.
Yeah.
All right, Luis had his hand. He's had his hand up for a while, so I'll give him the best.
Let's see. Drum roll.
Let's see if it works.
Hello.
There you go. All right, I'll hear you.
Now I finally got it.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Discord today.
No, I have no idea. I was trying to get in.
Yeah.
Freaking, I don't know. But let me ask you. So, outside of Discord, are you gonna be trying to do like live stuff, but like on YouTube? I sent like a website. Like there's a YouTuber called
I think I saw that.
Yeah, he does. It's like it's free.
It might be more.
Put the,
I'm definitely looking at other avenues for like call-in shows that are more convenient and quicker. So maybe I'll check that out.
Think about it, man. Think about it.
Yeah.
I'll send you some super chats.
Appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. By the way, thanks for all the donations, folks. So.
Because I know freaking a YouTuber, Alpha Strategies, he uses that as but it's more of a video thing. But obviously, if guys don't want to be on video, they can just do audio stuff and talk and stuff.
As far as like streams, I'm also planning on maybe Sebastian can join me on reacting to the new Dragon Ball mangas and the Boruto mangas live too with me and Sebastian or something. Like they'll do that live.
That sounds dope.
Yeah, I think it's all dope, man. I mean, everything that you do is really I fuck with it heavy, man. You know, you got me through some. You helped me through some, my questions and previous stuff. That's why I'm kind of encouraging you to kind of do more stuff like this, or like video call-ins and stuff like that, because I feel like it's a bit more personal, one-on-one.
Yeah,
we get
I agree.
We could text all day and stuff, but I hate texting, And
right, yeah, it's more personal.
Talk my shit for a minute or two.
Yeah, even the mentors I have, they do a lot of interaction with their fans. They're bigger. They obviously have bigger platforms, but yeah, I definitely have been looking into that, like looking into more avenues.
Let me see. You think you got me with 2 questions real quick?
Yeah, you can ask a couple. Yeah.
Actually, are you how long are you gonna be on doing this till?
How long have we been going?
Right now it's 7:44 p.m. Eastern time over here on my end.
Probably like another hour, maybe more, if people donate.
If I give you a super chat, can you stay for a little bit more?
For sure. What do you think, Sebastian? For sure.
For super what?
Super chat will stay longer.
Like donate, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, we got you.
But let me ask you. So, like, okay. So, I had this conversation earlier.
Yeah.
So, and we kind of got bickered about it. But here's my stance. So here's the thing. Like, why do you think men are kind of scared of marriage these days. Where do you guys see the scarcity of not scarcity, but the imagery of marriage
Holy
in the
fuck,
future,
for real?
in the future years? Because like for me, like I've always had this thing like. Back in the day, I didn't want to get married at all. I didn't want kids at all. But now, I'm getting older. I'll be 25 November 1st, and my my ideologies have changed. My mindset has changed. I do want kids one day, and I want a house, but I don't want to get married.
Yeah,
I don't want to get married, and that's the thing. But some people can deal with it, some people can't. But it's like at the end of the day, it's my life, and I understand that some people can come and go because of my choices or my thoughts or whatever and stuff like that. And I'm very blunt with, especially now, with women. I'm very blunt. Back then, I was like, whatever, but busting them and shit like that. But it's like now, I got older and stuff. I do want kids.
Well,
and I do want a house.
So
but the thing, though, marriage, that no.
Yeah, so I'll go first, and Sebastian can chime in. So marriage, it's basically the legality of it. The legality gives women a huge advantage and power. I mean, they can literally take half your shit. If you have kids, they're going to get child support. It's not a question of if, it's when and where and how. So that is an absolute, and that is a risk that every man takes. Yeah, people say, well, she's never going to do that. It's not the case. It's not so much of it. Is she going to do that? It's the fact that it's possible. So that possibility will always exist. What I say about marriage is a prenup. I mean, here's the thing. If the girl really fucks with you, she won't have a problem with the prenup anyway. If she has a problem with it, that's a red flag to me. It's like, then you really have some ulterior motive possibly, or you think this ain't going to work. Because if you really were, the Disney fairy tale case where we last forever, then the fucking prenup wouldn't be an issue. You would be like, sure, I'll sign it. We're going to be together anyway forever. Or another alternative, if you do want to get married, is get married under the church. I don't know how that's going to work legally, and you might not be considered legally married in the eyes of the government, because government, church, and state are separate. So that's another thing if she doesn't care about the semantics of it. And then the other alternative is not to get married, because honestly, there is a lot of shit that comes with it, and there is a lot of women that'll be like, fuck a prenup, and a lot of women will say that, and then maybe it's better not to get married. You don't have to even attack that in the first place. The way marriage is looked at now is vastly different than the way it used to be 50, 60 years ago. There was tradition. It was more traditional back in the day for women, men and women. Women were more traditional. So, the internet had given this avenue to endless dick that they could hit up when men DM them. So my imagery of marriage is, it's a huge risk, man. It's a huge risk. And me personally, if I ever do get to that point in the future, it's prenup or nothing. Dead ass. That's just me.
I appreciate it. Look, I don't mean to cut you off, but I gotta go. I'll definitely be back, and
sure.
I got more questions, but I'll definitely come through, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, we'll be here.
I bet. I'll see you guys soon.
Peace out. All right, Sebastian, do you still want to give your take on that, Sebastian? Even though
I feel as though in America, at least, that when we talk about marriage, it's difficult to come by because it's just vastly easier. I mean, we take up about 70% of the most divorces around the world, literally around the world. And the reason why it's so commonplace here is because women especially can get away with it. And like you said about prenup,
exactly.
It's perhaps your best chance of having your money not being taken. And in all likeliness, it's going to be taken from you. And it's just a sad fact. I get people want to have that connection, have that life partner, so and speak. But let's say this: all the rich people in the world that built up their lives to like the ground up, and they marry their sweetheart before they become successful. And then when they do, they get a divorce, and now those women have at least half of their money, and they become literally the richest people in the world without doing anything.
Exactly. The way I look at it is, if she really cares, it won't be a problem anyway. She'll have no problem with it. If not, then it's a red flag and move on. That's my take. It's cutthroat, but all right. So this guy's been here a while again. Let's see how this goes this time. See if he behaves. Yo. Going once, going twice.
Going three times.
Going three times. And
you're out of here.
Alright, this guy had his hand up. He hasn't gone yet. By the way, guys, thanks for all the questions, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the donations as well. Yo. Here's a pathetic little shit stain on my shoe. Gonna have to scrape off the curb. Pathetic little.
You heard it too, right?
Yeah. What a loser.
Dang, he has so many accounts. What's happening?
I have my exit button on standby every time now. All right, bro. There's one guy. Yeah, I have my finger ready for that one. Right, this guy.
What?
Yo, what's up, mate?
What up? What's going on, man?
I don't know if camera right now, but I got time to ask a few questions.
All right.
Okay, so first question. What do you think about DMS Obito if he wasn't fucked up, you know?
Oh, if he
like a hypothetical like healthy DMS Obito, like what do you think he scales?
I think rationally you could deduce, well, if DMS Kakashi scale at this level, and it seems to be the case where if you have the original eyes of the original host, they seem to be stronger than someone that the transplanted towards, then I would argue DMS Obito would most likely scale above DMS Kakashi. I think we can rationally deduce that bare minimum. As far as where he would scale in comparison to the rest in the totem pole, he obviously would have more success against Kaguya. You could also maybe make the argument there might be no time limit because they're his eyes alone. It's not being borrowed. They're his, rightfully so. I don't think.
Yeah, I would argue there's a limit of 6 casts, but he would definitely have more.
That's a good point. Yeah,
he would definitely have a lot more time for it because Hashi cells have his body.
Oh yeah, that's another factor. The Hashi cells as well. As far as him beating Kaguya, despite DMS Kakashi's success, I don't think he scales to her. Even if they were to fight 1-on-1, I still think he'd lose to her. Maybe Naruto and Sasuke, if he fights any one of them 1-on-1, he might give them a run for their money. I think the speed.
Wait a minute. The amped Kaguya or like the Kaguya that first appeared?
Yeah, the one that Naruto, that Kakashi blitzed. I think that was the end Kaguya. That was after Black Zetsu stated she's.
I think that if Kaguya didn't have regeneration, like I think Obito like slaps the shit out like the first appearance Kaguya.
Yeah, that's a good argument. If there is no regeneration factor, that it would be enough to take her out. I think that would be an argument. I agree because the durability.
Just snipe that bitch, Kami,
right,
headshot.
That's a good. I think it's a good argument. I think.
Or alternatively, he could just run out with the Kami, like a Kami fucking blade or some shit.
Yeah, because the way Kakashi was able to successfully blitz her, and I think like sliced her arm or did some significant damage. Obviously, DMS Kakashi would have DMS Obito would have more success, probably higher speed, higher AP. I think every relevant attribute would be higher than that of DMS Kakashi. Plus the Hashi cells, which probably gives him even more time to do what he has to do.
And if she tries to run, she could she could she has the portals and she goes through a portal, and then Obito is like, oh, I can sync it up and follow you, bitch.
Yeah, just follows her. I still think he'd fail to beat her because again, she does have the regeneration.
Regeneration, immortality. Although he could take her brain, but that's
that's a pretty interesting one. If he does,
I do have an argument for like taking like Kamui being able to like snap off organs because like Kakashi was chasing Deidara, he was moving.
Yeah, he was able to do it
along, and like you look in the anime, like there are these wooden beams that obstruct his vision.
Right.
Like seldomly.
Yeah, if he's able to successfully snipe off like a vital, that might actually do it. That would like essentially BFR her in some way, part of her body.
Yeah, he would just win by erasing her memory or some shit. Just make her give up.
That would actually be a pretty crazy but possible win con. I feel like in character, that's not something he would do, but then again, we'll never know because it's hypothetical.
I mean, Kakashi does it. I mean, he tried to do the fucking Ghetto Mazo, try to end the fucking war.
Yeah. I feel like Kakashi, as far as the commonality of their behavior, Kakashi is more likely to do something like that. But then again, Obito didn't have his long distance, so we don't know what he would do because he never had. He only had his short distance ability, so maybe he would do that.
True, but Kakashi never had the short range too, and he did it on the spot.
That's true.
Yeah, but he did it on the spot, and he was like, "Oh, I'm blitzing that bitch."
Yeah, I think Obito's intelligence would allow us to like safely assume that he would do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's fought Kakashi. Like he knows what the long range is capable of.
Yeah, so I would argue,
like for God's sakes, like it took like he comboed the entire fucking 8 tails twice.
Yeah, that was a pretty insane feat, and that was a much weaker Kakashi. So I would argue, I still lean towards Kaguya, but it's possible. I think with the right win cons, like sniping her head off with enough precision, probably would. I just think if Black Zetsu's in her ear and the bouncing probabilities, I think it would be troublesome.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about Black Zetsu. Thanks for reminding me. Shit.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's an interesting hypothetical, though. How DMS Obito would do. It's pretty interesting.
All right. Thanks for your answer. Second question: who do you think wins? Anime Kefla from the one that fought UI Omen to Goku,
Yeah.
or current Team Gotenks?
Current Team Gotenks versus Anime Kefla. What do you think, Sebastian? So current Team Gotenks versus Anime Kefla.
Yeah, like from superhero.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe Kefla.
Do you still think she has the advantage, like power level wise?
Ooh, Kefla. Okay.
I need to see that movie, deadass. I have to. But what do you think, Sebastian?
Okay. So do you mind if I like give you like a feat from the movie? It's kind of a spoiler, but like
I already know
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know who Cell Max is, right?
Yeah, so Max is the guy that Gohan Beast fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, so like I don't care about.
I don't really care about spoilers either. I already know what happens. Yeah.
All right. So in that movie, everybody's fighting Cell Max. Like Ultimate Piccolo, not Orange, Ultimate Piccolo, 18 Krillin, all these motherfuckers, right? Yeah. Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. They're fighting Cell Max. They can't do shit. They're like, oh, weak point for the head, go for it, and they can't do shit still, right?
Right.
Even though they're getting like multiple blows off, but Cell Max is just fucking like he's tanking that shit like he's fucking Broly. Then Goten and Trunks say, oh shit, let's try fusion. And then Piccolo looks at them and he's like, wait, what? Because enhanced hearing. He hears that shit. He sees them do the dance, but like one of their fingers is fucked up, so they go fat Gotenks.
Oh shit.
Then they try to go Super Saiyan, but they can't because the fusion's fucked up. So they say, you know what, fuck it, do it in base form. And then they do the first hit on Cell Max that actually works.
Oh shit.
They crack his forehead.
Wow.
With a headbutt.
Well,
okay.
If that feat took place, then I would extrapolate well.
Definitely Gotenks.
Gotenks is able to injure an individual that's stated canonically to be at least up until chapter 80. I think it was 85 that came out in June. To be stronger in a battle that was stronger than any other battle previously. So I would probably definitely say Team Gotenks if he's able to have that much success against a caliber of opponent like that. Obviously, Kefla had her successes against Tournament of Power Goku up until obviously when he started using UI, she had trouble and got fucked up. But just comparing those feats logically, and you comparing the two scenarios, it's obvious which one was more impressive. And that was Gotenks. That was Team Gotenks without a perfect fusion, which is even more impressive in base.
Yeah.
So I think rationally, I would definitely go with Team Gotenks though. Now with that feat, it's pretty crystal clear who would win. Yeah.
After hearing that, I was like, okay.
I got so much hate on YouTube for that shit. Like there was like this voting poll, right? I voted for Gotenks instantly. I said, I said current Team Gotenks obliterates. But Super Saiyan, like Kid Gotenks, he gets stomped, right? And I think that's fair.
That's fair.
That's fair.
I agree.
And then people were coming at me. It was like, "What? No, K-Flow was fighting Omen to Goku. She could one-shot him." And I'm like, "Yeah,
bro.
But who's stronger? The guy that can damage UI2 Goku, who's weaker than base blue Vegeta?
Exactly.
After he fights Raja with the fucking final flash, and he's like, "Oh, Jiren's ki is the strongest I ever felt." Then does a final flash and fucking one shots a slightly less suppressed Jiren.
Yeah.
And even Jiren was like, not bad.
Exactly.
Pretty strong.
It's not even contentious. It's like, bro, Cell Max is leagues above anybody else.
They're putting that feat. It was like, oh, he can watch out only to Goku, and then I'm thinking you're putting that person up against a guy who can damage a being, who that if he had a mind could fuck up Broly.
Exactly.
Not like Broly movie Broly. I'm talking like post Gogeta Broly. I'm like, what the
Broly. Yeah. It's definitely an appeal to emotion. Those people that say that dumb shit, they're like,
it's wild to me. And then one of them tries to say that's a gag scene, and I'm like, oh, it's a gag scene.
The fuck out of here.
What's stopping him from gagging fucking Kefla?
Exactly, bro. Like that argument, gag rule. I definitely wouldn't look at that as a gag rule. It's like
no. I would just steal man, and I said that okay, fine. He does a gag feed again. What's Kefla's going to do about it? He's going to headbutt that bitch, but instead of cracking her forehead open, her head's going to be fucking exploded.
And this is not even close to contentious. I mean, he's vastly superior to fucking the person that Kefla lost to and Kefla. I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Even fat Gotenks would slap the shit out of her.
Yeah, like if he's able to have that success with a fucked up, flawed fusion in base, then him at his optimal would be a stomp. I don't understand what I don't
Yeah,
know.
like fucking Gamma 2 had to like fucking sacrifice himself, like to like fucking tear off Cell Max's like left arm,
Yeah, like,
and he didn't go for the head.
What's even the discussion? There is no discussion here. Yeah, I don't understand that. That's that's retarded.
Yeah. Like they literally came out, like they really refused to like debate me. Yeah. By like their reason for that is saying that, oh, it's not a debate, you're just being stupid. And I'm like,
yeah, they're just throwing at homonyms because they clearly have fallacious like appeal to emotion logic. It's bullshit, bro.
Well, like their only argument is that's a gag scene, and I'm like, okay, headbutt. What you gonna do?
It's an appeal to ignorance, and they know that they're appealing to their own emotion. That's bullshit, bro.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's like, oh, I like this person better. She can clearly win.
Exactly. That's the way power scalers that are subpar work. They're like, oh, I like him more, so he wins. I'm like, that's not the way this works.
Like, I'm like, what? Like, have you never heard of author intent?
Exactly. Like, bro, people think that narrative implication is a flawed, logical way of approaching things. Like, no, it's one of the only ways sometimes. We have to see their fucking intent. The fuck? Yeah. People, it's a lot of appeal to emotion.
These YouTube motherfuckers are stupid as fuck. Like, pretty much all of them are.
Yeah, most of them are. I'm not gonna lie. Most of them that do this power scaling are fucking fallacious as fuck. That's a fact.
Yeah, it's stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
All right, man. It was good. It was good talking.
Yeah, that was pretty good discussions.
I might call up a question later, but for now, I think I'm done.
All right, appreciate that, bro. Those are pretty good, actually.
Yeah. Right, peace out, man.
Peace out.
See ya.
That was actually pretty good.
Damn.
I like those. Those questions, and I didn't even know about that Gotenks feat. That's why I need to watch.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. That's basically how we scale Sakura when it comes to Kaguya.
Exactly. That's the same thing with the same thing. That's a perfect analogy. Sakura doesn't. They don't want to give the benefit of the doubt to Sakura either. Sakura fucked up Kaguya, and they're saying, "Oh, it's a Gabriel." Like, no, she fucked her up.
It's still
broke her fucking horn,
damaged,
bro. Fucking broke her horn. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, man? All right. All right. Next up, I'm just gonna go left to right. Yo.
There, what's up, guys?
What's up, bro?
Alright, so do you guys watch any of those vampire movies or anything like that? Like Blade, Underworld, or even the show off Fox called The Strain?
Sebastian, you watch anything like that? I don't, but...
sorry, my guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I had a good matchup there, but it's fine though, you guys don't. What about anything with Star Wars? Do you guys know anything about that?
I'm sort of knowledgeable. I probably couldn't answer like a super obscure question, but I know like a general knowledge.
Okay, so just to throw out of there, just like a matchup, if you've heard of these two names or not. How about a Dark Side Revan versus Mace Windu?
Sebastian,
what do you think?
Dark Side Revan versus
Mace Windu.
I think more. I gotta side with Dark Side Revan.
What would you say? I don't think I even know these guys. I know Mace Windu, but I'm not sure if they're scaling. What would you say? Why would he win?
In terms of power, he was able to. I'm trying to remember. Sorry, my knowledge about it is.
He went up against Vitiate,
to say the least.
Vitiate was like the Darth Sidious of the ancient times.
I would say just rationally hearing that, I would probably lean towards Dark Side Revans also, because if he's able to contend with someone of that caliber, and obviously that caliber requires you to be like the top of the food chain in that respective like empire, then I'd probably lean towards him. As far as what I know Miss Windu, I wouldn't. As far as what I know, wouldn't hold him in regards as that's one of the top guys at the upper echelon as far as the Republic. But again, my knowledge is not vast though, so that would be like argument.
I do know that he was very, very influential during his time, and especially considering his power. Like seriously, like Mace Windu, like he was strong. Yeah, Mace Windu is a powerful Jedi. Don't get me wrong, but
no doubt,
it's something entirely. That's literally after everything. Like once Jedis tend to turn to like the dark side, as seen before, they tend to take a different approach to things. So like their morality is twisted. So they don't give a fuck about like handicaps or anything like that. They'll go at you with full strength.
Oh yeah, I mean like behavior that would play a role. Yeah,
nothing holding back.
Right. Yeah, there is no sense of no chivalry on the dark side clearly. So they're more.
Like we have to say what Jimmy says all the time. It has to be based on intent, and intent for Sith and Jedi are obviously
much
like
different.
White, black and white.
Yeah, that plays a role
Well,
as
the
well.
one thing that I give Revan for, and I don't see this a lot in a lot of verses or talks about and stuff like that. So back during Old Republic, like further back than even what we see in the movies, their technology was roughly around the same, except a lower percentage. Like it wasn't as powerful as it was like in the main movie series,
Right.
but more or less the same technology. It's just stagnant over thousands of years.
Right.
So the reason why I would give Revan a huge amp over someone like Windu or anyone of the modern day or sort of modern day in terms of Jedi is his combat experience is just breathtakingly advanced.
Right.
Because he has taken on dozens of Sith acolytes, Mandalorians when they were at the height of their power, Darth Vitiate, who is akin to an ancient Sith Lord version of Darth Sidious. He has so much combat experience that he would be able to implement that with his skills far better than Mace Windu. Because all Mace Windu fought against is droids. Droids can't improvise. They can't, make new strategies on how to kill you.
Yeah,
they have programs.
They're just like mechanical. Yeah.
They're cannon fodder.
Yeah, exactly.
The basic.
And the way I look at it, from what I extrapolate from Star Wars, it seems that experience is pretty emphasized in comparison to something like Dragon Ball or power levels emphasized. I mean, experience is important too, but Star Wars seems to work. It's very hierarchical. Like, you have the Master Jedis, you have the Padawans, and so it really depends on experience. And experience will play a big role. Usually, the strongest guy usually has the experience advantage as well. In most cases, from what I extrapolate from Star Wars. So, if Darkseid Rev has that kind of experience, it's pretty easy to deduce where he stands in like the totem pole of Star Wars. So it makes sense why he would win. And Mace Windu, from what I see, he's always only fighting droids. Droids are vastly inferior to like the type of people that Darkseid has dealt with.
He did have a good point of fact when he was fighting against Palpatine, but we kind of also have to kind of tip the scale of was Palpatine also fighting at his best or not, because he was trying to induce Anakin to come join him and stuff like that, so he had to put up a charade for him.
It's like ulterior motives.
Yeah, exactly. But
Star Wars is interesting to power scale. That's something I probably should delve into more. I know Seth, the programmer, he's delved into a little bit of it, like for video purposes, but it's pretty interesting from where I stand. But
yeah, I've been in with Star Wars since I was a little kid, and it's got such a huge array of different power scaling, so you would definitely love it since you're a power scaler.
Yeah, it seems like the literature of it is very vast. I like that about it. It's like very there's a lot of attention to detail.
I mean, there are some Star Wars characters that can literally absorb planets like into themselves, like a planet filled with life, just to gain power.
Yeah, like Darth Nihilus. That's exactly.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
it's very interesting.
That guy's scary. He made Emperor Palpatine look like a bitch. Honest to God, like
yeah.
Yeah, because his force power, I think it's called Force Drain or something like that, like very advanced Force Drain. Yeah, he literally has the power to suck an entire planet void of life, and that's massive amounts of power there.
He's like upper echelon. He's like top food chain as far as people that could wield a saber. Yeah, he's definitely one of those. But did you have another question? One more, or?
Yeah. So I made this this essay for my history class back in the day,
right?
And it was just like a small little theory. I wasn't like trying to make it like super, like true to history or anything like that. But I conducted. What if the ancient, history of Atlantis? We all have heard the stories,
right?
What if they may have been the people from Mars, and they destroyed the home planet? We know the condition of Mars,
right?
And how advanced Atlantis is. What if they were Martians?
Kind of like like this theory that Atlantis, right? The people of Atlantis originated from another celestial body, and they were Martians. I mean that would be an interesting occurrence if that were true. And if we ever did find something like that, right away, the most powerful minds, scientific minds, would definitely try to extrapolate their technology as soon as possible and implement it in our own world to the point where maybe we start developing, industrial, commercial, and residential developments underwater. That would be fucking insane if that was actually true. And who knows? Maybe
Yeah,
maybe
it's
that's
the. Go ahead.
that would change a lot of things and maybe slow down. That would stop the very dense populations that we have now in certain parts of the world, like China or Mexico City or New York. Like if we have all that with the world being 70% water, and we learn from these Martians if they really did exist and had that technology to, live underwater, that would be fucking world. That would be revolutionary actually, if that were actually true. So.
Well, the one thing that made it really interesting, and even my history teacher even liked how I pointed this added detail in with it. I said to him, "Well, what if they were so close? These Martians were close to us, Homo sapiens, that they were able to interbreed with us. Because if you look at the book of giants from the Christian religion, they speak huge giant-like men, up to 10 to 15 feet tall.
It's like Goliath.
And or what they would call it in their language, they would call them the Nephilim.
Yeah, I've heard of the term. Yeah,
one way you can implement it is because we all know that Atlantis was somehow sunk because no one can find it, or supposedly we find ruins and stuff like that.
Right.
So what? Once it sunk, some of these Martians or these giant men started interbreeding with the mainland Homo sapiens, and that's how they became the top number one human species.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Else.
Yeah. So I have seen this theory before with the Nephilims and the idea that there were another species entirely, and they began to interbreed with humanity, and they would create these hybrids that are like large, superior human hybrids that would just dominate society. That would be extremely intriguing if that was the case. If that actually is the case, that'd be extremely intriguing. And if scientists catch eye on that, then they would definitely try to exploit that somehow and maybe try to improve human physiology by implementing their DNA or something like that. That's probably what would most likely happen rationally. They would begin to implement those superior genes or whatever, the superior DNA into human genomes and try to like just make humans evolve into better entities, I guess you could say. That would be very interesting though.
To help us evolve into a superior species as time progresses.
Maybe one that lives longer, maybe one that can output more energy, one that's more powerful physically, maybe even mentally. Who knows if those
or maybe even turn us into X-Men. I mean, science is a crazy thing.
Yeah. The way I look at it from a rational perspective is that science isn't as advanced as we think. I know a lot of people think about what about Area 51? What about all these? I think people give these scientists too much credit. Not that they're stupid, because technology is always advancing at a very rapid rate, but I think there's still a lot that's unknown for my eye. I mean, that's all subjective, but
a lot of limitations also, because yes, we're very advanced, and we can split the atom now and stuff like that, but you also take into consideration with science it comes resources. And if you have a limited amount of resources, there's only so much you can innovate.
Exactly. And people
like nowadays,
a good scientist always has, it's a term called epistemic humility, which is the idea of knowing your own limitations. Right? They know that they can't solve all the answers. It's a very gradual and rigorous method. That's why it's called the scientific method. There's steps to it. There's hypotheses, there's experimentation, there's conclusions, and these processes take a long time to achieve. Like the internet probably took who knows how long. The development of computers and computer hardware and software probably took many years to get to this point. And as long as scientists have epistemic humility, then they know that to really make breakthroughs for society, it takes time, because we're limited as a species. So
most certainly. Yeah. And that's what I combine all these different things in my theory for the history class, and I actually got an A+ for it, because it's like I didn't just try to make it so outlandish that it just sounded like a fairy tale. I actually tried to take sources from different religions, different parts of ancient history, and using all these to create this hypothesis.
Yeah, because that's the difference between a conspiracy and actual theory, right? If conspiracies is all hearsay, it's all appeal to emotion bullshit, like, oh my god, there's Pizzagate or some shit. But a real theory, right, of course, it's something that's being discussed that is not definitively proven, but if you have rational deduction in it, and it's not simply just about how you feel, then yeah, people will actually respect your point, your POV. They'll be like, all right, this is actually a theory. This is not just bullshit conspiracy, and that's how you like gain respect as far as like your view on things. That's important. So, but yeah, those are pretty good questions though. Those are actually interesting topics.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you again for having me on here on your stream.
Sure, bro. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. All right, let's try these guys again. You know what? Let me let what do you think? Should I let this guy in, or should I let one of the guys that aren't dumbasses in first? What do you think, Sebastian?
I don't know.
I'll let you choose. Who do you think I should bring in?
You can let that guy in. Fuck it. Why not?
Fuck it. Yo.
Okay, son, like, why did you skip me before?
Because you were just running out your ass, bro. Make a point. Make a coherent statement.
Motherfucker, what?
All right, bro.
First
I'm
of
gonna
all,
keep it
like,
short
you
and simple.
lied.
Do you have a fucking question or not? Keep it short and
We're gonna
sweet. I don't give a
get
fuck
back
about
to
your
like
rambling.
you lied, bro. You lied.
All right,
like,
I'm done
I
with
was
this bullshit.
like,
Keep sucking my cock. All right.
Sick.
You lied. Shut your fucking dumb ass up. You're pathetic little scum that I just scraped off the fucking curb like a shit stain. Get the fuck out of here. Yo, thanks for the $2, Luis. Appreciate that, brother. That deserves a where the fuck is my soundboard, bro? Oh, here it is. That deserves this.
Some guy.
Fire.
Hey, you know that?
And for the other dumbass that I kicked out, cry me a river.
You know that guy? That Winnebite? I don't even know how to pronounce it. How do you say his name? Weebana?
Yeah.
Whatever. I think he messaged me.
Oh, fuck that little stupid fuck, man. Alright, let's let these guys in. I'll let Luis in because he donated right now. Yo. What up?
I'm back. Hold on.
Appreciate the donation.
You guys hear me good, right?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Right. Yo, give me a favor. Can you add the chick that's in the audience? I'm texting her and she doesn't know how to use Discord, kind of.
Oh,
can you just add her? And she has a question.
For sure. You wanna? I'll just bring her in too.
She says she's shy, but let's do it. Yeah.
Oh shit! How do I?
Oh, I think she left. Oh, she left. Never mind. All right, I got something.
Oh,
so, let me see.
We ain't gonna bite. Swear to God.
We'll bite if you're a retard like that other dude.
This may be a little controversial, but I'm gonna ask. So, okay, my thing is, I understand certain girls that got like experiences that are traumatizing, you know, like rape and shit like that. But my thing though is like, is that like premeditated? In the sense how you know how some girls like they kind of like sexually fantasize about that stuff, but then you got some that are like, it's either a shitty situation, shitty friends that are left behind, you know, that leave them behind. Then, you know, God forbid some shit goes down.
Right.
You know, they wake up and they don't know how they got there, and the guy that took advantage of the situation, stuff like that. And that type of experience kind of like traumatizes some girls. Some girls can get over it quickly. Some girls have it for the rest of their lives. And I feel like traumatic experiences for both genders, you know, male and guys and stuff like that, you know, we kind of handle it differently.
Right.
You know, we have different mentalities that come with it. I think the trauma part that we men face is probably heartbreak,
Agree.
lack of a
I
figure,
agree. It definitely different.
lack of friends, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I never understood the whole conflict part about like, oh, like feminism and all this other crap. I'm like, yo, we're both human beings. We will fuck up. You know what I mean? But
Right.
I feel like we should just learn from each other and not like be bicker about it and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just give me 1
And
second.
it's like,
This guy donated 25. Appreciate you, brother. Let's give that a round of applause. All right. Let me answer your question. His question real quick, and I'll answer yours.
Yeah.
Which team out of Team Guy? First of all, thanks, Kana. Once again, I'll give you another one. All right. Which team out of Team Guy, Team Asuma, and Team Kurenai has the best chance against Zabuza and Haku? Which team gets stomped? All right. I'm gonna give an in detailed answer because you gave 25. You're a goat. So we gotta break down each team, right, and their combatants. So if we're assuming that the senseis are a part of it, then arguably Team Guy would be by far the best choice because hypothetically, Guy could go to 7th and 8th gates. So I could answer that as simple as that. So we know for sure Team Guy is the best for it. I mean, him alone could probably deal with them, to be honest, at his best. So let's break down the other two. It's a little bit more interesting here. Team Kurenai. Right, we have Team Kurenai, we have Team Asuma. Asuma has Ino Shikacho. And then Team Kurenai, who do they have again? I kind of almost damn near forgot. Neji, Shino, and who was the other guy, Sebastian? I can't believe I forgot because she's such fodder that I forgot her team.
Tenten?
Tenten.
Wait.
No. Wait.
Oh, no.
No. It wasn't Tenten. She's such fodder that I forgot her team. Let me look it up real quick. I got you, brother, because you paid. Give me a second, man. Team Kurenai. She's such fodder that I don't even think about it. Right. Team Kurenai. Okay, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino. With Kurenai, or Asuma, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Right, so let's compare feats here. Kurenai got absolutely fucking obliterated by Itachi. We know that. She's a Genjutsu specialist and got clapped by him like he was her man. Now we talk about Asuma. Asuma competed with Hidan and arguably could have won if there was no Kakuzu intervention. Arguably. They're relative bare minimum. I would say Asuma's feats are superior. Now let's compare the kids, right? Shikamaru defeated a Akatsuki level threat, all with his intelligence. So we got that. Ino can mind control. Maybe she could bare minimum catch one of the Haku or Zabuza slipping with that. If, everyone else does their job. Choji, worst case, uses the fucking pill, right? The red pill or the yellow pill, whatever the fuck it is. And that would be problematic. Now let's look at Kurenai's kids. Hinata, she has her taijutsu. If Haku uses her mirrors, I think the hacks of both guys, of both people, Haku and Zabuza, would be very problematic for someone that has short-range taijutsu, right? We have the Demon Mist of Zabuza. She can't see, she can't fight. I mean, yeah, she has a Byakugan, right? And then the mirrors, I mean, we're going to have Haku all over going light speed around her. That'd be very problematic. Shino with the bugs might be interesting, but then again, hard counter water because of Zabuza. And then we have, who's the other fodder? Kiba's fodder. I don't know what he would do, to be honest. Fang over fang, horse shit wouldn't work. So it goes like this. Team Guy would fodderize them probably, especially just Guy alone, you could argue. Then Team Asuma. And then Team Kurenai because they're fodder. So that's the best deduction off the top of my head. Great question. You're a GOAT, brother. I appreciate the 25, man. All right, sorry about that, Luis. What was your question specifically?
Nah, you good. You good. Excuse me. So basically, when it comes to the whole trauma issue, so how do you think both genders should handle that?
Right. So this is what we have to presuppose. It's definitely different for a man and a woman. Men deal with different trauma. It's more so intrinsic, right? There's the heartbreak. Heartbreak is arguably one of the worst. Of course, when you lose a loved one, everyone feels that. So let's kind of just exclude that because everyone goes through that. So the trauma that most men go through, heartbreak, betrayal, those are some of the worst traumatic experiences intrinsically. Obviously, the worst would be like going to war or some shit. But if we're talking about modern world with first world problems, those are the traumas that they have. Let's look at women. Women, there's always the physical threat, right? Because they're biologically speaking inferior physically to men because there's always that threat. Even though, statistically speaking, violent crimes are more towards men. But either way, that's a threat. Their trauma is a little different. I think because they're more, their value. So again, I'm not talking about intrinsically. I'm talking about the dating marketplace. Their value is based off their beauty. So when they're shamed about their lack of beauty, right, as people say, that can be traumatizing to a woman. That's how you have these eating disorders and you have all this delusion with fat girls being queens and all this bullshit. So breaking down the difference, men have to just keep evolving as men. So if you get a heart broken, instead of wallowing in your sorrow, you have to become better. You have to technically get revenge, and the best revenge is improving yourself. So if a bitch cheats on you and she's a thought for the streets, the best way to get your revenge is to become better and to show her what she'll never have again. That's the best way. And just let her belong to the streets. Don't ever hit her up. Don't even fucking think about it, man. I mean, if you are gonna think about her, let it be fuel. If you're in the gym, if you're working on your craft, that's all she should be to use fuel. She shouldn't be someone you cry about, someone you talk about.
No doubt.
Just fuel to the fire. So women, trauma is. This is my subjective lens. The best way to deal with the trauma is look at yourself in the mirror. Are you called fat? Why is that? Are you eating bad food every day? Fix the issue. Don't go on social media and call yourself a queen and play along with these delusions that social media likes to indoctrinate you with. Do better. Be better. Don't be sorry. Be better. Like fucking like Kratos said. So get in the gym. If you want to, if you're dealing with trauma as far as guys, right, not wanting you, become a better. Again, I'm talking about. I don't mean trauma physically. I just mean like you're getting rejected. Because women, it hurts them too. I would say, become a better woman. Be more feminine. There's nothing wrong with being feminine. Femininity should not be demonized. That's their biological predisposition is to be feminine, not be a fucking, a super combative masculine woman. No top guy is gonna want that. No guy that respects himself wants a woman that's a boss bitch all the time. Make your money. Nothing wrong with that. But if you want to avoid that trauma, then you got to be a woman. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's not weakness. That's not inferiority. That's just a difference. People misconstrue difference with who's better. No, you're different. No one's better than the other.
Wait,
so.
let me. I wanted to know, and I'll probably put my own 2 cents in it. But what do you guys think the state of relationships will be in a couple years?
Sebastian,
why do you think a lot of why do you think people get scared or cautious now?
Right.
About
Sebastian,
it?
what do you think about that?
Just why people are cautious is because they just don't know what there's to come. Like they don't know what could happen to their significant other, and they honestly don't want to have that responsibility of having to look after oneself and then have to look after another. Because when you're in a relationship, it's not independent. It's now you're a codependent with that person.
It's a commitment. It's a commitment on both sides.
Right.
I believe, and if one is not, like if one, even let's say I was in a relationship and I was striving, but my partner wasn't, there's gonna be conflict there because you're either gonna be wanting more, but they're on the same different level, and vice versa. Let's say she leveling up, in all senses, physical, emotional, whatever, but you still in this same plane or same stage. Like there's always a conflict, and I feel like we as a society we want to ignore conflict. We're in this whole constant cycle of wanting, like, we have instant gratification within our fingertips, with social media, YouTube, and all this other crap. And it's like we forgot how to talk. But here's the thing, because we guys, we doers. We don't want to talk. We want to just get straight to the point. But sometimes, like, some guys can understand that, some guys don't.
So,
and it's like you just gotta learn how to handle all that.
Yeah. So this is my take on that. Why? So it's different for men and women as far as why they're cautious. Let's start with women.
Mm-hmm.
Women are cautious because they're biologically predisposed to be hypergamous. They want the top guy. Does that make them a bad person?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not. They have every right to.
Nope.
Yeah, not at all. And
I want the best too. Fuck.
Exactly. And men that complain about that, maybe you gotta look yourself in the mirror. Maybe there's a reason why she doesn't want you. Maybe you're not at that financial level or that physical level, that mental level. That's on you, man. That's not on her. She wants the best woman. She wants the best man. There's nothing wrong with that. She has the right to choose the best of the best. And as far as for men, the more successful you become, the more risky it is to be in a serious relationship because you have more at stake: resources, legacy, your reputation, your integrity. So you got to choose the right woman. So if you're picking thoughts from the club, you better not be wifing them. You better not be making them long-term relationships. They should basically be only recreational use only, and that's the fact. And people can get offended about that. But if you make her a serious commitment, and she has those traits of being a thought in the streets, she's going to look at you as a bag. She's going to use you. She's going to destroy you, especially if you marry her. She's going to have kids with you, take money for you for 18 plus years. Every man needs to watch out for that. The more successful you become, the best way to approach it is, of course, when you are introduced to a woman you actually mess with, take your time. Just be patient, vet her out. Be chivalrous, be a gentleman. And if you're high value, she will fuck with you. And if you see she has the traits that you need in your life, she's nurturing, compassionate, supportive, you're winning. She's a thought for the streets, and send her back to the streets, or just use her for recreational use only. So that's the way I look at it. Men are cautious because they have to be. Women are cautious because they want to be. And there's different approaches that men and women need to take. Because again, men and women are different. They're not the same. Attraction is not symmetrical. It's asymmetrical. Women want, the most dominant, successful, masculine man they can find. A man wants the most, nurturing, compassionate, attractive woman he can find. Completely different. And they're supposed to be different because opposites attract. You know, your very desires are they're adversarial. They're not symmetrical. So men and women need to keep that in mind and stop saying, "Oh, she doesn't want me because I don't make money." He doesn't care how much money you make. He's already making 6 figures. He doesn't give a shit about how much money you make. And then a guy says, "Oh, she doesn't want me." Well, you're broke, dude. She doesn't want a broke ass. No, you don't care if she's broke. She cares if you're broke. So fix it. So that's the way it works.
I think with I'd rather get rejected than if anything, because with rejection you learn
exactly.
from that. You know
Every man needs to learn rejection. Needs to go through that. Like L's,
of course.
L's are valuable, man. Guys don't want to take L's. Like, I don't want to go up to her. What if she rejects me? Oh well, on to the next, man. There's plenty of fish in the sea. What if I fail? What if I go, try this new career and I fail? So be it. You gotta take a risk. Do you want to stay stagnant, working a shit job for 20 plus years, or do you want to get to the next level, man? That's the question you gotta ask yourself. Ask yourself that question. Do you want to not take a risk, or do you want to live an average Joe life? If you want to be average, cool. But if you want to reach the next level, you gotta take a fucking risk sometime, man. That's just reality.
Do you for the calling people, like, do you prefer doing it one by one? Because I know Ken Rocky probably has had his hand up for a minute. I kind of want to see.
Yeah, because it keeps it organized. Because one time I did it with several. Gotcha. Fucking shit show. But you have any more questions?
If I come up with some. Oh wait, actually, I let me see. Hold on. What do you see yourself in 5 years, and how do you think you'll accomplish that for both you guys?
Sebastian, you want to answer that first, and I'll give mine. Like, what do you see yourself in 5 years?
In 5 years, probably.
What's your legacy gonna be like, or what are you gonna be doing?
I'm gonna try to get a passive income. I'm definitely gonna have at least my YouTube career.
Yep.
Be that passive, and still be working. I'll probably go apply for like a $5,000 benefits because where I work out, I get that if I go to school. Get that, maybe get a degree in psychology because I want to have a better understanding how people think and how they work. Psychology.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting kind of prospect, because it's not a certainty kind of
thing. All right, so first of all, before I give my answer, hit the goddamn like button, folks. Hit it. Oh, wrong one. Sorry.
Yo, hit that shit. Hit that shit.
This one. Hit that like button.
Hit it.
All right, so let me give my vision in 5 years. So obviously, I think as a man in general, your legacy and respect should be above anything, even money, because money comes with that anyway. But 5 years, I hope to build my legacy as a power scaler on YouTube. As far as my legacy, reputation as well. It's become a more respected source of, I don't want to even say authority, because that's not what I am. I don't have authority. I just have, I guess, influence, you could say. Become a better and more respected form of influence, from power scaling to other things, even IRL topics that interest me as well. This is a source of informative information that's as unbiased as possible. Of course, every human has their bias, but I want to try to be that unbiased source to the best of my ability. The next 5 years, I've got, and again, like Sebastian said, passive income as well. Have several streams of income as well. That's more personal shit, but yeah, that's the goal as well. And just keep improving to reach the next level.
No doubt. Grind never stops, yo. Grind never stops. You gotta keep pushing. All right, I'm gonna let you guys go. If I got any other questions, I'll definitely come through. Thanks again.
Right,
I appreciate
the
it.
question, man.
All right. No doubt, bro. No doubt. I'll see you guys.
All right, peace out. All right, so what the fuck? I didn't want to do that. All right, so next up, this guy has that for a while. We have to answer it. Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. This is gonna definitely be a step down from how the tone from the last one, but I had another Naruto question.
Oh yeah, that's all good. That's all good.
This one's gonna sound weird, but what do you think the possibility of if Kakuzu had known the 8 gates, what do you think the possibility of him being able to sidestep the effects of them?
Shit, man! If he was able to use the 8 gates, what do you think, Sebastian? If he had that ability, added on top of what he has already.
Wait, who? Who again?
Kakuzu. If Kakuzu had the 8 gates.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god, he would slap.
Here's the thing. Yeah, here's the things we gotta break down. The fact that he has separate hearts, you can rationally possibly assume that the effect that it has on his body could be negated because he has several hearts. So there's a few ways you can look at it. The effect that it has is distributed throughout each heart, which would limit the effect and hence also increase the time he could use it, or only his original body would have a detrimental effect because the other hearts aren't specifically his. There's a few ways you could look at it. The way I look at it rationally is that each heart would have the gates, and I do think there would be a bare minimum detrimental effect to his own body. So worst case scenario, every heart, right, can only use the 8 gates like anybody else for a limited amount of time. Best case, the other hearts could use it for an extended period of time, and maybe only his own doesn't use it, so he doesn't have to fatigue himself. If that's the case, he's fucking fodderizing a lot of people. Then we're talking about maybe he really can beat pain at this point. And this is a real discussion, not a fucking joke. So his potential would be immense. I do lean towards the fact that I don't think any of his gates would have like endless 8 gates. I think that would be a very large stretch. I don't think Kishimoto would go for that. I think he would say, all right, each of these hearts can use the gates, but they all have time limits. So maybe Kakuzu will strategically use each one by one, so he has 5 chances instead of 1, and fuck somebody else because he'll still have an extended period of time because he's using 1 by 1, and he's extending his time. So I would say he would definitely fuck up a lot of people. Arguably beat maybe even Pain and maybe even Itachi. Again, those are contentious though. But I do think he beats a lot more people than he wouldn't have. He probably would not have died in the way that he did, or got fucked up the way that he did in the original storyline. Naruto would have a hell of a fight on his hands. Kakashi would probably get fucked up. So I would say he'd be in the upper echelon of the Akatsuki. He would definitely jump up a few spots, bare minimum. So it'd be immense.
I also wanted to know if any chance you had heard of the Devil Survivor series.
What was it called again?
Devil Survivor?
I don't think so. Sebastian, have you heard of that?
What is it about?
It's so the idea is the world starts to get taken over by demons, and the main characters are able to fight them off by summoning their own demons. So basically, it combines all the mythologies and all that. So like they're fighting Loki at one point, and Thor. I think Yahweh sits at the very top, and the idea is them just trying to survive Tokyo.
Shit! We got another donation. Shout out to you, brother. $10 thanks from Red Beard. Appreciate you, brother. All right, going back to that question, Sebastian, you aware of that of the show?
I'm not.
I think I've heard of it, but yeah, I can't really speak on it. I think I've like scrolled past it somewhere. I have seen that somewhere, but I don't know anything about it though. To be fair.
Okay, that's my only question then.
All right, appreciate the question. I think that first one was very interesting too. I never thought of that Kakuzu with the 8 gates. That would be fucking wild, actually.
That would be.
Yeah, appreciate the questions, though, brother.
Pew pew.
All right. Yo. Again, thanks for the $10, Phantom. Appreciate you, brother. One more for you because you're a fucking goat. And this is for everyone else that send donations, just not just this stream.
Are you pressing the button?
Yeah.
I don't hear anything.
I think I'm not sharing my screen with you. You have to hear you hear on the stream though.
Oh, okay.
I think you're having audio issues again. I'm assuming. Yeah. All right, bro. If you fix them, just raise your hand again. We got you. Yeah. All right. Let's let Luis in. Yo. Oh, no way. These settings, man. These settings are wild.
I need to fix these settings.
Yeah. Shit. All right. If you fix them, let me know. I think that girl he was talking about is back, but she's not raising her hand. So.
All right. You want to talk? We won't bite.
We don't bite, guys. Whether you're male or female, we don't bite. Unless you talk shit like that other fucking pathetic little shit stain or that dumbass troll that came in here like 10 times with my dick down his throat every time. Let's answer some pre-live questions then. Let's answer one and then we'll answer Luis's. Try Luis again. Why is Naruto's last name Uzumaki and not Namikaze? What do you think about that, Sebastian? Why didn't they give him his dad's last name?
Probably because his dad loved his wife so much that he would rather prefer her
Right.
her
The way I
name.
look at it is rationally, Naruto was obviously a notable person of interest to many threats, such as the Akatsuki most notably. So I think setting his name to Uzumaki kind of decreases the danger because obviously he's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who's extremely valuable to the whole Shinobi world.
Oh yeah, that's right. He wouldn't want him to be like too related to him.
Didn't want to
right?
be a threat.
Yeah.
So with him having that name, it puts a bigger target on his back than he already had. He already had a target on his back. It became even bigger. If he would have had that name on his back, it would have became even bigger. Excuse me. So that's the reason why he doesn't have it. It's very rationally easy to deduce. But yeah. All right. So Luis raised his hand again, and we'll go to the pin after. Yo.
Hello.
Oh, now we're here. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I'm pulling my earbuds.
Yeah. This
All right, but
tripping.
It is tripping, bro. All right, so let's do this. So, okay, what if Krillin killed Vegeta?
Krillin, oh shit, that would have changed everything. Especially when you think about that.
Yeah,
Krillin would have killed Vegeta with that sword that day.
He would definitely someone you would not underestimate. Like
this is what I would say. Now thinking about.
I mean, Krillin out of all the characters, though, Krillin is the luckiest, though.
It definitely ruined his pride. He was talking about it so much. To be killed by that motherfucker.
If he would have killed him, it would have changed everything drastically. Vegeta's loyalties would have changed. He would have had great resentment towards Krillin, especially considering the type of pride that he had early on. He would have came back with vengeance, and Goku again would have to fight him and protect Krillin. Everything would be different. Goku, I would even argue his development would be not as good as the original storyline because Vegeta pushed him. They pushed each other. They were both, Vegeta showed this new form of power that Goku could only reach with Kaioken, right? And he had the attributes of a true pure Saiyan. Not to say that Goku wasn't, but he was raised on Earth, right? That tenacity was never instilled in him like Vegeta, right? If he had Bardock around, if Bardock taught him, Goku would have that tenacity and ferociousness. He was more chivalrous in comparison to Vegeta, and we still see that to this day. So I would say his development would be different. So his trajectory as a Saiyan would be different. It would not be equivalent to as the original storyline. Vegeta would come back again and would try to fucking kill Krillin, and he wouldn't give a fuck. He'd be like, "You disrespected my name, fuck you." And Goku would be like, "Nah, man, I protect Earth. I beat you once, I'll do it again." So that would create a more bitter rivalry between Goku and Vegeta. And the real question is, would they ever be friends after that? I don't know, because if you're going after Krillin, Goku's not gonna fuck with you, man. I mean, look what he did to fucking Frieza when he killed Krillin. He fucking went Super Saiyan. So it would greatly change the trajectory of the storyline. It would be actually pretty entertaining to watch. I'd be intrigued to see how that would go, but everything would change.
But
yeah.
But let me see. So hold on. Again, okay. So what do you guys? Okay, so what if like Haku and Zabuza was still in the story? What if they never died? Do you think it would have any big major changes for the story?
Well, rationally, let's say that the story went slightly different and they lived. Let's say that Haku didn't have to sacrifice herself and that Zabuza didn't die at the hands of those criminals that he went to fuck up. I think they would essentially not be so much villainous anymore. I think they would change. I think that fight, especially because of Naruto's dialogue with his talking no jutsu, I think that would change. Zabuza, Haku would follow, being the follower that she is. I think they would become like sort of neutral. They'd be like, all right, we won't fuck with you guys. We won't try to fuck up the bridge builder. We're just going to dip. And I don't think they'd be that important. Maybe it could be someone that, they could have stories that could be explored later on, but I don't think they'd be that important to the story. I think the way that they went off was the right way, in my opinion. I mean, what do you think, Sebastian? If they did like not die that day and they were still like around.
I'd have to agree with you with what you said. It's not any other way to interpret it than that, really.
Right. Yeah. Really, yeah. You're like, what would they do, right? Like, exactly what they do. That's the question. So, yeah, that's the way I look at it.
All right. So, just trying to. Oh, here. Shout out to my boy Naruto Explained, Kryptonian Insane. I was watching one of his. That's my boy, yo. His videos are amazing.
He's lit.
Okay, so could you think the Kakashi from the from the Ninja War, do you think he would be able to handle an or sorry, reanimated Might Guy
Oh shit! If
Mhm.
so
in the
War.
same scenario? So like that fight that when he was defeating a reanimated Zabuza and Haku. So what if like a reanimated Might Guy was there?
Oof. It would be
Oof.
GG's because my guy wouldn't have any detrimental bodily harm using the 8 gates. He'd
Yeah.
have unlimited 8 gates, and he would foderize probably the whole war, the whole Shinobi Alliance.
Well, that bone breaking wouldn't matter because he'd be able to use it like indefinitely
Let's
and
just
heal all
say,
his wounds.
yeah. Let's just say that Hagoromo would have to give powers to Naruto and Sasuke quick, because if he doesn't,
Yeah.
they're fucked. They're gonna get fucking foderized. He's gonna blitz the entire Shinobi Alliance with a Night Guy attack, and fucking disintegrate all of them. So that's what would happen. Kakashi would be fucked. He'd have to get DMS or something. Like he'd be fodder. They'd all be fodder compared to him. You need a 6-pass character to deal with that. You need Naruto and Sasuke to get their powers now, like right now, or they're all fucking dead. So, yeah.
That'd be wild. Yeah, just thinking about that shit.
That would be wild. Yeah, that'd be insane. Actually,
I got 2 more questions. Then I'm a dip for real. All right. So my last. Okay. So, what if Obito never gave his eyes to Kakashi, or one of his eyes to Kakashi?
Okay. What do you think, Sebastian? How would the things went differently if he never got DMS?
I still believe he would be a very capable ninja that would still catch up to his father's feet. But he would.
Do you think Kage would have beaten them without DMS Kakashi's there?
Oh no! I'm talking about that, and I'm also talking when Obito died, quote unquote died, like under the rock.
Oh, like what if? So the question is,
like,
what was the question exactly?
So
like, what if he never got
Obito, yeah. So like, what if you remember when Obito gave Kakashi his eye when they were kids?
Oh yeah.
Under the rock. Yeah. So what if that never happened?
Oh,
what
if that
never last
happened.
moment
Okay,
he's just like, nah, I'm not giving you my eye.
Oh shit.
But you can keep going with this one with the one you were saying first.
So yeah, I'll finish that one real quick. So if he never got DMS, you could argue Kage would have won, because that gave Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura a window to take her out. That really surprised her. She's dumb as fuck, so she doesn't even know what's going on half the time. She thinks that she sees Indra and Ashura. But that gave them the window to take her out. And if that wouldn't have happened, Kakashi probably would have died. Especially considering when she shot one of her ash bones at him, and he had to use DMS to adequately react to it in time and calm himself. He would have died, so he would have been dead, just like Obito. And they probably would have lost the war arc, and she probably would have won, and that would be the end of the story. But going back to what you asked, if he never got his eye, his development as a shinobi would obviously be much different. So I think the death of Obito, or the perceived death anyway, would still go the same way. He would still die in his arms and shit underneath that boulder. He would just die, and he would take his body and, well, he thought he buried it but didn't. Whatever happened, Madara dug it out or something. But he would have had to just become what he was already becoming. Learn his lightning-based attacks, master his Chidori. You could argue that his reaction times would be inferior, but his stamina would be more superior than him with the Sharingan, because he didn't have that weighing down on his chakra. I would say his ceiling. Now the tough question is, would his ceiling still be as high, or would it be lower? I would argue maybe lower, because his speeds would be more inferior. Maybe he would be able to output more fight time because he doesn't have stamina weighing down on him, but I think his overall capability would be inferior to his Sharingan self, to the original Kakashi. And as far as Obito, he'd have both eyes right from the jump. I mean, Madara finds him, cleans him up. Actually, never mind. Wait. He would have both eyes, right? Because one side got crushed, the other side went to Kakashi, the other eye. So yeah, arguably both his eyes would be back, and he'd be even stronger than the Obito that we know of throughout Shippuden. So he'd be a fucking threat. I don't know if anyone would be able to beat him at that point.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But with the reason why the Akatsuki was even born, like low key, from the first place, was basically just to obtain Nagato's eyes, Renegon eyes, right? Just to bring back Madara.
Right. Yeah. The way it was conceived was, Obito was the true starter. So there was an original Akatsuki, right? The Nagato tried to have a political faction against Hanzo and company. That was the original Akatsuki. They had more pure intentions, but then obviously Nagato went rogue after the death of what's his
Yahiko.
Yahiko. His death.
Yep.
Obito came in at the perfect time, said, "I'm Madara. You have the Rinnegan now." As a kid, he's like, "Yeah, you're gonna work for me, work under me, and we're going to form the Akatsuki." and together they built this affiliation. They recruited Kisame, Itachi, etc. And their intention. So Obito, Madara, I guess whatever you want to call him, it's Obito though, but his
Toby.
intention was or Toby, whatever name he uses. His goal was to attain all the tailed beasts and to complete Infinite Tsukuyomi. He's basically a Madara's follower. That's what he really was. And that was Madara's goal, was for, all right, I'm going to manipulate Obito to continue on my legacy now that I'm an old man and I'm withering away. And that it worked. He did what he wanted him to, and that was the goal. And Pain was the apparent leader of the Akatsuki when Obito was the one pulling the strings in the background. But if he had both eyes, he'd be even more powerful, and Kakashi would be weaker. And you could argue if the war arc went the same way, Obito would have won that day when KCM2, Naruto, Might Guy, and Kakashi fought him, because there is no other eye to stop him. He arguably would have won that day, and he would have won the war. Madara would have won. That's probably
I truly, honestly, man, if it wasn't for Itachi and Kakashi, those Naruto would have died.
Yeah, he would have died. Yep.
You know, deadass, because like reanimated Itachi with that fight
saved him. Yeah,
saved him. Like if he wasn't there,
he's dead. He would have ripped his
soul.
I
can't even think about it.
Nagato was gonna rip his soul out. He was about to rip it out.
Yeah, and Kakashi was a big factor too. You know, with him defeating the reanimated Zabuza, etc., etc. You know, with the Kaguya stuff. Yeah,
and without
man.
him,
Those
I
two
think Obito would
major players.
Him. Yeah, those two were
major
pivotal.
players.
Yeah, they were very pivotal to the war arc success.
Definitely.
Naruto died several times. So yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he would have been dead.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna let you guys go.
All right, bro. I appreciate the questions, man.
No doubt.
All right,
God bless, bro.
You too, bro. All right. Let's try. I know his settings weren't working. Let's try pimping again.
Oh,
there you go. We can hear you now.
It's like every other time it seems to work.
I don't know what's going on with this fucking app.
It's all G.
It's all good.
Yeah. So I thought that was very interesting though with Kakashi without a Sharingan.
Yeah,
I think he created the Chidori at like 9 or something.
Yeah, he was already using that. Yeah, when he became a Jonin captain, he was already fucking up Stone Shinobi during the Third Great Ninja War. So.
Yeah, he has access to a lot of great nature chakras, and with the amped stamina reserves, without Sharingan, I think he'd be still quite a formidable shinobi.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't change. You can even argue that his AP would be greater because he has more chakra to infuse into his Chidori.
Utilize that with
Sharingan like eating up his chakra. That's an argument you could make also.
For sure. So, wanted to see what you guys' thoughts on Onoki versus Gengetsu.
Gengetsu. What do you think about that, Sebastian? So Onoki, and then Gengetsu was his sensei, right?
Gengetsu was the second Mizukage, I believe. Or, he's the one who died with Mu, essentially.
Oh, yeah, the guy that fought his sensei, right.
Yeah. Yep.
So, it's important to... What do you think about this, Sebastian? So the guy... Remember in the Fourth Great Ninja War, the clam guy? The guy that fought Onoki's fucking sensei and they killed each other?
Yeah.
What do you think he could beat Onoki? He beat a sensei, but then you got to ask yourself: how strong is Onoki in comparison to a sensei? It's a tough one.
I don't know, because that particle jutsu, it's fucking powerful. That shit.
Yeah, because he did beat his sensei though, and he had particle style. I mean, they didn't beat him; he stalemated him. But the way I look at it, the real question is it implied that Onoki surpassed his sensei? There really never is like a specific explicit statement, and I don't ever really see an implication of it. So that's the tough part about it.
Yeah, because Mu could do like his fission technique, and then Onoki was more known for like his lightweight boulder jutsu, or the reverse.
It's hard to tell if he surpassed him, or if he's relative, or he's inferior, because that's going to answer the question. Because obviously, Gengetsu and Mu are exactly relative. I mean, damn near equivalent, because they killed each other. So if Onoki is relative, then it would be interesting. If he's inferior, he loses. If he's superior, he wins. So the question is, how strong is he in comparison to his sensei? He really doesn't really give off any notion to me of whether he surpassed him or not. That's the tough part. I
think the great thing about I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I tend to lean towards him possibly being stronger. I mean, he did have like this feat where he stopped fucking Madara's meteors. He was able to do it single-handedly, stop 2 damn near mountain level fucking meteors coming down, give or take. His feats are very impressive. But then again, we don't know Mu what he's capable of. We only see him in comparison to fucking Gengetsu. So that's all speculation anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, it's an obscure matchup for sure.
Yeah, interesting matchup though. But I would lean towards Onuki if I had to choose rationally. Empirically, there might not be almost anything, but rationally, I'd probably lean towards Onuki. So, what do you think, Sebastian?
Yeah, I'd say Anuki too.
Yeah, it's an interesting one though because it's all speculation. So.
Cool. All right. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't 100% say which side would win in that instance. I don't think there's enough empirical evidence to
really.
Yeah,
there really isn't for that one. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, so something a little different for you guys. What are your thoughts? This is like a two-part question. What are your thoughts on the war on drugs, and why do you think marijuana is still a Scheduled 1 controlled substance?
All right. So, Sebastian, you want to answer the first part? So, what do you think about the war on drugs currently? Like in society,
I feel like it was a way just to propagate something. Honestly, ever since you gotta aim for a target to get votes, right?
Right. So yeah, I agree with you. It's definitely a political aspect that's heavily voiced for votes. So I agree with that. But as far as the war on drugs, we have an interesting perspective if you're in technically southern United States specifically because we're right next to the border where the epicenter of drugs, arguably in the whole fucking world, you could argue, is right next to us. So Mexico, the cartel. The cartel is an interesting entity because they have power that could change elections, that can change entire governments in Mexico. That's the kind of power that they have, and they have such power that I've seen instances where they beat the government. The government concedes, they surrender, and that implies a superpower. Damn near, you're damn near a political faction. You can even argue they're a political faction, a malevolent one maybe, but they're a political faction if they're able to change the course of governmental elections. I mean, that's fucking insane. And they have.
I mean, they even have their own.
They're in people's pockets too.
Oh, fat dude.
Yeah.
They even have their own militarized vehicles too. Like seriously.
The war on drugs is a never-ending one because addiction is it speaks testaments to humans' inevitable lust for immediate gratification. That's why it's so hard to destroy it. Money's always going to be made. You can't stop that. The only thing you can do is limit it and stop their avenues to distribute the drugs. The distribution is the only way to stop it. You can't stop the drugs being consumed. That'll never change. But the war on drugs currently doesn't seem good to me, especially on the other side of the borderline. And the U.S. is a huge consumer. I mean, I've seen fentanyl, which is a very dangerous drug that kills people right away. I've seen it go all the way up north, up to fucking Seattle. Like, bro,
it's so bad.
Yeah, it's terrible. They have a hold on southern U.S. and northern U.S. at this point because they're very strategic. The cartel is extremely strategic. They have, I would argue, at least in the southern parts of the U.S., they have small like areas where they congregate and they work there, and then those guys work with the guys on the other side of the border, and they have a whole system. So this goes back to, okay, this is all controversial, but Trump was fighting the war on drugs, right? He had the wall, which I truly don't understand what the problem with that was. I mean, not want security. Like, it's not about race, it's about stopping fucking drugs from killing people. Like, what the fuck does race have to do with it? Like, an illegal immigrant's an illegal immigrant. It doesn't matter what race he is. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. But he was trying to fight it. He was trying to have heightened security to stop the tunnels from being built because they built tunnels underneath the border. They still get
for miles.
Yeah. They stuff people in fucking trunks. They stuff people in suitcases. Like all kinds of shit that they do. They literally stuff shit up their ass. Then they still get in here. So the war on drugs.
Hey, man.
It's a losing fight right now, especially with our current political leaders. It's definitely a losing fight. Definitely.
So to summarize, basically, you think because of humanity in general, like the general tendency of humanity,
right?
You know, with being addicted towards like immediate gratification, therefore many of us go to substances, and so for like a blanket or umbrella way of controlling the masses, they implement these laws or ordains and try to control the flow of distribution, essentially.
Yeah, essentially. We're our own worst enemy because one, the first thing you stated, we're inevitably lusting for immediate gratification. That'll never stop the consumption. Two, it's the legislation taking place. The legislation is allowing open border. It's allowing more freedom of entrance, which invites the cartel. They're like, all right, Trump is no longer in office. There's no wall here. Let's go through Arizona. There's no wall there. Never was built. Let's go around the border and around the Pacific. You can't stop us. Biden doesn't give a fuck. So that's the real problem. There's two key issues: our own humanity and our own physiology, and legislation. Some people go farther and say it's conspiratorial. I don't go that far and say that they're all working together, but I don't think that's true. But either way, it's a problem. So it's a huge problem. And then what was the other part? The second question?
Yeah. So like part of that, like what? So why do you guys think that marijuana is a Scheduled 1 controlled substance when it clearly has?
You being a enthusiast, what do you think about that?
My dude.
Yeah. What do you think about the about marijuana being controlled? Like there's still legislation trying to
Scheduled 1,
restrict it. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Well, it's going to be like that throughout the end of time. I mean, alcohol itself is still a controlled drug.
Well, no, it's actually not a controlled substance, though.
Well, not
anymore.
Like heinously, like fucking marijuana. It's because think about it. They got a bad reputation, and alcohol ended up getting a bad reputation for not having it. Remember when it became legal at one point in time to have
the
any
prohibition?
alcohol?
Yeah, exactly.
People started bootlegging it, and then the government was like, "Well, fuck, people are poisoning themselves way more than they actually poison themselves with alcohol."
Right.
So they figured, "Fuck, why not let them have it?" And that's what's kind of happening right now.
Yeah, that was going to be my premise. I think it takes time to erase social stigma, and there's a very negative connotation when it comes to marijuana, which I don't see. It helps fucking infants not have seizures. I'm like, bro, CBD, the fuck.
It's been used for medicine for millennia, dude.
There's medical uses for it, and you could even argue it's much more beneficial than alcohol. Alcohol really is way more detrimental to your health than marijuana. Marijuana is very dull in comparison when it comes to negative effects. So I think it's going to take time, like Sebastian said. That was going to be my point. It's going to take time for that social stigma to be blurred or erased. Same thing with alcohol, which objectively is worse for you, and that was allowed. The prohibition.
Yeah, you can overdose on alcohol.
You can overdose alcohol poisoning. You're
dead. You're
gone.
Yeah.
Your liver shuts down. So the way I look at it is, the government has to see the past and look and say, well, alcohol is allowed, and that shit's bad for you. That kills people every day. What's the problem with marijuana? It's CBD. Has very numerous beneficial properties from a chemical standpoint. What's the issue? Why is it still prohibited in certain areas of the country? And even though I guess you could say I'm right wing, I'm very left on that. I'm very progressive when it comes to that. It should be allowed everywhere, man. A grown man should have no problem getting it. Yeah,
for sure, man.
I don't understand. It's the social stigma. That's what it is. You have the older generation, right, saying, "Oh, fuck that. That's fucking horrible for you." I'm like, you're drinking alcohol, bro. You're smoking cigarettes, bro. You're smoking nicotine. That shit
like you're doing anything way better.
There's only one thing I have to say as an unbiased opinion. It does cause cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which is like it's continued use of marijuana, but that's if you use it extensively and you're consistently.
And that goes down. That's with everything, though. You could say, well, you can get fat from Twinkies, and they're not going to ban Twinkies. That's accountability.
That's what the government finally realized. That's what the government finally realized. It's like, oh, it takes way too long for it to actually have any effect.
Yeah, so the good outweighs the bad, because the accountability, you got to take accountability. If you're smoking every fucking day like a fucking loser, that's on you. That's not the government's fault. You know.
I mean, if you think about it too, I mean, is it easier to deal with more drunk people or people who are just high off pot? I believe.
If you're talking about
that's night and day, bro. Yeah.
Oh, shout out to Luis for the $1, brother. Shout out to you.
Hey.
All right, so going back to what we were saying. Sorry, Luis, I just saw that, but I got you. Like I was saying, it's a social stigma. That's really what it is. It's older generations stuck in their ways. That's the problem when you get older and you're kind of closed-minded. You're not willing to change. You're not willing to have a malleable mind. Young people are more malleable, right? That's why the social stigma isn't as dire with young people. Young people are like, who cares, man? Because they're not looking at it from a subjective, negative way. These older people are like, that's losers smoke. I'm like, dude, millionaires smoke.
Yeah, that's stigma. The stigma in prior generations is night and day compared to what we have adopted nowadays. As science and
science, exactly. Science supports it, and this is another point with generations. The one positive part about our generation compared to the old is that we're much more open-minded. So yeah, we might have some negative ideologies out there like feminism and shit like that, but not feminism, but radical feminism more so.
Yeah, radical.
Yeah, but we're more malleable, which is inherently will lead us to having better solutions, better discourse. There's compromise with all the older people. They're like, nah, fuck no, that'll never work, never. I'm like, come on, dude, you're stuck in your ways, bro.
Gotta be open-minded to learn anything, man.
That's why Congress.
Simple as that.
That's why Congress is so detrimental. We have 80-year-olds that have 50-year tenures as congressmen, or congresswomen. Like, they don't know fucking shit.
Oh my gosh,
it's terrible.
The Supreme
you're 80
Court.
years old, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Biden,
yeah.
you're 85. Like, what the fuck? Trump, you're 80. Like, oh no, Trump's actually he's
actually 70. I think
he's actually former one. Never mind. But yeah. So it's social stigma. It's people stuck in their ways, and it's also ego. Like, they don't want to change. They don't want to fix. And
as a group of people, it's the ignorance towards it all that's interesting. But we have found some cities out here in Cali are actually like incorporating like medicinal, like shrooms and other substances that aren't necessarily detrimental to society, but at least we're being more open-minded.
That's actually California has always been that more seen as a progressive thing, especially since we have Hollywood. And we kind of influence the country. Anything that's produced here, literally anything produced here.
They're arguably the most progressive state in the nation.
I would say so, bro. For sure.
New York and California. There's goods and there's bads. The goods is that we're malleable. Ideology.
And we're not trying to flex like, our states are better. It's just like we're just really known fact, bro. Like anywhere in the world where you say California, be like, oh shit, I know where that is. It's just
exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting question though. It's definitely interesting to think about.
I appreciate your guys' thoughts on it for sure.
Those are good questions too. Appreciate that.
If I could ask one more, it's kind of like a opinion-based thing. So I'm sure you guys are caught up on Boruto right now.
Yeah.
And its way of progression is, it's really deterred a lot of OG fans of the series. So if you guys were the, direct in charge of like narrating the story, what would you do to like update the path of progression from where it is right now? Like, what would you do differently?
Make Boruto
it might be impossible, but yeah.
I only say that because I don't think he's really truly experienced like what really hardships are about. Like, sure, he's training and everything, but he's literally become a side character in his own series. But Naruto was never that. He was always the main focus. But now they're focusing on other characters like Himawari or what is it?
Oh, Daemon, bro. Like, who are you?
Yeah, no one gives a fuck about Daemon.
Who are you, dog?
Yeah, so my take on it is it really comes down to who's polarizing and who's not. Boruto never had that tough upbringing. He was handed all this Otsutsuki power when his dad and Sasuke beat him. Not Boruto. Boruto was handed a Rasengan at the end. What the fuck is he getting those powers? What do you do to earn that? Is he that special and self-entitled? Like, that's how he comes off to us. We're not appealed to him
and he didn't have to lose that. He didn't have to lose a dad for it either.
Yeah, he never lost his fucking dad. He has his parents. He still bitches that his dad works too much. I'm like, he's the Hokage, bitch. He's fucking
they have all this lore established already from Shippuden, and they try to introduce all these new characters that don't have any, you know what I mean?
And they go about it the wrong way. Yeah, they're like, oh, look at Damon. He's so powerful. He's stronger than Jigen. Like, that's it? I don't give a fuck about this guy. I don't care.
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you? Or Code, or Ida, who's fucking thirsty for Kawaki's dick. Like, bro, I don't give a fuck about you. Like, any of these people. Like, these villains are subpar as far as character. They're subpar. They're boring. I don't give a fuck about them. Kawaki is one of the most polarizing. I like him more than almost anyone in Boruto besides obviously the OGs like Naruto and Sasuke. But Ishiki he was all right. I wouldn't say he's moderate.
I like Amado too, and I like
I like Amado too. Yeah, I like Amado. He's intriguing. He's like complex. He's not just a simple mundane ass character like Damon or Code or. He's actually.
Ida's horrible.
Yeah, they're approaching it the wrong way. They're like speeding up the process too much. They need to take their time, like with Naruto. Like they should have taken their time.
When the anime catches up to the manga a little too much, they skip.
These fodder ass boring ass. I remember the anime specifically. Boring ass fucking episodes of the Genin doing dumb shit. Like I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about Shikamaru's son catching cats and shit. I don't fucking care.
It's so bad. The anime is so trash. I read it. It's like 200 out of 280 episodes are all filler right now, dude. It's
fodder.
just
it's complete fodder, like fodder moments narratively. I would take my time. build the lore around these characters, just like they did for Madara, just like they did for Itachi, just like they did for Pain. Do it the same way. We can wait. We waited fucking like 7 years to see not Goku, but Naruto versus Sasuke. Like, bro, we can
Goku too, though. But yeah, I feel it, dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, guys.
Yeah, those are great questions, man.
I appreciate you guys, man. You guys are doing fucking great things for the community, so definitely appreciate it, bro.
Appreciate that, bro.
All right, man.
Bro.
Talk to you guys soon. Peace.
All right, peace out. All right, so let's get Batman in here. He hasn't spoke once yet, so. Yo.
Yo, what's up, man?
What up, man? How you doing?
Nothing much. It's finally good to hear you. Jay the Great, how you been doing, man?
Pretty good, just expanding the knowledge and power scaling and then everything else.
And that's all it comes out to. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. What's it called? I ain't gonna make it too crazy on you. I'm just a couple things I just thought of just to talk about, like the OG Naruto vibes back then. One thing I'll pull up, like I have my thoughts on this, so I'm just curious what you want to say. Is like, if you know how when Zabuza fought Kakashi, like Team 7 and all that.
Yeah.
What if Haku was there with them? I think that they're dying if Haku was there.
I think you might be right, because the tides were
right.
Yeah, I think because Zabuza alone nearly took out Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke had to construe and make this very intricate plan to distract him. But with Haku by their side, especially if he has the ice mirrors, it would be very problematic, and I think she would cut them down. And
I think that'd just be too much for like Kakashi, to be honest.
Kakashi, he was having trouble with Zabuza.
Like, and let's say he gets out of like the water prison, right? And at that point, that's when he starts like dominating Zabuza. Like, let's say Haku comes at that moment. Do you think he's taking both of them? Or let's say he beats Zabuza. Let's say we give him that too. He beats him the same, but then Haku comes and wants to fight him next. Like, how do you think all that would go?
So if hypothetically Kakashi does beat Zabuza, and then Haku comes in, and you have Naruto and Sasuke on the sidelines there, she would have to go to her more useful arsenal, I think, pretty quickly. Obviously, Zabuza seems like Haku's superior. You could argue it's all because of her appeal to emotion to him. Because maybe you could argue, well, maybe he's not stronger. She's just super attached, fixated on him, kind of like Kabuto was to Orochimaru. You could argue that, but I would lean towards saying Zabuza was superior to her. So that means Haku would have to go to her most powerful arsenal, which is the ice mirrors. Kakashi.
For sure, yeah.
Now the question is, can he react to light speed attacks? Because that's the data books. The way I look at it is, she's only light speed within those mirrors. I think that rationally makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't think she's light speed like not within the mirrors or at any time at any given place. I think. No,
Sasuke was able to tag her eventually with a fireball.
Yeah, exactly. So that kind of negates the whole notion of her being light speed or Minato speed at all times. That's very disingenuous when people say that. But if she's in her mirrors, you can kind of use a rational deduction and say, well, if the Raikage and
Minato should go through it too, right?
Yeah, and she would go through it too. Yeah. So you could argue, well, if we look for people that are light speed or at least relativistic, we got the Raikage, we got Minato. Who's superior between those two in comparison to Kakashi? Obviously, those two, especially compared to Part 1, not
exactly.
Kakashi. So, on a balance of probabilities, if it's him dealing with those mirrors, he might not be able to react. But then you could counter and say, well, until Naruto was able to. You could argue that Haku was already mentally nerfed because she had some sort of emotional appeal to Naruto, and they had that little discussion.
True, yeah, she was conflicted. Yeah, she was definitely holding back.
We know Naruto, right? The way that power scaling works in Naruto is that mental nerfs, they negate some of your capability. A good example is Obito when he was a Jubito. He was fucking mentally nerfed, bro. He was fluctuating.
There's dead ass even a statement where it says literally their mind and physical energy is connected to their chakra network.
Exactly. So if Haku's bloodlusted, especially if Zabuza dies.
Yeah, she's bloodlusted. Like, what are you feeling? Like, how do you think that's going?
Kakashi might fall to her. I think he would fall to her.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I feel like he could maybe be able to pull it off.
Yeah.
I mean, like him and Riker and shit, but like I don't know. Like I feel like they'd probably be fucked.
Yeah,
and if anything, I think what would happen, like Kakashi kind of goes down, and then Naruto would probably just go on a rampage.
Right. Yeah. The best case scenario for the B side, which is Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, is if Naruto loses it and he goes like six tail mode or some shit. Then it'll be interesting. But Kakashi would fall early on. That would enrage the Naruto. Be like, oh fuck, and then who knows? Maybe the Nine Tails emerges and we have a real show. But I think Kakashi would fall. Naruto would probably get enraged. He'd be bloodlusted just like Haku, and then we'd have an interesting show. It would be light speed with her mirrors against fucking who knows how many tails he'd open. 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, we have a real show. Sasuke would have to sit around, probably leave with Sakura and get the fuck out of there because they're gonna fuck some shit up. Sasuke useless.
He ain't fucking staying there, yeah.
He's like, I'm dipping. I'm taking Sakura and the bridge builder. Well, knowing his personality, he might just leave them there and let them die too. Be like, fuck these guys, I'm out. And then Naruto would be fucking 8 tails fighting Haku, and then we'd have a show. But yeah, I think Kakashi would fall. It's very probable with the light speed. If she quickly, which she probably would, because she'd be bloodlusted with Zabuza's death. Go to the mirrors, take him out. So that's probably what would happen.
That's what I'm saying too. Yeah, I feel like it'd kind of be a wrap. That'll be it. Yeah. No, I was just curious on that. And then another thing I was thinking of. This is towards with like the tuning exams. Like, who do you think overall? Like, let's say there's no bullshit. Everybody's gonna be having their match. Right. I'm gonna stay to the narrative scope of things. So Lee's not involved or anything either. Okay. So like this is during like the Neji, Naruto, etc. I'm gonna be honest, like. Dead ass. I don't know how you feel about this, but like Neji should have beaten Naruto. Like he gave him multiple opportunities to keep fighting and pressuring him. Yeah. He had many like opportunities to just beat him, and that's it. So if anything, I'm gonna take Naruto out of this because he should have fucking lost basically. But plot, you name it, whatever. Yeah. So if it was those individuals still, and it boils down to Gaara, Neji, and Sasuke, I think. It still would have went the same, obviously. Sasuke would have beat Gaara, and then they would probably stop the match, because I don't think they're going to let Gaara go on a fucking rampage. Yeah, kind of similar to the curse mark. They're going to be like, what, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to shut that shit down.
Yeah, they are.
So then it'll be Sasuke and Neji. Who do you think wins?
Sebastian, what do you think about that? Chunin exam Sasuke versus Chunin exam Neji. Who wins that?
And then Sasuke would have 1 Chidori left too. Keep that in mind.
Because he could only use 2 max. Yeah.
Exactly.
So what do you think, Sebastian? Who would win between those two?
Sasuke. It'd be the final 2 contestants. Yeah.
Sasuke or Neji?
I feel like it'd be Neji.
You lean towards Neji. How come? Why would you lean towards him?
Just simply because Sakura went alone, and plus, like, he was technically a better combat than you could say Rock Lee, and not in terms of strength, of course. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in terms of battle readiness in the fight, and he would be able to exploit Sasuke too. I mean, sure, they would be vastly aware of what their clans are capable of, but I don't know. I just feel as though he would be more out of that situation. Yeah, more.
So the way I look at it is,
I mean, because Sasuke even struggled against Rock Lee too.
Yeah. So there's just some important facts we gotta extrapolate. One, Mike Guy says, well, Sasuke is about as fast as weightless Rock Lee. So obviously he's referring to base Rock Lee without weights. Well, Rock Lee has gates that he used in preparation for Neji, and Neji was told about it when he was fighting guards. Like, I have 4th, 5th gates. I think it was the 4th gate specifically. He's like, this is for you, Neji. So
yeah. But in the anime alone too, Jade, is to support that. And I'll let you, my bad. Even though this is anime, it's not stated in the manga, but in the anime, he literally Guy states it verbatim, like, "Oh, this technique's designed to beat Neji."
Yeah, exactly.
But you take that out if you want. But go ahead.
Yeah. So Mike Guy says that. So from that, you can make a deduction. With Mike Guy being their sensei, knowing them better than anyone, you could say, well, Rock Lee is clearly superior to weightless Rock Lee, right? If this technique is specifically designed to defeat Neji, his speed must be significantly better. Then you could argue, well, his speed must be superior to base Sasuke. The only counter to that would be how fast would he be with the Chidori that he uses against Gaara. Some people argue that enhances your speed. Okay, you could argue that, but about how much? Is it enough to close the gap?
That's the problem.
Yeah, is it enough really to close the gap between base weightless Rock Lee and 4th gate Rock Lee? I don't know about that. I don't know if
it's interesting because like Minato, he obviously states it verbatim. It does increase your speed, blah blah blah. Yeah. But then again, it's exactly what you said. Like, we can't really quantify. Yeah, so how far does it bring them? Yeah,
it's hard to quantify. It's kind of an unquantifiable aspect of the fight. So he only has one of those though. He has one shot. He only has one shot. So the question is, would Neji's palm rotation be able to defend against it? If Gaara's sand shield failed to do it, would Neji's... I know his defense is stated as the best, though, so you could take that into account as well. Neji's defense. So if his durability of his palm rotation is enough to counter that, then Sasuke would lose. Because then he'd have his best weapon is now gone.
Yeah, he's fucked, and a fireball's not going through that shit either.
Yeah,
so.
and if he's only relative to fucking base Lee, weightless, Neji's fodderizing.
Yeah.
And he whipped fucking Rock Lee's ass multiple occasions. You can even argue
Exactly.
in the first and second gate, because it seemed Neji was aware of those gates. As soon as he opened like the fourth or fifth, that's when he was like, oh shit. So you could even argue.
And I'm kind of leaning towards that, like Jay, to be honest, because like I feel like, you know, obviously Sasuke's gonna he's gonna use his Sharingan. Like he's not gonna just go with no Sharingan. He's not gonna underestimate fucking Neji. And he's gonna have Sharingan. He's gonna charge at him. Like they're gonna be feeling each other. But like if Neji's over here able to like beat fucking weightless Lee's ass, shit
all the time. Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure obviously he should be able to react and deal with like Sasuke, you know, and whatnot. And if anything, like, it's just, you know, they're going to be going at it, and Sasuke's not going to get anywhere. And then the moment he does that rotation, that's going to catch him off guard like it did in Naruto.
Right.
And it's going to fuck him up a bit. It won't one-shot him, but it'll fuck him up. And then at that point, Sasuke will be like, all right, bet. And then he's just going to go Chidori. And then it just comes down to exactly what you said. Like, who takes it, basically, at that point.
Yeah.
And if Neji does it, then, yeah, W. If you can argue that, like, Sasuke could go through it, then obviously W for Sasuke.
Yeah,
but.
It really comes down to your presupposition. If you think his durability is enough to tank a Chidori, then he would win, because he would just have this. He'd be faster. It's almost clear as day. He'd be faster. Like Taijutsu exchange, he's going to shut down Sasuke's chakra network. And then the fucking curse mark would come into effect, which is a whole different story. But if it's just Sasuke, most likely loses. You could argue, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Neji, when he fought Kidomaru, his palm rotation was able to deflect all those spiders, and you could say, well, that was a version. I believe that was Kidomaru when he was using version 1, version 2.
Yeah, version 1, yeah.
And then you could,
and version 2, yeah.
And version 2. So you could argue, well, if a version 2 curse mark Kidomaru's attack was negated, and then base Sasuke's Chidori shouldn't have.
He's more likely getting parried. Yeah,
his AP should be inferior to Kidomaru's. Hence, Neji would be able to deflect it.
But to kind of correlate that and tag it along even further, like, look, I know this is some Boruto, you know, regardless, but like in Boruto, there's a point where like fucking Neji's uncle does the rotation and he's able to beat Boruto's Rasengan, and this other guy's using lightning style on his sword. Right, and like he just fucks them both up.
Yeah, that would add.
You know, so
that would kind of steelman the notion that the durability would be enough. Yeah, because
so there's that, you know. But regardless how you want to take that, whatever. But then to even kind of to still go back to what you're saying, like even during when everyone's talking about Neji, like they say he has the best defense, like you stated.
Exactly.
They also state that that the whole point of that technique is to parry and counter it to where it reflects the damage back.
Yeah.
And basically, you know, like makes you get hit basically by your own force of your own attack, and you're
like
taking less damage.
It mirrors it. Yeah, it's like a deflection.
Yeah, like so it's like there's just a lot more. It's a lot more better, I guess. You know what I mean, to like argue Neji wise to where it more than likely would parry and counter Chidori. Right.
And then to counter myself, if you're arguing for Sasuke, I think it is stated that Sasuke was his strongest opponent Gaara faced.
That too, yeah.
And that would counter my argument, like, well, if Sasuke is his strongest, but then to counter that you'd have to talk about semantics. Like maybe he just has more
exactly.
AP. He has more AP than Rock Lee, that makes sense. He has a Chidori.
Yeah, has a speed.
Yeah. Because this is the problem in Naruto. There's guys that are faster that would lose to guys that are slower. An example, Minato would lose to Hashirama. I mean, there's an argument that maybe Hashirama is faster, but if you presuppose that Hashirama is slower, and you still think he'd beat Minato, I mean, speed. To me, it comes down to
another thing. Yeah. Like another thing too with that, Jay, is fucking like sure. Like let's say Minato may be faster, but then wouldn't like his jutsu activation would kind of make up for it, like his wood style and shit or sage mode, you know, and shit like that.
Yeah, and then my argument for that is, well, it comes down to how much more significantly faster is the guy. If he's not that much faster, then it's still competitive. But obviously, if he's light speed and you're lightning time speed, you're getting fucking blitzed. But if the gap is close enough, it's contentious, and especially if the guy has a superior AP, like Hashirama.
Kind of similar to Raikage and Sasuke with Susanoo. Like Raikage was way faster than him, so he had to use Susanoo. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, he had to use Susanoo. So it's contentious. There is some like inconsistencies. Like, oh, the guy that's faster should always win. Well, not necessarily. That's not always the case. Yeah. So I do lean towards Neji though. My opinions have changed because there is the statement Sasuke is stronger, but rationally and empirically, that doesn't seem to be the case to me. So
Yeah, and so with that statement, you could just be like, oh yeah, so meaning if Sasuke does a Shidori, then he just basically beats anybody. You know what I mean?
He's
Like,
stronger.
yeah,
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
yeah,
So it's all
exactly.
semantics too. Semantics are also something important. So.
Hey, little fun little jab then. Fucking imagine if they made Naruto like where he's fighting Neji and he just straight up summons Gambunta. Like, imagine.
That would be a fucking
like I wonder what everyone's reaction would be to like, especially Hiruzen. Like he'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, what the fuck? I wonder what the.
You saw his reaction when they did it in the war.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like all three of them. That was the first time he saw that. Yeah, like and then like so. Imagine if he did that like at that point. That shit would be crazy.
That would be insane.
Like,
I would be like, I think
the fight would immediately concede though.
Yeah,
obviously,
the ref would be like, "Oh, this shit's over. It's over."
Yep.
That'd be fucking wild, man. Naruto.
Shit.
Yeah, Naruto would. That would be fucking insane if he actually summoned that dude.
Yeah, that'd be like just a flex. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's
like
like,
that should be funny.
Yeah, I mean that guy was able to fuck with one tail with Gaara when he rampaged. So that's something. So. But
yeah.
That was
okay, we're able to hold down the Nine Tails.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Neji versus Sasuke is an interesting one. That's always going to be debated amongst the fandom. They always have their.
It's very. I feel like it was a fight that like was kind of teased in a way too.
Yeah, really
like we were supposed to get it, but we never got it.
Would have answered the question, but.
Actually, hey Jay, another thing I just remember this kind of supported what you were saying with the fucking spider dude. Yeah. Neji saw Sasuke go to CM1 like with full purple chakra and shit and everything, and he wasn't even phased though. He just like turns off his Bakugan and he's like, "Yeah, you guys have a bigger problem. You can deal with him instead of me." Because he's like he's bloodthirsty, about to fuck their ass up. Exactly. And then he sees Sasuke and he's like, all right, bet. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. So from that body language, it implies like, oh, okay, you're not superior to me, but you can handle this. Like, I'll just dip.
And it's interesting because like when he saw fourth gate or fifth, like it was fourth gate Lee. He's like you could clearly see his expression.
Right.
He's like, oh,
his
fucking
expression was visibly different.
But with CM1 Sasuke, he's just like, all right, cool. He's strong.
I'm just gonna dip. Yeah, it's definitely that you could argue like that implies. Sasuke's CM inferiority to Kidomaru at that point because he didn't perfect the CM. He was still like
with raw. Nowhere. Yeah, so Saikon talks about it. Yeah,
and that would steelman the AP argument that he would be able to tank a Chidori from Sasuke even with curse mark. With that argument, you could even argue with the curse mark awaken, he'd still be able to deal with the Chidori. So
exactly. Yeah. I just fucking thought of that shit, and it's just funny. And obviously, it's nowhere near. Until like the retrieval arc, like Saikon even has a whole fucking speech with him, like, yeah, your curse mark shit. Exactly. Like you need to, in order to get CM2, you need to do this shit, blah blah.
Yeah, that's why they beat his ass stronger. After like your father.
Yeah. Yeah, he did CM1, and then Saikon does CM1 and just beats his ass. He's
so
like,
that clearly establishes, like, that clearly, and I'm pretty sure somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, it stated that Kidomaru stated as the strongest of the four. I think that might have been.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think to it. If Saikon whipped his ass, Kido
was it base that he beat him all? Was it base?
I think like in Prime? That might have been the case, but that would have steelman even further. Like, dude, Kidomaru would beat Saikon, and Saikon whipped fucking CM Sasuke. Like, it's pretty clear. So, so all that adds to it, all steelman's the whole idea. So.
Exactly. It's kind of just as simple as that, bread and butter.
Yeah.
But no, it's interesting though. The only other thing I could kind of like think of as of now for like fucking OG Naruto, if it came to here's one. You know how like after Orochimaru was like leaving with the Sound 4 and shit?
Yeah.
Like, do you think Guy could have been able to beat the Sound 4 by himself, or if him and Kakashi chased after them and Kakashi's like, instead of him saying don't fuck with him, like let him go, do you think they're gonna be able to beat Kabuto in the Sound 4? Like, how do you think that goes?
If it's Kabuto in the Sound 4 against my guy and
Kakashi.
Mm-hmm. My guy, he always has that trump card, the 8 gates. I mean, I don't see them beating that. Yeah. But besides that, let's exclude that because he beats almost anybody until Warwick.
Exactly.
So if it's 7th gates, my guy, which is if he even needs it, that's the question. And then Kakashi with his Sharingan.
We know he could do 5th gate. Like, even though I know this is like during, I think it's part of a novel story, and then it's in the anime. But like Guy does the 5th gate in front of Itachi and Kakashi, and then Kakashi's like save them, admiration for later. And Itachi's like, what the fuck? He did that with just Taijutsu alone.
Yeah, I seem to presuppose that he ever since he was like a sensei, he probably always could use the 8 gates. So I would presuppose that he could if he had to, but I don't think he would. The Sound 4, I mean, you could argue that they scaled.
Well, actually, wait, Jay, like the Drunken Lee was fucking up base Kimari. He had to go to CM1 to deal with him.
Exactly.
But even though it's sick and crippled though, but that Kimari is still like over the Sound 4 though.
Yeah,
it's
he's
narratively implied
superior,
yeah, like way. So like if you take that Lee and that's guy in base,
and
you know what I mean? Like
and
he was giving him kind of a little bit, you know, of a problem, but obviously he fucking restrained his ass.
He even said he's like I had to try, but I didn't actually try. He's like I said.
Yeah.
So
exactly. So like, then give him the gates, like
I think he would beat down. I think him and Kakashi, especially in conjunction, they'd beat down. Fucking
like and that would be it right there. And then Orochimaru's fucked. That's it. End of that story.
He'd have no host. He'd have no medic. Be over. But
yeah, no, and I don't see Kabuto doing shit to Guy either.
But especially
if anything, Kabuto would probably be fighting Kakashi because that was heavily teased. It was teased in the hospital scene. It was teased in the tuning exam, like when he's staring at Cut and the Kakashi's like, "You're gonna run away again, you little bitch."
Yeah, exactly. You even called him a bitch and he ran off. So.
Yeah, he literally did.
He's like, all right, that implies inferiority. Like, obviously, you know, you're his bitch. So, I mean, I guess.
Like, it was twice. Like, Kabuto had 2 opportunities to fight Kakashi with his Sharingan out, and he was like, "Man, I'm just gonna go."
Exactly. Yeah, Kakashi and Guy, they're whipping that ass. So.
Yeah, Kakashi would have fought against Guy. Not Guy, against Kabuto. They would have finally had their 1v1, and then Guy would be going against the Sound 4, and I think they're taking it.
Oh, they're fodderizing those guys almost, to be honest.
Fucking the Sound 4 and CM2 had to go. All 4 of them had to go to CM2 actually to fight 2 Jonin. Two fucking fodder Jonin compared to Guy and Kakashi.
Exactly. Yeah, they struggle with fucking fodder. I mean, bro, nah.
Like, come on. Like, so if anything, that just kind of says it right there. Yeah, it's stated verbatim. They had to go to full CM2 release.
They were tired too. Like, man, we really pushed ourselves. I'm like, that's fodder, dude. Like, you pushed yourself against fodder. I mean, you're gonna have trouble with the real thing. So.
Yeah, so like we know damn well that's why it didn't happen. The story would have ended right there.
Kishimoto's like, I'm not gonna. Kishimoto's like, let me avoid this because it's gonna end quickly. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, those are pretty interesting questions. But
well, I got one more because I don't want to hog it up. I know other people want to go. What's it called? I'm gonna let you say it first, and then I'll say what I think is gonna go.
Right.
But fucking, if Itachi and Guy actually fought, because I feel like Guy and Itachi are about it in the beginning. Like they're like the craziest people there, you know. And obviously here isn't too. Like, how do you think that would have went if Guy was like, nah, you ain't running.
Rationally, it would come down to Itachi.
I think Itachi wins.
Yeah, this is the way I look at it. Yeah, I agree. So Itachi saw what Guy was capable of when he was in the Anbu with Kakashi. He's like, oh shit, he can use the gates? Kakashi's like, yeah, man, he can use the gates. So he would never forget that. And he would deduce with his intelligence, oh, he might be able to open 8 gates. And then I'm not beating that. So the way he would approach it is he's going to right away fire a Genjutsu, probably Tsukuyomi. And he would have to end it now. He would have to beat him to the punch because if Guy gets the 8 gates, he's done. So he's like, all right, I'm going to end this quickly. I'm not going to play around with my food this time. And
that's what I feel like would happen too. He would just Genjutsu him.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Knock him out.
Because you don't have to look him in the eye specifically to get him in a Genjutsu.
No.
And Itachi is blatantly superior to a base guy and probably a couple gates beyond that. So I think Itachi
would win.
Yeah, so he would have
I feel like he's definitely and then he has Kasami there too, so that doesn't really help either. But like fucking what's it called? Like it's just to the point where obviously we know he can do Genjutsu with the fucking his fingers and shit or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like Kurenai or whatever.
Yeah, when
and then he can enhance his Genjutsu. Yeah, he can enhance Genjutsu with his Sharingan as well, so he can just make it go further. Yeah. Or better yet, too, if you really want to go even more. Even though some people think this is contentious or not, like Shisui was using his Mangekyo Sharingan at like a far fucking distance and doing a Genjutsu on a whole platoon of like I think it was the Rock Village, Stone Village.
They're scared of
him. And like he Genjutsu them all with no eye contact with Mangekyo like fucking visual Genjutsu at a distance. Yeah. Like I'm like that's ridiculous. If Shisui could do it, I don't see why Itachi couldn't be able to do that either.
You could argue like that was a young Shisui. This is an experienced, older, wiser Itachi. There's no reason why.
Exactly.
So and I would argue a superior one as well. So yeah, I would say the guy would most likely lose unless Itachi plays with his food, which that's not his type of personality anyway.
That's not a character. He's always quick.
He's not like Goku. Yeah. He's not like a Goku type. He's more of like a cutthroat.
He even states it though, like Jay, like deadass. Like he states it to Kakashi. He's like, unlike Kasame, I don't take time. Like exactly. I'll end this shit.
Yeah, we're gonna end this now. So
he flexed on his ass.
Exactly. So yeah, he probably would have beat my guy. I've always like said It depends. He has to end it now before Guy.
Because you know how like there's that data book statement, and you know there's gonna be people out there that be like, oh, well, Guy forced Itachi to flee. Like, nah, I just don't.
He's
That's
undercover.
not
He
true.
doesn't want to fight them anyway. He's dipping.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Love to use that Kisame statement that Jiraiya is stronger than him and Itachi. I'm like, bro, he's only saying Itachi's only agreeing because he's undercover. He's not going to fight Jiraiya.
Hey, fucking Noodles and this other dude thinks it.
Stupid.
They said that.
You guys are fucking stupid.
They said those statements are fucking the truth.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, you only use those disingenuous takes for your own shit scaling, bro.
They were reacting to Swag and Seth's video. I think 6 was in it too.
Yeah.
It was about the Jiraiya versus the Akatsuki video.
Yeah.
And they were dead ass talking about that statement that you just brought up with fucking Kasame and Itachi and Jiraiya, and they were taking that shit to heart. Like, I'm like, what?
That is such horseshit, bro. Like, obviously he's bullshitting, man. The fuck?
Yeah, like it's just a bunch of bull. Like, not even that. You see Orochimaru and Itachi, like that's all you need.
Yeah.
You know,
Like,
there's
bro,
that
what
too.
the fuck? You fodderized Orochimaru at 14. You think you can't handle Jiraiya with Kisame by his side? The fuck out of here.
Clearly bullshit.
That's
Yeah,
bullshit.
it's clearly him just lying.
Yeah, it's
But
disingenuous.
all right, man.
Yeah. All right, bro.
All right, I'll let them go. It was nice talking with you, brother. You take it easy, man.
Brother. Those are good questions too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, bro. Peace out. All right, Sebastian, what do you think about all that? That was interesting discussions, actually.
That was definitely a lot to withhold. I couldn't even say a word.
I was spewing some facts, and so was he. We were spewing some real facts. Who should I? Did you see whose hand went first?
Nah.
Let's go Phantom. He hasn't been on it a couple times. So. Yo.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
So I got 2 questions for you, and one is mostly for the boys. The first one.
For sure.
So, which woman would you choose?
All right.
Scarlett Johansson or Jennifer Lopez?
Sheesh, Sebastian, what do you think? What would you choose?
I don't know. Actually, you go first.
All right, so let's break down empirically what they are now currently. We got 50-year-old Jennifer Lopez. She's still a bad bitch, I'm not gonna lie. Then you got Scarlett Johansson, who's probably what, mid-30s, I'm assuming. So if we're talking about
40s actually,
like marketplace value, dating marketplace, Scarlett Johansson has the win on that. As far as like my own personal preference on who's more attractive, I lean slightly towards Johansson. I would probably choose Johansson if it's just for clapping, just clapping. I would still choose her. And if it's a relationship, she's younger. She's probably less stuck in her ways because she's not old like Jennifer, to be honest. So I'd lean towards Johansson. So yeah, both scenarios I'd lean towards her. What do you think, Sebastian? Who would you choose?
Because I was like literally looking at the two and looking at a picture. That's what I needed.
If it's Prime Lopez, I might lean towards Lopez. If it's Prime versus Prime, low key, she's a bad bitch. So.
Prime versus Prime. I'd probably more than likely pick Scarlett Johansson only because like the height factor. I just realized that she's like 5'3".
Well, that's a plus. All right. So what was your other question?
All right. The question was a Naruto question.
All right.
So, what if Rock Lee and Gaara never got there, and Kimimaro was fighting against Naruto, but instead of Gaara and Rock Lee, Kakashi got there?
Right. So if it was just Naruto on his own.
No, if Kakashi took up the place for Rock.
If he showed up instead. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think, Sebastian? What if Kakashi showed up to help Naruto when he fought Kimimaro instead of Gaara and Rock Lee?
Fuck. I don't know. It'd probably be more advantageous because he would be able to implement more those two. But I don't know.
So we got to scale them, right? So Kakashi is relative, I'd argue superior to Base Might Guy. Base Might Guy shut down Rock Lee when he was drunk. He had to sedate him, so he had to beat him essentially. So I would argue he'd have more success in the Taijutsu exchange than Rock Lee had. And Kimimaro's sick, so that's detrimental to him. I would argue he would probably beat him. He could use a variety of abilities. I would argue Naruto probably wouldn't have to get involved. He's like, Kakashi would be like, all right, let me take advantage. I'll take care of this, bro. And he would take him down.
Was there Rock Lee going up against Kimimaro when he was just in a space state, or did he have his first stage of his CM out?
When he fought Kimimaro, I think he was just base, yeah. So Kakashi bare minimum would deal with base. Kimimaro would have to immediately go to first stage of the curse mark. That's for sure, because he would not be able to deal with Kakashi without it. And then to see his feats accomplished when he was in first state, he had to fight Gaara. Gaara had to use his long distance strategy against him, and use the fact that he was sick against him. I still would lean towards Kakashi, even if he's using version 1. I think he just scales above even CM1 Kimimaro. Again, it's arbitrary as far as where to quantify him. Then you have to compare Gaara and Kakashi, who's superior there.
Well, the one thing I give to Kimimaro that is pretty interesting when it comes to Kakashi, Kimimaro has an entire bone armor underneath his skin, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how strong exactly his bones are. It's not qualified. Even though I've read up on evidence that he's faced up against samurai with their chakra-infused swords. But you know how warriors of this universe, they can have fluctuating different power levels.
Oh yeah,
but
it's constant. Yeah.
If you take that for granted, then possibly with that bone armor already underneath the skin, plus the regular bones that he would naturally have,
right?
I don't know how well Chidori would work against that. Like, could it actually fracture that very dense bone?
Right, if the AP would be enough.
Yeah.
So you'd have to compare and see what the Chidori has done. So we've seen someone who's weaker than Kakashi, Sasuke, penetrate Gaara's sand shield. He penetrated it and was able to actually damage it. Not only did it go through the sand shield, it went through his body shield of sand that he also has, the one that Rock Lee failed to break. So Sasuke was able to deal with his Chidori. We know Kakashi is superior with his own. So the question is, what's stronger, the sand or the bone? Then you'd have to compare and see Gaara, his success against the bone. He was able to kind of detain him.
Then you can kind of give it to Kimimaro then, because when Gaara used the what was the big attack called? Grand Tsunami or something like that. Grand Sand Tsunami. He completely engulfed the battlefield of sand, which Kimimaro was completely under, and he was able to break out with only minimum cosmetic damage to his skin.
Right.
So that would mean that underneath tons of literal metric tons of sand, his bones were still able to withstand all that.
Right. So wait 1 second. $20 from Batman. Shout out to you, brother. You go. All right. So continuing on. Appreciate it, brother. So going back to that. So Sasuke was able to penetrate the sand shield, right, which is probably Gaara's greatest defense, and his own shield that's on his body. So then you compare the APs, you can rationally deduce that Kakashi's AP is superior to that, right? And then you take into account that Gaara used all this sand, and it still failed to do anything at least major to Kimimaro. So it's hard to quantify the difference between that AP in comparison to Kakashi's full power Chidori.
It's a little bit hazy.
Yeah, it's a little hazy. So I would be okay with you siding with either side. To be honest, I don't mind if someone says all the weight of that sand wasn't enough, and you can assume.
The one thing that I really liked about this matchup was how much versatility either side has. Because of course Kakashi has all the different chakra natures, and then with him having the Sharingan, he's copied various different types of ninjutsu.
Yeah, exactly.
But then you also have Kimimaro, who can shoot his own bones like bullets. So he has long-range suppression, and then he has short-range suppression because he can project bones anywhere out from his body.
Along with defensive capabilities.
Yeah, what do you think, Sebastian? Do you think Kakashi would beat Kimimaro?
I personally believe so. Just because of the...
Yeah, it really comes down to his AP, because the problem is the bones. You have to deal with that. That's the tough part, that you have to kind of deduce if he's able to bypass that durability and actually hurt Kimimaro. So if you look at some of his AP feats in part 1, there isn't much. Zabuza. Zabuza's skin obviously isn't as tough as fucking Kimimaro's. There's he was able to penetrate Haku's heart. Haku again doesn't have the durability of Kimimaro, I would argue. And then what else has he done in the war? I mean, not in the war, excuse me, part 1. He really didn't do much. It's hard to scale. Personally, I would still lean towards Kakashi. I would argue that he would have, because he knows 1,000 jutsus, he would probably have some.
Well, with his speed too, he would able to applicate his speed as well. He is a top Jonin ninja, whereas Kimimaro is just a kid who got trained by Orochimaru for like I think maybe it was 10 years because Orochimaru found him when he was just a small child.
Yeah.
So,
but then you might as well throw in his summonings as well as an assist, because he's never truly alone. He has his summons as well.
I mean, yeah, I don't think he would need those anyways. My argument would be he has the intelligence advantage. He has a versatility advantage with 1,000 jutsu. And if anything, he would gradually beat Kimimaro down. Maybe he would heat up the bones to make him less durable with a fire style type ninjutsu, or he would figure something out. He has the speed advantage.
Well, then,
I would probably say most likely.
One hard counter for the summonings would be Kimimaro's one ability to turn the entire battlefield into bones.
Yes, that would be problematic for the summonings.
And the unique thing about that, he could sneak up on Kakashi, just like what he did with Gaara and Rock Lee. He can force himself out of any one of those bones and just pop up right anywhere. So he has massive battlefield suppression if he uses that.
Yeah, so another argument actually I would use is that Chidori has higher heat capacity than the sand. You could argue that it might just, the temperature alone might weaken and weaken the bones and their durability and their density, because the bones would melt, or especially if Kakashi starts using fire style based ninjutsu, that would just overwhelm the bones to the point where they weaken to a point where he can break them himself and Kimimaro would be vulnerable. That would be another, I guarantee that'd be a strategy that Kakashi would implement too. So that's another argument you could use, is the heat against the bone, because sand, I mean, Gaara was using regular temperature sand. That wasn't a component. It was just the pure weight of the sand in the...
Right.
Yeah. So we have heat.
And overall, even if Kimimaro might have stronger bones, they're still bones after all. Exactly. They're still calcified bones.
There's only so much they can calcify. Yeah.
And using real-world evidence, when someone gets electrocuted, their teeth shatter.
Exactly, yeah. So you could use that rational argument, and the fact that Kakashi's speed is most likely superior when you scale Drunk Rock Lee, at least to base Kimimaro, and you scale Gaara's speed of the sand as well. So I would say I lean towards Kakashi overall. So
I just thought it was like a good open topic to talk about, because it's like,
it's an interesting topic for sure. All right, those are pretty good questions, though. That one was really good, because that was a very interesting one to break down. So,
all right, thank you for having me on here, and I hope you guys have a good night.
For sure, brother. Appreciate the questions, and the donation too. Appreciate that. All right, who should I get in here? Did you see who had their hand first?
No, I'm literally.
Fuck. Let's go right from left. Let's go left to right. Shit, because that means someone left and someone came in. So. Alright, I clicked on that one, but going once, going twice. There we go. Yo. The setting issues again? I think so. Rip. This is for Discord, right? This is my my shots I'm throwing to Discord. That's for Discord. In the L of the settings. Fix your app, Discord. Alright. Next one up from the left. Yo. Really, this Discord L, man, I swear to God. Discord. L. Also.
Stupid.
That's for Discord. Apologies, folks. Discord is a real L today. Alright.
I don't
Yo.
like L's.
Yo, what's good?
What's good?
Alright, sorry about Discord, bro. First it was Talk
It's a
2.
big L today.
We're about to say Discord now.
Facts.
Alright, so first question. Wait, actually, anyway, let's go again. Second time now. What's good?
What up?
Alright, so first question. Legends Vader versus all of Naruto.
Oh shit! No, it's us. What do you think, Sebastian? Legends Vader versus all of Naruto.
Legends Vader. Where's that from? What the fuck?
Legends Vader? Everything before. Okay, wait. Everything before 2014, before Disney acquired Lucasfilm.
Yeah, I think that's arguably the strongest Vader, if I'm not mistaken.
If you just count like Dreamland Vader from like the canon comics, because apparently Disney now wants that Outerversal shit, but that's besides the point.
That guy would be fucking Naruto.
Well, I mean, you can push Vader to Outerversal if you want to scale him to like Luke, you know?
Right. Yeah. So if we presuppose the highballs, then it's pretty clear who would win. Probably fucking Vader. But if we try to stay in the realm of like not outlandish, I mean, it's arguable whether it's outlandish or not. I mean, is it really outlandish? But if you kind of take you try to scale him to not a highball, it becomes interesting. I think it's still.
The low ball is like, I don't know, like infinite 4D to 5D. If you want to scale into like Dark Empire,
those legendary
Old
Star Wars, those like legend Star Wars characters, they scale so high that I don't think Naruto characters would have a real shot. Not even like Barama or Naruto, to be honest. They just scale. So
I mean, one of my friends who's also in the server, his name is Deku, or was his name TOG? One of them, I think it was TOG. Yeah, one of them came out with this fucking damn, I wish I still remember this argument. He came out with like a fucking 5D Sakura argument.
Oh god.
Yeah, that was some crazy shit.
Wild. I mean,
it was it was pretty funny though. But my boy Legends Vader, Scale Sidious, Dark Empire Sidious, weaker than Return of the Jedi, who with Force Storms was ripping open hyperspace, which is composed of more than like 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension at a time.
Right.
That's easily 5D.
I'm leaning towards Vader. I mean, rationally, I don't even need to know much about the guy, but it seems like that's the case. I don't know anyone that can contend with that. Not in Naruto, at least.
Yeah, fucking even that. Like, even if you don't want to see it as like 5D, I'm pretty sure Genjutsu doesn't do shit against the Force. Sees the right to that shit.
Yeah, no,
they're too broken. Compared to Naruto, they're broken.
Shadow clones, fucking sensing that shit. Limbo clones, he senses those motherfuckers. Doesn't give a fuck. Literally has 6-pass stage mode on its own.
Facts. Yeah, he literally already has all that shit. Yeah, he's too broken.
And Star Wars force power is an external force. It's everywhere, while chakra is literally within. Unless you're Naruto, which gets not nature chakra, but even saying that's limited as well.
Right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if you want to use that one statement of the force transcending life and death and all dualities and shit like that, well, yeah.
Exactly.
But I'm pretty sure, like, the moment that Vader sees them sees the Uchiha using their eyes, he's just gonna fucking rip their eyes out with the Force.
Facts. I mean, the Force itself, which
fucking
affect physical entities, like you just choke your ass out, you're fucked, and it's over.
Even spiritual entities, like he probably just Force train, something like that.
They just seem to have more broken shit. I mean, and they objectively seem to scale higher too from Star Wars. It just seems to be the case. So.
Yeah. Well, and like also like even if you don't want to use like the absurd fucking like, which I don't even think highball like I don't think like 5D Vader's highball. I think it's midball actually, to be honest.
Their feats and the whole lore behind it is so preposterous that it doesn't even seem that much of a wank, honestly. So
but even if you want to like cut off his dick as two because he's lost all his arms. If you want to cut off his dick too and just absolutely fucking cuck him. Lowball him, put a stick up his ass.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure like Vader getting mad just melts everybody in the fighting arena.
Facts. That's literally what happens when those guys.
Literally like in the fucking novel, like this fucker gets so mad to the point that people start exploding and just start melting. It's fucking stupid.
It's like their very presence is power almost. It's fucking insane.
Some bleach shit. Actually, Yamamoto, literally fucking Yamamoto.
Like spiritual energy, spiritual pressure.
Alright,
bro.
Alright, so here's another one. What's your take on Z Broly being the strongest in the Z anime?
Dragon Ball Z. What do you think about that, Sebastian? Do you think he's the strongest in Dragon Ball Z? But we're talking about Broly from DBZ.
Yeah, also including movies.
Yeah.
Mm,
Do you
no.
believe that notion that he is?
No, I don't believe so.
Really?
How come?
Ooh. Okay.
Only
Well,
because
let me hear. Let me hear.
Yeah.
only because it just lacks experience in general. I know we like to say. I know we talked about it before. Literally, experience is not everything, but in some cryptic cases, it does provide a strategic advantage over your opponent in terms of weaknesses, in terms
Right.
of having to like get used to it and knowing your power, which
Right.
Broly to this day and before does not know how to fully utilize.
Right. So my argument would be full potential Broly awakened. Like if he reaches that, I think he would be. He is the strongest in DBZ.
Honestly, I think movie 8 Broly is is considered the strongest.
Like that version specifically.
Well, no, actually Bio Broly is actually the strongest because it's literally stated that he's stronger than M10.
Right. Yeah. That's
which is stupid.
Yeah,
I know.
Stupid. Yeah. I now feel.
But.
Yeah.
Yeah, but literally stated to be the strongest.
Yeah, I mean, if it's stated, you can't really refute that. And then I would argue him reaching his full awakened potential. I think he's most definitely. And the same thing with Super. I don't know if he's stronger than Whis though, but I think he's like the top food chain if he really reaches that point. If he keeps like applying himself training wise, I think he's going to be. And I think in DBZ he is also like at least compared to the Warriors, at least bare minimum. Like all the Warriors that maybe aren't angels, maybe even who knows. That's why I lean towards that.
Yeah. Okay. So play it back. You said like experience, right?
Experience. Yeah.
Honestly, I would just argue that his power is so great that it doesn't even fucking matter.
I do agree with that to some extent. I mean, we see the preposterous increase in power like in no time, so that's true. It's such a
it's not even increase of power.
Yeah.
Like fucking restricted Super Saiyan Broly destroys 1/4 the fucking universe.
Exactly.
In the span of like I don't know.
He's broken.
30 years about.
His rate of increase is so preposterous that experience almost goes out the window anyway. So
that's restricted Super Saiyan Broly, who's so fucking weak that Goku punching him in base form gives him a fucking mouth bleed.
Exactly. It's like he's inhibited and he's still capable of such fucking bullshit. It's fucking crazy. He's one of them.
And I'm pretty sure that was Teen Broly too, who's probably weaker than that.
Yeah. But yeah, Broly. Yeah, I would say yeah, especially if he reaches his potential.
Yeah, you go.
But yeah, I was just saying if he reaches his full potential, definitely. I mean,
yeah. I don't even think full potential. I think like him just fucking around. You know.
You could even argue that, yeah, based off what he's done. You could even argue just him fucking dicking around. He could still do something ridiculous. So we've seen it.
I've also done a calc on how strong the multiplier for what legendary Super Saiyan should be.
Yeah.
Like the ballpark around it, right? Because what you want to do is like you use like movie 10 Gohan, which this first off I'm gonna get the stupid ass argument that like fucking retards like to use. Oh, Gohan was weakened. He didn't train, even though in the movie he literally says that I'm stronger than ever before since like 7 years ago.
Right.
Right, and he also says, but this is the Japanese, which should be more like which have more authority over the English stuff, right? Anyway, he literally says that not only is he stronger, Broly in his Super Saiyan form is as much of a monster as ever, and he hasn't transformed yet into legendary. So then, Gohan in base is fighting on basically somewhat on par. He's relative to Super Saiyan Broly. Then he goes Super Saiyan 2. And then Broly sees this and goes legendary, and he's fucking dog washing the shit out of him. And so, like, you take like you put Super Saiyan at a 1, you put against Gohan 100 times. This is a low ball because we're not counting grade 4, which grade 4 might actually be like the 100 times.
Higher, yeah.
But cut off the dick, sure, why not? 100 times. Broly is at least 200 times because in Dragon Ball. You're 2 times stronger by Toriyama's own statement. Like you can tank attacks and shit like that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So like he's like at 200 times, right, from Super Saiyan to base 50 because Broly hasn't mastered it. Well, it's implied he doesn't master, but you know what? For sure, why not? Let's say we're going with the 50 anyway. Grade 4 doesn't really apply.
Yeah.
So 50 times 200, that's 10,000 at least. If you want to add like grade 4, you might get like 25,000 times as a multiplier or some shit like that. So Broly's destroying the universe way like well over 100 times at least.
It makes sense, like rationally speaking, like proportionality. It does make sense, yeah. Where he would scale with that. So.
Yeah, and I suppose a good argument would be to like argue for Broly is that you want to make your opponent try to use that the El Manga Legendario statement of Gogeta from Fusion Reborn being on par with Vegito from the anime.
Right.
If you want to use that, then yeah, you go. That's a trap. You use Koyama's statement of being above anything in the anime. That's it. GG's done.
Yeah, he's caught. Yeah, he got caught in the hole basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with.
Yeah, but if you don't want to do that, then you have to contend with Gogeta being like multisolar to maybe Galaxy level, pushing it with Super Saiyan 3, which I don't think is possible.
Yeah, interesting about Dragon Ball is that Toriyama, at least early on, has multipliers. That helps a lot. That helps you a lot when you scale. Naruto is more ambiguous. Yeah. There is some multipliers like gates, but Dragon Ball it's more concise.
Yeah, Sage mode. Yeah, Sage mode and shit like that. But yeah,
you have to kind of like make an arbitrary scale for that. And in Dragon Ball, at least you have like a baseline from early Dragon Ball Z to use to multipliers. It helps a lot. So.
Alright.
Yeah, those were good questions though. I need to kind of touch up on DBZ content more knowledge, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But those are good questions. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, one more thing. If you're trying to argue like Koyama's authority, I mean, there was a statement by Toei's website. I'm pretty sure you heard this before that they said that Janemba was the strongest movie villain.
Right. Yeah, I have heard that.
And then Koyama's interview comes out like a fucking year, like I don't know, within like a year, like a few months or weeks probably, and then Toei immediately deletes that shit off their website.
Yeah, that kind of lets you imply who really has authority, who doesn't.
Yeah, especially since he's the guy who made all the fucking movies.
Exactly, like he wrote them himself. The scripts are written by his hand, so I mean, it's kind of
like he's the Toriyama of the movies. Like Toriyama literally says that, oh, the movies are in a different dimension and timeline. I'm just an audience member. Koyama's the boy you gotta talk to.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's clearly like a respect thing there. So you can kind of imply who you should revere when they say shit. So it's pretty obvious.
Okay. So here's my final question.
All right.
The Metacooler core, all of them, right? Every Metacooler versus Super Perfect Cell.
Oh shit! What do you think, Sebastian?
For clarification, and you want to go English? Or you want to use Japanese?
Just stick to English.
Stick to English. Okay, so there's 1 million of them.
Shit, Sebastian, what do you think? Do you think they could do the vast number would be enough to handle Super Perfect Cell?
Oh well, if you want to use Japanese, there's like 10 billion of them. Jeez. You know. This is also from like games and guides and events, things like that. All of them literally said, "Oh, the 10 billion power warriors." Whenever they talk about Cooler, even the fucking card game, they say 10 billion.
Jesus, yeah. Again, I haven't thought about that character very much, but it depends on his power level. If it's at a significant amount, it might be enough to overwhelm Super Perfect Cell. But if it's not at a certain threshold, which is arbitrary to me because I haven't touched up on him, then Super Perfect Cell would be like a giant versus ants. I mean, he would just stomp all of them. So it really depends on the threshold, like what specific power level Cooler has. That's what that's the way.
Okay. Well, honestly, I would say it is giant versus ants, but the ants have infinite speed.
Well, shit, that changes things. Then they would come. The speed would be
like infinite to inaccessible because this fucker's like tagging Goku mid-instant transmission. Like Goku, like fucking he does his mid-instant he does instant transmission, and then Cooler like pops in, grabs Goku's leg, but on pure reaction and combat speed, grabs Goku's legs and flings that fucker into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, if his speed is to that preposterous level, then it would basically be like. Basically, you could imagine it as like ants eating a fucking deer or something. Eventually, he would crumble. That's basically what happened.
Yeah, and another example of like Cooler having infinite inaccessible speed is like, oh, so remember that one time where there was a part in the movie where Cooler kicks Vegeta in the dick.
Oh yeah.
And then after he does that, Goku's like mid-instant transmission. Cooler is so fast, right? Like, as Goku is teleporting, which is instant, literally instant, right? Teleporting. He's calculating where Goku is going to show up. And then he says, "I got you." And then does like this eyeball beam, like eyeball bomb. like a flash of light that comes from his eyes, like travels to his opponent. So Goku pops out, catches Vegeta holding his deck, and then the bomb is there and explodes.
Damn. I mean, that just illuminates his speed, and it's fucking insane. I mean, not much you could do to refute that. It would come down to the speed if you're like find a hole to that. But yeah, I haven't really touched up on him, but yeah, that's what it would come down to. So.
Yeah, the final thing for Metacooler is he also has like these weird ass Zenkai boosts, right? Because like he literally says that, oh, if you damage me, my body instantly repairs, and the thing that, you know, on some doomsday shit, he literally says that, oh, the thing that caused the damage, it's my body recalibrates itself so that it never happens again.
Yeah, so he improves as he fights. Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. So Goku goes to like Kaioken times 20, and he damages Cooler, but Cooler's like tanking his hits like over the course of time, and he knocks Goku, and then he says, hey, start using Super Saiyan, and then like, you know, Goku goes Super Saiyan. He one-shots Metacooler at full power. Metacooler is like broken, like he has this whole like right side blown off on some like moderate shit. He regenerates that. Then that's when he says that, like, you know, he improves as he fights and shit like that, you know, getting damage. And then Goku tries to do the same thing, and nothing happens. Cooler just tanks the fucking hit.
Wow, he improves pretty quickly then.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking
insane. Yeah, it's fucking massive. And then Vegeta pops in, and like they're tag teaming him. Cooler's keeping up with both of them at the same time, while Goku's fighting him mid-transmission. They both go into entrance transmission, and they're running inside of it. It's fucking stupid.
Damn. But yeah, we have other folks waiting, but yeah, the questions are pretty interesting.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's not your fault. But I definitely need to touch up on DBZ. Like the guys that like are more ambiguous to me are like Janemba, Cooler, Peacon. Like those guys I need to touch up on. That way I can answer them.
Picon's a goat, bro.
Yeah, he's a goat. Dabura, like all those guys, I need to touch up on them. I'm like stuck on this DBS clearly because it's more recent, but yeah, I need to get back on that too. But yeah, your questions are
good
pretty
talking.
Good. For sure.
Good talking to you too,
though, bro.
Yep. Peace out, mate.
Peace out. All right, these guys, let's see if their things work. Let's see how much time have we been going. We'll go about 10 to 15 more minutes, folks. We've been nearly down here 4 hours, but all right. Yo.
Oh,
now we hear you. Very good.
Bet. Perfect. All right. So I got a couple, so let's do it. So what if Tsunade never came back to the village?
Sebastian, you want to give a take on that first? What if she didn't come back?
Then there would be a missing place for Hokage, like a missing place for her power.
Who do you think would have who do you think would have took the role if it wasn't her?
Fucking probably that asshole that wanted to take the role beforehand.
Danzo?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if Tsunade would have never came back, the elders would have selected Danzo, undeniably. And the whole bureaucracy and governmental structure of Konoha would have been greatly changed. It would be more so of a tyrannical ruling. Danzo would probably instill these weird policies to aid his ideology. People wouldn't be happy with him. There'd probably be revolts, and I guarantee that the upper echelon shinobi would try to overthrow him, like someone like Kakashi and guy that we can't have this guy in office, bro. We got to take him out. Take him down. That's probably what. Kind of
like a stricter, shittier version of Tobirama, kind of.
Yeah.
Evil, kind of.
Yeah, he was a more malevolent version of Tobirama. Tobirama had pure intentions, but he was too iron fist. Like he was too discriminatory towards the Uchiha because of all the shit he saw.
Like a more militant viewpoint, but like Minato's dope. He didn't give no fucks, but like it was still kind of pure, kind of like Tobirama just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, Tobirama
he was more strict about it.
Compared to Minato, he was more of a military state, and then Danzo compared to him is tyrannical. It would be a tyrannical military state. He'd have policies that he wouldn't give people options. There would be no like freedom. I'd say he would heavily inhibit that. He'd probably lock up Naruto. He would do a lot of things that would piss off like the top shinobi, and they would try to overthrow him. Actually, I think they would not listen to him. They would. They would disobey his rule.
Let's say he did lock up Naruto. Who would invade the village then? Pain or Obito?
So if this were to happen, I think Obito would still send Pain. And if Naruto never had that development, and he's locked up, then no one would be able to challenge him. Jiraiya can't beat him. Danzo definitely can't beat him. He would probably win. He'd probably destroy the village and just take Naruto back to their Akatsuki lair and kill him then and there. I think Jiraiya would fight that though. Jiraiya, if he saw Danzo, let's say that he went to Tsunade and Tsunade refused, like, nah, I don't want to be Hokage. He would go back and he'd be like, nah, I can't have Danzo be a leader. I have to stop him. So maybe he would overthrow that. Maybe he would be Hokage, and they would replace those dumbass elders with some new bureaucrats, and they would rule better. I think Jiraiya would have a big problem with Danzo being in power because he's aware of him as well. So it would not go well. It'd be a military state, tyrannical military state, until someone overthrows him, like Jiraiya or Kakashi or something. But
yeah, bro, I got my pen. My fault.
Sorry.
Chilling, bro, chilling. What you call it? Okay, so I got those, and depression. So a lot of people kind of deal with depression differently. So I wanted to know, outside of the basics. This is for guys and girls too. I have some friends that deal with some shit, and it's like I was wondering. So outside of the basics, writing a journal, therapy, working out, eating good, like what else could we do? Like what else should people do if they feel some type of way?
What do you think, Sebastian? You want to go first?
For what? I'm sorry.
How should we deal with depression, like besides the obvious, like working out and eating better, stuff like that? Is there anything else that would help fight it?
Good self-image. Talk to yourself in the mirror, saying that you'll do great. Those are self-improvement techniques that have been proven scientifically to help you with self-esteem issues, especially.
So this is the way I look at depression and mental health overall. The mind is like a muscle. So the same way, if you don't go to the gym, you're gonna get fat, unhealthy, dystrophy will get to kick in. Same thing with the mind. If you don't keep that shit healthy, it'll get weak, and you'll feel like the way that this works when you have bad mental health is like everything becomes a crumble. You get in these loops that fuck you up, and you think that you start to believe these delusional loops. A bunch of shit happens, but the best way to combat that is you just gotta kind of dig your way out the way you would if you're doing an arm day or chest day in the gym. You just gotta kind of grind that out, and the best way to do that is you kind of gotta just sit with yourself and just work on your mind. Like I think self visualization really helps. You keep telling yourself that it's all bullshit. All the kind of all the detrimental feelings that you feel. And your mind is like a muscle again, so you could condition it. Just like you can condition your lungs, you can condition your mind the same way. So if you keep telling it all this negative bullshit, it's going to get conditioned into thinking that way constantly. It's going to believe it. So you got to tell yourself things are going to help you instead. And you got to fight your own mind, like tame your own demon, because your own demon's still yelling at you. But you have to fight back until that side is winning over the demon, because we always going to have demons, but the good part of you has to beat the bad. It's kind of like mental warfare within your own mind. That's the best way to combat it, besides the obvious, like the gym, diet. That's the best way to combat it. It gives you the best odds.
I've been thinking about this for probably now or a little bit while y'all were talking, and it was just like, do you think life really is like a simulation, or in the sense like, maybe in a deeper sense, like what is really our lives if you really think about it? Because like there is a reason why we wake up every single morning, and some people have purpose and some people don't. But it's like, what was life like before us, before we were born? Like we in the beginning we're just an idea. Right, some people kind of just accidentally we accidentally are created. Some people are created on purpose. But it's kind of crazy how like we as a society, like we men and female, like just the act of procreation is so divided, and we get really addicted to it and stuff, just on a physical level and also like a visual level. People that just like watching porn and shit like that, and also guys and people that love having like sex in general. It's like kind of, I feel like sometimes like life can be like a simulation in a sense, because like when we are born, like why are we crying and stuff? And you kind of obviously tell me like the biology or the physical reasons why what happens and shit. We are exiting, we are exiting our mother, and we are breathing oxygen for the first time, and shit like that. We're experiencing life in its beginnings, but it's like Is that all? You know what's the point of what? Not what's the point, but how do we follow with after that? You know what I mean? Is life really just a constant cycle of learning, or it's really just like our own faults and our own mistakes and decision making that we do on a daily basis?
Right. So
So
the way I look at it is humans are instinctually curious. That's why there's religion. That's why there's science. That's why there's a scientific method.
Hell yeah, I'm curious right now. I'm asking you all these questions.
Exactly. So we always ask ourselves, why are we here? What's the purpose? What's the best way I can live a fulfilling life? The truth is, even the top scientific minds and top religious advocates, they have no real answer for that as far as something that will satisfy us. There is faith, right? Faith is beyond logic. And in religion, faith is a very revered thing. Like, you have to have faith that God is there and that, right? And then science doesn't go based off that. So, we need observational proof, but there's only so much empirical evidence that we can extrapolate from the world. So this is the way I look at it. There is something that we all feel, at least from our own subjective lens, and that's fulfillment. And fulfillment, from my eye and from apparent observational evidence, the best way to do that is just bringing something you have to offer to society. Like, whether it's you're good at painting, you're a fucking good speaker, you're a lawyer, doctor. So when people ask themselves, what's my purpose? It should be to live a fulfilling and fruitful life. And because we all feel that, and that from our own subjective lens, at least from the human history, that seems to be the case. So my answer to that question, of course, it's from my own subjective lens, is to try to live a fulfilling life. Of course, we have these questions that can make us doubt our own path. Like, what does this shit really matter? Like, where am I going after I'm gone? There is no point on dwelling on the unknown, because either way it's going to be unknown. So there's no point on stressing about it. Like a nihilist. Nihilists think that nothing matters, right? They don't think anything matters. I'm like, do you really want to live that kind of life where you believe that nothing and all things don't matter? That's a kind of sad and unfulfilling life to me. And I would argue from an empirical standpoint, it raises the probability of a very miserable life. So I feel like life is to live a fulfilling one. Get your mind right, your money right, relationships right. As a man, women, it's a little different, at least from empirical evidence. Like, be a good wife, leave your legacy as well, your children, etc.
Definitely, yeah. I feel like with the stuff that you just noted and talked about, I feel like that applies for everyone, honestly, not just guys. I feel like women, some women they want to find out what their purpose are and stuff like that. And hey, hey, no judge. I mean, if your purpose out here, doing some shit, that's your purpose. But if you're out here, you want to live it up, and have a purpose, build something, not just an emotional or mental relationship with a man, but also like a longevity type of marriage or whatever, kids, if that really is what your legacy is. Because if we really think about it on a biological sense, women are more caring, nurturing than we men. We more doing and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's definitely a fact. It's biological. So as far as like society,
I know everyone out here want to be all sensitive and shit on social media and be like, nah, this isn't a 1950s and shit. I'm like, nah, it's not even like that. And it's not even like on a 50-50 kind of thing. I'll be like, look, I am who I am, and I expect certain things, and you expect certain things too. It's like the previous conversation that we had earlier.
Yeah.
We have to establish expectations. I feel like early on, because if we don't, we're wasting each other's time. And my thing with time is very precious. And like you said before, with precious and purposeness and stuff like that, you need to figure all that stuff out now. Instead of like arguing over the little things. Like, I mean, it's cool. Like, I fuck with this, animation and Naruto and everything like that. I was a little boy. I was 8 years old. I ever watching Rock Lee throw the motherfucking weights at the tuning exams, beating up Gaara and shit. Right. And that was my first introduction to Naruto. And at that point, I fucking fell in love with it.
Yeah, and here's the thing about stories. They hold a value that's intrinsically invaluable. So not just anime, but all these stories. Like, a good example is Dragon Ball. You look at someone like Vegeta.
Yeah.
He has intangible traits that, honestly, I think every man should try to implement. He has the tenacity. He has that inspirational, like, type of drive. Every man should try to instill that. So besides the power scaling and the aesthetics, there's the thematic aspects, and I think that's a big reason why the anime community is so large, why podcasts are growing, why someone like Tate gets so many fans. It's because they have a story to tell, and the stories you extrapolate these lessons that you can apply to your own life, and you improve your own life. Naruto as well, the underdog story. That's Naruto. You can extrapolate all kinds of lessons that you can implement in your own life. It's bigger than just the aesthetics. You know?
Yeah, it brings a lot of relatability. You know, some people kind of feel like an underdog, or if not even worse, you know, they feel even lower than an underdog. You know what I mean? And for a kid like that to get treated shitty, like in his village, and not even just his village, you know, you could kind of relate to, you know, in your real life, you know, in the neighborhood, you feel shitty, you know, you feel like an outcast and all that other stuff, and just the fact that he lost pretty much everything. If you really think about it, his parents, his sensei, his freaking when he came through with the freaking Gamabutsu and all the motherfuckers, like Kakashi just he found out Kakashi dead. So they at that point, like he had to beat Pain. It wasn't even like, oh man, I gotta do. Like, can you imagine if before he met like a Naruto before or when he met Jiraiya, if he had the mentality of Boruto? Like, can you imagine that? Like that brattiness, he would have failed.
Yeah.
The village would have died.
And that comes from,
it's like it's just crazy.
It goes back
mentality.
To discipline. Naruto always had the discipline. That's why when he fought Pain, it wasn't of I should do this. It's I have to do this. And that's another thematic aspect we should all apply to ourselves. Like to apply yourself. You know? Like it's not it doesn't matter how you feel. You know, because Naruto felt like shit growing up, and we feel like shit sometimes too. So apply yourself. That's the main thing that you should do. And not even as a man, as a woman too. Apply yourself.
Apply yourself.
If you don't apply yourself, you'll never get the fruits of your labor. Like people that complain a lot on social media and try to make excuses for their inadequacies, it's your own fault, man. You're not working hard enough. You're not pushing yourself hard enough. And people like to blame the system. The system only has so much
blame
fault.
yourself.
Yeah, you gotta blame yourself. Look in the mirror.
The system only gives you some things that you want to hear and all that other stuff. I feel like everything is either a distraction or you're learning from it. And for people to kind of blame, we like to point, you know, because we, you know, God gave us fingers and we want to use them, so we use them to point shit at.
Yeah, and essentially
we're pointing at like distractions and all that.
Yeah, essentially, like a guy that I hear all the time, he says it starts at the individual level. You can why worry about what you can't control? So you're blaming the system, blaming race or gender, discrimination. That will always exist in an imperfect world, but you got to look at yourself in the mirror and control what only you can control. Start with what you have. Don't worry about things you can't control. If you want, you have to earn control, respect, financial freedom, women, or if you're a woman, if you want a man, you have to earn those things. They're not handed to you, especially not in a meritocracy like the modern society, which most modern societies are. Like the U.S., you have to earn it. China is more communist, but even there, you have to earn it. Canada, the modern Western world, I guess you could say, you have to look at yourself on the individual level. So
can you imagine it? Can you imagine if the entire world was surrounded itself through Americanized ideologies?
It would
like the way that we perceive freedom and stuff like that. Like, can you imagine if like Russia had that same mentality, or like Ghana or like South Africa or some shit?
It would be. I would argue that the American system of government is more than not a good one, because the founding fathers, their idea was equal opportunity, not equal income, but equal opportunity. And they also have a system of checks and balances, which still stands today. We have judicial, legislative, and executive branches that keep each other in check. So there's no king. Not even the president's a king. The Congress has to adhere to what they ask. And then you have the Supreme Court. They also have some say so. That's why George Washington said no to the monarchy. They asked him, "Do you want another UK monarchy?" He's like, "No, that doesn't work. Tyrant. There eventually will be a tyrant. There always is. Rome, Greece, the Chinese dynasties. There's always a tyrant. So you can't have a king. It's not going to work. So that's why we have a checks and balances, which I agree with. Humans need to be kept in check. We're imperfect human beings. Eventually, there will be a tyrant that will emerge, and if he has all the power, the whole system will go to shit. Which is what you saw with Rome when that fell. The Chinese dynasties fell. The Yang dynasties fell. Islamic nations fell. The Catholic Christian systems failed. Everything fails because they give power to one person. And I understand the appeal because we're hierarchical by nature, but we have to keep ourselves in check. That we have to be like humble enough to acknowledge our limitations. So if the whole world had an American system, I would actually argue the world would be a better place. We would have meritocracies everywhere. China wouldn't have fucking kids at 7 years old being forced to learn shit they don't want to learn. There'd be more equal opportunity. There would be more incentive to grow as a person. Meritocracy inherently produces hyper-productive people. Of course, there's always going to be social hierarchies, but that's the cruel world we live in. There's always going to be poor people. There's always going to be rich people. That'll never change. I don't think you can avoid that. There is no system, at least a good system, that can avoid that. You have communism, but communism destroys the incentive to become better. Why? Because no matter how hard you work, you're going to earn the same amount of money as the next guy. You could be a bum and you could be hardworking. You'll still earn the same amount of money. That system doesn't work. We've seen that crumble with communist states in the past in human history. So I think an Americanized world would be better. Not that the American system is perfect. It's not. There's holes in it too, but it would be a better place for sure.
Okay. Let me I don't think anyone has mentioned this, but what are your thoughts on the previously announced Deadpool Wolverine thing? For me, it's just like a childhood dream for me. I've been Deadass been wanting Hugh Jackman like to kind of interact with the MCU, even if it's on a small scale, kind of like Deadpool. I think for me, I mean, shit, we already got like, you know, the 3 Spider-Mans, Toby, Andrew, and Tom. That was a freaking, I love that. I loved every second of that.
Yeah.
That was golden, man. That was everything. So now, I mean, I gotta wait 2 fucking years to see Hugh Jackman again, but fucking it'd be worth the wait. All I really need at this point, I know Daredevil. I haven't watched She-Hulk, but I've seen, you know, mixed reviews. I don't really care about that. I'm more of a Daredevil guy. I don't know if Daredevil has appeared in that show or not. If he has, cool. For me, at this point, for the MCU, I literally just want them to share a screen together. Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Wolverine on the same screen. Either probably fighting Galactus or Doctor Doom or some shit. That, and I want Spider-Man with the black suit. I need a Venom versus Spider-Man
we need to see that
at some point in the MCU. Yeah, at some point in the MCU. And I feel like at the end of all this, like when Tom says, "Hey, I'm done," and MCU and, you know, Marvel says, "All right, we cool. We made our money. You know, you're good." I think eventually this is going to lead towards, you know, this is after the defeat of like Doctor Doom and Galactus and shit, or maybe even in the middle of it. You never know. I really want them to establish more of a clear understanding of the Fantastic Four and the mutants for the MCU going forward, and definitely because I know nothing really lasts forever. You know, just like pain and discomfort and all that, nothing lasts forever. So I know Hugh Jackman, this legit may be his last time doing this, and if it is, hey, it was fun. Childhood memories, but I know eventually there's gonna be a new actor who will take the mantle of the claws and the original costume. I definitely need to see fucking Hugh Jackman in the yellow classic comic book suit.
At least
we
once.
never got that live action. At least once, we never got that. Yeah, man, the MCU has been kind of lacking, you know, in my opinion. After Doctor Strange, even before Doctor Strange 2, it was kind of lacking. Doctor Strange 2 was cool, was dope. They honestly they really fucked up. But bringing in what's his name, Doctor Stretch or Mr. Stretch or some shit.
Mr. Fantastic,
Mr. Fantastic. They hyped these motherfuckers up, and they killed fucking Scarlet Witch. Had to kill him. Not even Not even like freaking who's the Magneto, the motherfucker that killed Professor X in the X-Men? Magneto, right?
Yeah, Magneto.
Yeah, like not even like a villain equivalent to that. Freaking Scarlet Witch, bro. Scarlet Witch is a freaking bug, is an ant. I could scrape it with my foot. Like, nah, like I mean I get obviously they have to hold the, you know, the big villains, you know, like Galactus and Doctor Doom for like, you know, everybody else. But yeah, I think at the end of all that, they definitely need to do, I don't know who's gonna play him too, but Miles Morales live action definitely needs to happen.
Oh yeah, we have
sometime.
to see that.
Definitely.
Yeah. I would agree that the MCU has been lackluster.
What are your thoughts though? What are your thoughts?
Sebastian, you still there? What do you think about Wolverine and Deadpool?
The new movie coming up, I think it's gonna be pretty cool.
I think it's
honestly, I don't know what they're gonna do with the story.
The goated dialogue and a goated interaction. As far as the MCU in a whole, I do think it's been lackluster. I honestly think that ever since the newest Spider-Man, movies have kind of gone downhill. They're not ass, but they've been lackluster to me and kind of subpar. Doctor Strange movie is a little subpar to me. And honestly, I hope they can rebound. So
yeah, I'm hoping that in their mind they're like, okay, you know what? Let's just make these kind of shitty, not really, but like watchable but shitty, and then for the big ones, like we'll bring our big guns. That's what
exactly.
I'm assuming. That's what I'm hoping for. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, the
I'm not sure.
fear of mine is that it goes down the DCEU route where they start making shit movies like DC. DC has really dropped the ball several times. So Justice
You
League
think
was,
so?
yeah, I
You
think
think they
Justice
would
League
do that
was.
after all this money and all this time, getting all these stuff like all together after so long? You think they would really like fumble the ball after all this time?
Because I
I mean,
never
if you
thought.
think about it, yeah, like they already did the whole Avengers and Iron Man's dead and all that other crap, so
Yeah,
it's like,
that was like the
oh
climax
man.
for a lot of the MCU fans, and now they want something else to be appealed to, and nothing. And from my subjective lens, I haven't appealed to anything to the level I have to someone like Iron Man. Not even Spider Man has got me there yet. Obviously, they need to make more movies, but Doctor Strange was
Definitely, yeah.
not. The newest Doctor Strange was subpar. I didn't really appeal emotionally. It didn't have me hyped. But Wolverine and Deadpool definitely a movie that entices me. I hope they don't fumble that. Hope they make that goated, and I hope the interactions are goated as well. Spider-Man, his features bright. All his movies with Tom has been good. Hope they keep continuing to build his legacy. Like Iron Man. Iron Man was the guy. Now apparently it's going to be Tom. They have to build him up the right way to where millions of people for the next decade are enticed by him. They're polarized by him, just like Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. was. That's the key. So I hope they don't fumble that. I know they want bigger. The thing with having bigger visions is that they lose track of the small things, and that's what really entices an audience. They have like all these giant plans of multiversal threats and shit. I'm like, well, it's hard to manage that. There's so many pieces to that you forget to appeal to the fans emotionally. Iron Man 1 was simply just him fighting that other guy, Obadiah Stane, and it was simple, but it was straight to the point, and every fan fell in love with fucking Robert Downey Jr. But now you have this multiversal shit. You have to explain all these multiversal things. It takes away from the appeal to emotion, which every writer should try to keep intact. They need to kind of slow their roll and build it up slowly. That's the way I look at it. So,
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the DCEU. Honestly, man, the Batman with Robert Pattinson, I
that one
had
was good.
expectations for it. That was dope.
That was
It
dope.
was
I
dope.
agree.
Now, could you? I don't know if they could do 3 or 4 of those movies. I'm not sure, but I don't know if that would kind of form a separate universe, I guess.
Seems
But
like it,
I guess
yeah.
we'll see, man.
It seems like
I'm
it.
hoping.
I
We'll
hope
see,
they,
though.
because DC has had several fumbles. They had to fire Ben Affleck, Christian Bale. Obviously, Heath Ledger died, so they couldn't continue that
Yeah.
legend. They need to stay on course with just one set of characters and actors. They can't keep switching it up because eventually, at this point, a lot of guys don't even care about DC live action. They're like, whatever, they're ass anyway. They don't even give it a chance at this point because they're so used to them fumbling the bag that they're done. So.
And you think Marvel's gonna be like that?
From my lens,
Or MCU, yeah.
the trajectory of the MCU seems to be heading to a negative place. But hopefully that changes. It seems like they're overzealous with their vision. I get it. You want to promote. I think the next villain, the major villain I heard was going to be Kong, the guy that can control time.
Yeah,
Time manipulation.
Kong, yeah.
Take it easy. You don't have to have these amazing events every movie. I understand the appeal, but if people aren't attracted to these people emotionally, like they don't fuck with them, it won't matter anyway. It just
And
be a lot of explosions.
And what's even a little concerning is that let's say I get all this stuff that I want on my bucket list, like Spider-Man in the black suit, Venom versus Spider-Man, Wolverine, Deadpool, and Spider-Man, Daredevil all in like a scene and stuff like on the screen together and stuff like that. I can get all this stuff, but if the representation is poor, then the whole thing just falls
apart.
You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
It's about appealing to
Yeah.
the audience. Like every great writer has an amazing ability to do that. Like the Russo brothers, the ones that wrote the Avengers, they did it perfectly. I mean, you had millions, arguably maybe billions of people across the world watching Endgame, crying when Iron Man died. It was that impactful of a movie. It made more money, I think, than any other movie in history. Not just MCU history, but movie history. More than the Titanic, more than Infinity War, more than Avatar. That's extremely impressive. It's because of their writing ability. If they drop the bag, they're not going to be able to replicate that again. They're not going to be able to do it again.
Were the Russo brothers, were they part of the that Spider-Man?
I believe so. I think they're involved in every major MCU film, if I'm not mistaken. I think so. I mean, they're
cool.
brilliant.
All right, well, I'm gonna ask 2 more questions, and I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna bounce this time because
All right.
I'm gonna make some grilled cheese sandwiches. And I'm gonna knock the
Sure,
fuck
2 more.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 more. And I'm gonna leave them. I got you. I got you with super chat.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, I got
Even
you. I
over
got
4
you.
hours. Let's give a
Yeah.
round
I'm
of
a
applause
dip.
for 4
You know,
hours,
one
man.
question. One more question. That's it. I cut it to one. Bet. All right. So everyone's asking in the chat right now. They're like, "Oh, Hashirama versus Kaguya."
Hashirama
So what do you
versus Kaguya?
Kaguya, yeah. So I'm
Hashirama
assuming
versus
no one's mentioning, this is a reanimated Hashirama or anything like that. So I'm gonna just take it to think, okay, it's probably like a full power alive Hashirama versus Kaguya.
Wait, they're asking. Let me see. They're asking Kaguya, like Kaguya, the one at the end.
Kaguya.
That's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
even,
At the end of the day.
That's not even a discussion. I mean, he'd fucking destroy him. I mean, Kaguya would fucking destroy him like fodder. That's not even a discussion. Oh, damn, I'm not gonna read this because there's a bunch of N words here.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever types N words, you guys are fucking pathetic, bro. All y'all. So fuck.
Yeah, nah, the trolls are just we just put them in the we
There's
put them in
shit
the
stains
corner.
on my
We just
shoe
let
I'm
them
scraping
be.
off. That's all they are. But to answer that really weird question, because it's pretty obvious, Kaguya would fucking fodderize Hashirama. It's not even a discussion.
Yeah, and before anyone in the comments be like, "Oh, this motherfucker don't know." Nah, guys, I'm not into that power scaling shit. I don't
Hashirama.
fuck numbers, none of that shit. I don't do a play out calculator. Be like, all right, Hashirama at the stage mode is level 300,000 mil. Like, nah, bro.
It's pretty.
Yo, stack that money first before y'all over here talking about power scaling and stuff. Nah. Respect to the Nerd Squad though. I respect that.
I mean, to me it's appealing because I mean, power scaling is rigorous because you gotta make like. You have to apply mathematical concepts to like fictional realities, and it is kind of rigorous. Like, it's kind of like doing mathematics in fucking algebra class. But yeah. So to make it crystal clear, Hashirama thought Jubito could beat him. That's all I have to say. Kaguya is exponentially times superior to that. She is stronger than Madara, who's stronger than Jubito, who's stronger than Hashirama. So that ends that discussion very quickly. But
yeah. All right, man. I appreciate both of y'all time and everything. And this time, I am gonna dip this time. But yeah, man. Yo, next time, the next call in, I can't wait for it. Yeah, I got you, bro. All right,
bro.
Take care, bro.
Thanks for the questions. Peace out.
No worries.
All right, Sebastian, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, we've been going 4 fucking hours, so I think I'm gonna answer one more, unless someone donates something kind of large, to be honest. But yeah, we had to bring you guys some heat. So let's see here. You busy, Sebastian?
Yeah, a bit.
Oh, is that why you were muted?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Last question. Let's answer this one, Sebastian. Yo.
Quite a discussion, huh?
Yeah, that was quite the tangent. Appreciate the dollar, Luis. Thanks again. That's a W.
I don't want to take. I have some pretty neat live questions. Maybe we can get.
I think I wrote it. Yeah, I think I saw it. Was it the chemistry one? Like the chemistry related?
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and answer that. That's actually a good question. So I did some digging. So the first one was, why is mercury a liquid when elements directly bordering it are solid metals like gold, for example? So I did some digging on it, and I had to try to kind of extrapolate my old knowledge of chemistry when I did it back in my day. So this is the digging that I found out. So mercury, for those who don't know, is the only actually metal that is in a liquid physical state when at room temperature. And the reason for that, according to recent studies, the recent studies actually aren't definitive yet, according to peer-reviewed articles I've seen, is most likely due to relativistic effects. So relativistic effects that heavy metals go through. So essentially what these effects are is because essentially bonding forces for specifically mercury are weaker for mercury to mercury bonds in comparison to other neighboring heavy metals. So they all go through these relativistic effects, but from my eye and from the studies that I've read, it seems that the relativistic effects are more dire to mercury, and because of these weaker effects, continuing on in comparison to the neighboring heavy metals on the periodic table, mercury has outer electrons that, at least more so in number compared to the other ones, that only stay associated within their own nuclei, essentially meaning that they have weaker forces holding them together,
Mhm.
holding the entire atom together. So from that, it seems, from what I do know chemistry wise, it seems that these bonds, because they're weaker, even in comparison to other heavy metals, that um, the
Yep,
temperature
that's what I was
and the heat
Yeah.
capacity is lower, resulting in a liquefied state when you're at room temperature, which is actually very intriguing. Because my question would be, the periodic table is set up in a very strategic way.
Of
So my
course,
question would
absolutely.
be, why is this specific metal classified in a similar way to these other ones if it has this very unique property? That would be my question. Like, shouldn't it have its own unique property? Logically speaking, I would love to ask an actual chemistry, like a professional chemist, that question.
Yeah, I thought that was very intriguing. I forgot exactly what element it was, but obviously the whole world shares the same periodic table of elements, and I
Yeah.
think in like UK and some countries in Europe, they have this one element classified as a liquid. When over here, it's classified as a gas. And
Exactly.
I think it's also to do with like heat and atmospheric pressure, in conjunction with the element being placed.
Yeah, so from what I read, it seems that relativistic effects are more so have to do with the quantum physics of things, which is extremely complicated. Even it was hard for me to wrap my head around what they said, but so these, yeah, like even these bonds, because they're more numerous and they're weaker with specifically, I think they're called, what are these bonds called again? That the very numerous in Mercury
Covalent?
specifically. No, those are actually stronger. It was called van der Waals. So I think it was one of the most weakest forces when you compare the strengths. So because of that,
Gotcha.
because of the more numerous occurrences in Mercury in comparison to the other heavy metals, because of the more common relativistic effects, from what I saw at least, not an expert, but it seems because of that, Mercury
Sure.
liquefies easier than
Yeah.
that of maybe gold or other neighboring heavy metals.
Cadmium.
That's
Yeah,
that's very
exactly.
interesting to me though. I think even the experts are still. There's this one guy, I forgot his name. I was reading it. He's done like decades of research on it, and he has like a pretty solid hypothesis about it. Um, I didn't read it any further to get more clarification, but that guy is essentially the guy like leading the charge to explain this unique property. It's kind of interesting.
Unique phenomenon. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you might dig it for sure.
Yeah, and then the other question, sunspots. So why are sunspots in groups of two? I did some digging on
Mhm.
that. I do remember a couple things, but so from what I extrapolated from that, the reason sunspots are commonly in pairs or in groups sometimes is due to the nature of the sun's magnetic field. So essentially, because of the sun's turbulence, which you see when you see like these kind of loops that the sun emits,
Yep.
this results in opposite polarity groups when the magnetic field is like fractured. I think that's what it means from I'm not an expert on the sun, but when there's like these loops, there's a fraction in the magnetic field, and then it causes these opposite polarity groups to be shown. And another thing that I learned was sometimes you see unisolar spots, and it's seemingly
Really?
from the eye. So this one guy I was reading said that goes against the nature of sunspots, but the reason is because sometimes there's ghost sunspots that we can't capture. I was like, that's very
Oh, I
interesting as
see.
well.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't really know the depths of that any much further because this probably the chemist could probably explain it to us like an astronomer. But the sun is very chaotic, and it makes sense because stars in general are very chaotic entities, like celestial
Yeah.
bodies that have very
I don't know if you
chaotic
knew.
lives. So
Yeah, I don't know if you knew, but we actually found the helium element from the sun before we found it even on Earth.
oh wow, that is interesting.
I thought was interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. Who knows the possibilities of that observation? But that is pretty interesting.
Yeah,
And
for
then the
sure.
final one you asked was quarks. Quarks, I've heard of the term before. A fun fact is, I think it's related to baryon mode Naruto. They kind of like
Yeah.
referenced
The
it.
nuclear fission.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so the whole
exactly.
idea of nuclear fusion, which is always like referenced as something very powerful, that kind of like illuminates Naruto's improvement. But in layman's terms, quarks are only found in pairs, from what I read, because they can only exist in situations that neutralize net color change. So the quarks can't be singular because there has to be a neutralized net color change. What that exactly entails of, to be honest, I'm not too sure of. But essentially, they say quarks can only exist in confinement. which is why they go through hydronization. So they must live in conjunction with one another. There's sometimes pairs or triplets, because if they were to be singular, I would think it would go against the very nature of a quark itself, which is pretty interesting as well.
Yeah, I like was listening to something where I think, I mean, it's immeasurable the amount of force it would take to split, you know,
it's
but
immeasurable. Like you just create more essentially.
exactly where I was gonna go. Yeah,
It's
you
like
just create more
it
quarks.
goes
Yeah,
it goes in it coincides with the idea of energy not being able to be destroyed, which is a chemistry property, or kind of like a law within the line of chemistry. You can't destroy energy; it's just transferred or distributed. You can't really
exactly,
destroy it.
man. That's a great way of comparing that for
Yeah,
sure. They're
and
like the most basic principles of atoms and
yeah,
stuff, you
and
know.
that's why they call it the fundament. They call these these types of particles the fundamental particles, because from our eye, at least from our technological capability, we can't really capture anything smaller than subatomic particles, at least at this point, from my knowledge, because they're so who knows, maybe the transfer of power is so minimal we can't really see it, not even with the best microscopes.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Maybe the
Yeah,
energy really is being distributed. Who knows? But it's so fucking minuscule that it's unobservable, at least at this point in time.
yeah, you know what's also interesting is like how electrons like move almost like in like an ellipse around the atom or
Right. They seem
nuclei,
to have like some
rather.
sort of nature. Yeah.
They seem to like teleport, you know what I mean? Like they
Right.
move in such a erratic, almost instantaneous fashion. You know,
Right.
like light
Exactly.
can only be as fast as it is. It's because it's, you know, massless particles
Right.
essentially.
And that's like the God argument that some quantum physicists start to say, like, this energy is it seems to disappear in and out of our tangible reality. Like, where does it go? Where does it originate from? And that's like the God
Exactly.
argument. Like, maybe it goes to another dimension, or maybe it's just that it's so small we can't see it. But these quantum physicists, I guarantee they're always asking themselves, like, where exactly is this from? Where does this originate from? Where does it go? Because it seems to go coming in and out of existence, at least to our eye, to our
Exactly.
microscope.
From what we can extrapolate
Yeah, from
currently
what
with
we
our
can currently
technology.
extrapolate, yeah, and that's very
Yeah.
interesting. That's why quantum physics is probably like one of the hardest fucking fields of discipline. It's so complex.
Oh, bro, it's so intriguing though, man.
I've definitely like saw some videos, and they try to just also explain like possible dimensions that exist. It is all theoretical.
Mhm.
Like I was
Of course.
taking a advanced linear algebra class, and the guy, like, he's pretty knowledgeable. He said these dimensions can exist in theory, but the only way we can really represent them is graphical. We can't really perceive them. So that's why the idea of there being 11 dimensions possibly is all theoretical, because you can't see it. You can only see our 3 spatial dimensions and our 1 temporal. That's all we can
Yeah, and
physically see.
how do we even begin to quantify how many other dimensions there
Yeah,
are?
like,
Yeah.
we're
And
gonna
I
have
mean,
to reach a new level where we could really tap into the unknown, and that's to me that's gonna take time. For my eye, like, that's a huge
oh,
breakthrough, man. That's like the idea of
no
the
doubt,
internet.
my
Like,
dude.
it's like the idea of the internet was so, it was such a foreign concept 100 years ago. I think to us currently, that's how far away we are, maybe even farther, because as we delve into like more advanced information of the universe, it's like, holy shit, bro! Like, there's so much
Yeah, we're just
more.
evolving
Yeah,
technologically. Like in
yeah,
terms of like development of humanity in general, it's
yeah.
super recent, dude. So
Yeah,
who
I
knows?
agree. Like, there's only the way I look at it is there's a certain threshold that's always kind of there's a needle called the threshold that's always moving. Like, as far as our limitations of what we know, it's moved quite a
Uh huh.
bit, but there's still a lot that's unknown. Like the
Indeed.
idea of
Yeah.
quantum physics, the idea of subatomic particles coming in and out of existence, the way quarks work, the way subatomic particles seem to have their own nature, and that's a
Mm-hmm.
commonality amongst all cells and all atoms. It's pretty
No,
intriguing.
everything. Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah,
I'm glad you agree for sure.
yeah, that's a hell of a it's so bizarre to these guys that some of them go to the God argument. They're like, no, the only way is God. Like, I'm like, damn,
Oh,
that's
bro, I
how.
mean, people had a god for like the fucking sun and like the moon
Exactly.
and all this shit. You know, like,
Yeah.
it's people still think the Earth is fucking square,
Oh
dude.
God, those
With
people need help.
technology still,
Yeah,
you
whoever
know what
thinks
I
the
mean?
Earth is flat, you need help. That's for sure.
It's flat. Thank you. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, there's empirical
uh,
evidence from astronomers that can be extrapolated. They literally prove the curvature of the Earth. The fact that there's darkness and light in different parts of the world imply a multidimensional celestial body. If it was flat, light would be distributed amongst the entire celestial body. Like, it's that simple. Like, there's no discussion here, man. I don't understand. Like,
Yeah, there really isn't, man. In today's day and age, I just don't understand it for sure.
Yeah, I think curiosity sometimes creates delusion. Also, it might create answers, but sometimes some people are delusional. They think these delusional conspiracies. Like, the world is flat and the moon doesn't exist. We just live in this confined, flat, one-dimensional plane of existence. I'm like, our very eyes prove it wrong. We see multidimensional aspects. Like, I didn't know that. A recent fact I learned was that our eyes actually only see two-dimensional. The third dimension is a trick that our mind plays on us. Some people say, no, we have to see in 3 dimensions. Actually, we don't. We see in 2 dimensions. And apparently our mind plays tricks on us to see the third, which I don't quite understand specifically, but I've read that's what physicists claim. And I'm like, wow, is that so? We only see 2 dimensions? I wonder what dimension don't we see? We don't see what? So there's
depth perception is definitely a trip. It's mostly based off our environment that helps us like develop a curvature towards
like
objects.
Our like evolutionary adaptation has kind of made up for that. Like, it kind of
like the moon's a perfect example. Like, you know how like we look up in the sky, it looks hella small, but when it's towards the horizon, it seems to be a lot bigger.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that implies curvature.
Yeah,
like a full moon. It's just like exactly. Yeah. So the idea of interdimension, like multiple dimensions, is very interesting. Honestly, I think physicists are still learning to this day. Like, it's very hazy, at least from what I read. I'm not an expert physicist, but it seems like they're still learning themselves how to what this entails of. But those are discussions that I always have, like, with friends. Like, it's super interesting. Like, really is.
That's sick, dude. Fuck yeah, man. I love talking about this shit.
And then they apply it to anime, like interdimensional feats and multidimensional beings, and like it's interesting to apply it to fictional reality too. The power scalers, I get so in depth that they're like, this guy is 5D because of the multidimensional aspect of the feat that he accomplished. I'm like,
oh lord.
Oh, well, like that gets very wonky once you get to multidimensional feats and multidimensional beings. It's very interesting. So, but yeah, that was actually one hell of a question. One hell of a
Thank
question.
you. Yeah, thanks for your response, because it's nothing you can like concretely like say.
Right, it's all like theoretical. Yeah, it's all observational.
Yeah, we're still all learning, man, for sure.
Even fucking Stephen Hawking was learning before he went. Like, he was even learning like the depths of the unknown. It's fucking crazy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Sebastian, did you want to add on that? I know we said a lot. If you listen to that.
No, I have nothing to add.
We just speaked a bunch of like, well, we're not experts. We just speaked a bunch of like chemistry jargon for like 20 minutes.
Pretty much, yeah.
I've been hearing. I'm not a chemist,
follow,
Mike.
At least.
A bit of it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
All right. Well, this is like a question for like you and Sebastian, I suppose. So like in the Boo saga, we see fucking Gotenks as a kid going Super Saiyan 3, like just fucking insane, right?
Yeah, right away.
We see Gohan being the badass as like since Raditz time. Like, it seems like the more diluted a Saiyan's blood is, it seems like their potential is just astronomical. Like, even Pan, you know what I mean? So do you guys think that's coincidental, or like what's up with that, bro? Like, you know.
So the claim is that the more diluted the blood, the higher the potential?
I mean, not necessarily a claim, it's just an observation.
Oh, it's an observation,
yeah.
Right. I have noticed that as well, right? Because Gohan and Gotenks aren't purebred. But then you would, like, you can kind of break that commonality chain and say, well, look at Broly, he's not pure. I mean, I think but you could say he's an anomaly. He's like the legend, the stuff legend that doesn't apply to the typical Saiyan. So you can continue that commonality chain, and it kind of makes sense. I mean, look at Goten. That motherfucker went Saiyan at like
quarter.
5. Like,
yeah, he's quarter, bro. Like actually, he's half.
He was a kid.
Yeah,
he's like a quarter of a Saiyan, and he was a Saiyan, Super Saiyan. I remember, I think he was it Gohan that he impressed with it? He's like, I want to do that too, and he did it like on the fly.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That took Goku
bro.
years and years of dedication. And Vegeta.
Like, when we saw that shit on Namek, bro, we're like blown away, bro.
Yeah,
you know,
that blew me away. And then now we see it commonly, like, oh, look at Goten, he's doing it at 5 years old. Like, Jesus Christ. I think it's a possibility. I think it's a real possibility that maybe, who knows, maybe there's some sort of chemical property, going back to chemistry, that gives Saiyans that are hybrids some sort of increased potential. It's all theoretical, but maybe that's a possibility.
Yeah, understandable for sure.
Broly's just a fucking anomaly. I mean, his potential is so vast that he went from base Vegeta to being able to at least take hits from Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. Like his increase is vast. Like, it's another level. He's an anomaly. So.
And Gohan's crazy too. Like in Super, it took him like hours of training.
Oh yeah,
to
he was training with
go
his dad, and he was blue level until his dad had to go
blue level.
Kaioken. He's had to go Kaioken.
Exactly.
That's fucking
like it.
Yeah, his potential is vast.
It's
like,
insane. Bro.
That goes back to the idea of potential, the way potential works. It's like it definitely varies from person to person. Like Frieza, look at him, what he's achieving with 10 years in the chamber. It's insane.
It's to revoke the whole ideology of racism, dude. That's
my
all.
god. Yeah, I guarantee that's why Toriyama did it.
Yeah, he's like, I got the brothers. You know,
he said monkey too many times. Let's make him black so he gets a pass. Let's do it.
He gets a pass now. Exactly.
Now he gets the black. He gets the.
He's one of us now.
Yeah, he's one of us now. He gets the card. He's literally black now like us, and you can say monkey now. I'm like, I guess Toriyama. Yes.
Yeah, ethnic Frieza now, bro.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I never thought political correctness was a part of a fictional reality. But,
that shit's so funny.
Yeah, Sebastian, what do you think about that? Do you think like hybrid Saiyans have more potential if we look at like Goten and Gohan, Gotenks?
Pan, even
from what it seems in the series, yeah, they seem to have more potential than their Saiyan counterpart.
It seems like it's a commonality, like it's a common chain that you see. It's like observational. So I definitely think it's a high possibility that that's the case. But yeah,
it's
pretty good questions.
I appreciate it, brother. Thank you guys as always. It's been a great
questions. Stream. Thanks for the donations. We appreciate it, man.
Always, brother.
All right, bro. Peace out.
All right, later, guys. Take care.
All right, Sebastian. We should wrap this bitch up. This was fucking 4 hours and 23 minutes. Let's give a round of applause for the dedication here, man. Let's give a fucking round of applause. Sorry, that was the wrong button. I clicked the quack button, my bad.
The quack button. You should just record it.
Shout out to everybody, though, man. Actually, some very good fucking questions. Thanks to that little shit stain that tried to challenge me in Sage Mode Naruto versus Hokage Summit Sasuke. I fucking refuted it with one statement that's clear as day. That's crystal clear. That
and
can't
he was
make
like,
it more clear.
Totally ridiculous.
It's not true. Read the fucking manga.
Read
the fucking manga before you challenge me. Before you challenge me, read the fucking comic book, dude. Fuck. Funny. And that other little shit stain that had like 6 accounts, you're a pathetic little shit stain that I scraped off my foot for some entertainment value. So thank you. You're pathetic fuck. But everybody else, I fuck with all of you, man. You guys are fucking goats. All of you guys ask questions. All you guys that listen in. So yeah, we enjoyed the violence too. I enjoyed the conflict. You know, I enjoy some conflict sometimes, but I also enjoyed the camaraderie. You know, the cordial questions asked, the great discussions had. She was fucking goated, and I'm definitely going to clip me shitting on that dumb fuck, and I'm gonna post it because that's the way I roll. And I'm probably gonna clip some great clips from here as well with great questions that were asked, man. What did you think about that chemistry tangent, though? I actually really enjoyed that, like me talking about that theoretical stuff. Have you ever been like looked into that stuff before?
No, I have not. It was very vast when you guys were talking. I was like, what? It was like rocket science to me.
It's complex, huh? Like the idea of these chemical properties are very it's very intriguing.
I mean, that's water. Like water is literally the most confusing chemical property. Like you freeze it and then it solidifies while everything else starts to melt.
Right.
If you heat it up, it starts to turn into a gas. It's one of the only few states of matter that can actually change into all three of them easily.
It's very intriguing because these molecular, like these molecules, the way they move, it's all about their velocity, right? The velocity changes the physical state. That's pretty fucking interesting.
Yeah.
But getting off that tangent, that shit was interesting as fuck.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind more of those questions, guys. Feel free to ask scientific. I guess I'm not Stephen Hawking, so I can't give you like a lecture, but I do enjoy these tangents as well.
Make a chemical channel about
fuck no, I'll get folded by a real chemist any day. But yeah, we guys fuck with you guys. We enjoy all the donations. You guys are all goats. We enjoyed the variety too. What do you think about the variation of questions? There's plenty, huh?
Oh my god, it's plentiful, that's for sure. They kept me on my toes with all these new new shows that I didn't show, that I didn't know, and all these questions. All good from the questions, especially
Really
in the
questions.
Naruto part.
I really enjoy the narrative. And to critique myself, I need to touch up on my DBZ knowledge. I need to touch up on it.
Yeah,
critique
right.
my own self, right? Looking at myself in the mirror, I need to touch up on the knowledge because it's very interesting. DBZ is actually, I would argue, a little easier to power scale actually, because multipliers are they're concise, right? They're given to you, so it's actually arguably easier. I would argue that as time goes on, it's harder to power scale Dragon Ball characters because it becomes more ambiguous what the multipliers entail of, right? Like Ultra Instinct, what's that at multiplier, right? Compared to Super Saiyan, which is concise and there's a concrete numerical value. That's actually a very interesting. When you think about it, it's a very interesting observation. Like I can scale Super Saiyan Goku easy. They literally gave me the number. But if you ask me, where does a true Yui Vegito scale? It's like, that's all theoretical. I can't really give you a concrete numerical value, so Naruto's the same way. We don't have any multipliers. It's all qualitative. It's all qualitative assessment. There is no quantitative analysis here. So interesting things to think about if you're a power scaler. Keep those things in consideration as well. But yeah, folks, I think we're gonna wrap it up. We've been at it for fucking 4 hours. You guys are goated. One more sound effect because I fuck with it. One more time, you guys are goats. Thanks for all the donations, folks. We're gonna wrap this bitch up. We'll catch you next time. We'll try to do this periodically. Maybe have a couple other friends on that have other sources of knowledge that can contribute. And we fuck with you guys. Thanks for coming in. And peace out.